This book was originally written to help the country that I have lived in for the past 30 years to become transformed from communism to a modern European nation. My focus is to help the peoples of the former Soviet Union to regain their European identity after 70 years of wallowing in communism. However, I was compelled to consider translating it to English language, especially for the third world countries, after a British colleague of mine went through the book and actually paid for it to be translated to English language. This pastor believes strongly that this book is not just meant for the former Soviet Union. He actually thinks it is not just meant for the third world countries. He is convinced that this book could be of benefit to the developed countries of Europe and America. I would like to first of all apologize for any imperfections in the translation of my original thoughts from Russian to English language. It is possible that some of the examples might be more related to the Eastern European countries than the African countries, for example. Nevertheless, I hope that the fundamental principles of building a civilized society are made clear enough to the readers. There is no doubt that there are enough truths in this book to help remold any nation. These principles will also help to build the 21st century society in any given nation. At 50, it is time to begin to think about legacy. That is why I have decided to write 50 books as my gift to the world on my 50th birthday celebration. I hope that this particular book will serve as a one destination for the subject of building a civilized nation. Let's go for it. For the love of God, Church and Nation. Dr. Sunday Adalaya. Introduction. At all times, people of different cultures and countries strives to have better life and improve their standard of living. They have a dream of better life that provides comfortable lifestyle. In order to fulfill this dream, they are willing to do just about anything. They start wars, enslave other nations, sell themselves into slavery, and even worship kings. They elect rulers and governing councils, legislative councils, parliaments, governors and presidents to represent them and provide them the opportunity to have a better life through their policies and programs. They did all they could in pursuit of happiness. They did it all to attain a better life. People are willing to do all kinds of things to better their financial conditions. The desire to have a better life is inherent in all people of different walks of life. Wherever you go, Africa, Europe, America, Asia, take a look at how people live. You will discover that people desire and pursue a higher standard of living. In modern societies, there have always been the desires to seek for better life and improve the standard of living. People in different countries of the world aspire to live better lives. They do everything within their capacity to pursue this dream. Some countries have experienced revolutions and civil unrest when they perceive that the political leaders of their country are not providing them the desired better life. When government policies are not matched with the expected growth and improvement in living condition, people tend to resort to violence and protests. People want to demand for better life from their government and political leaders, and when promises are not kept, when the government decides to make sure their promises remain unfulfilled, then the people revolt. Examples of these are the revolutions of the 1989 to 1992 in the former Soviet Union. Most countries under the Soviet Union revolted against political repression, authoritarianism, religious persecution, and state murders. These led to the fall of the Berlin Wall, and these new countries were opened up for economic liberalization, paving way for economic progress and improvement in standard of living. However, the citizens of these countries are still living with the communism mindset and mentality. Their way of life is still not changed to embrace transformation and civilization. The attitude of people did not reflect civilization in a transformed nation. In view of this, I have decided to write this book to show how a nation can become civilized as we have in many Western and Central European countries today. As a nation and as a people, we long for a change that will cut across all spheres of influence. We hope to attain a position where the suffering of our people can be alleviated. Although in reality, this might not come in the way people are expecting it. In fact, the road to transformation and civilization, as most people know it, will be different in this book, because civilization does not really have to be through improvement in living condition or abundance of wealth. Rather, it will effectively come through a change in principles, value system that promotes civilization. This is why I have decided to write this book, How to Transform and Build a Civilized Nation. If we aspire to have a higher standard of living and improve our overall well-being, then our nation has to learn how to become transformed and civilized. If we are ignorant of this fact, how can we then attain the level of civilization that is apparent in the developed country? Building a transformed and civilized nation is an onerous task, but attainable, if the principles and qualities that will be discussed in this book are adequately applied. Irrespective of the level of backwardness and how uncivilized a nation is, they can be transformed and civilized. After all, the civilized nation that we have in Europe, America and of recent Asia were once in deplorable state, and very word of it. Becoming civilized has nothing to do with your passport ID, or relocating from an uncivilized country to a civilized one. It goes beyond just having the passport of a civilized nation. It involves having a common value system that will be evident in every person from that nation. It entails having and imbibing the right value system that is apparent in civilized nation. For instance, in a civilized nation there are shared common value systems that create a healthy society. In Europe, where high level of civilization has been attained, it has been discovered that there are common value system upon which the foundation of their nation is built. These values are really what make people civilized. Values such as honesty, respect for people, human character, compassion, hard work and dignity of labor are what make a country civilized. In every civilized country, whatever they have achieved in terms of success and prosperity has only been possible as a result of these values. There cannot be a sustained success or prosperity in a nation that is lacking in these values. Moreover, there is the golden rule, which is very true for creating prosperous country. Nations are great not by virtue of their wealth but by the wealth of their virtue. The greatness of a nation is not dependent the amount or the level of natural resources that is deposited in them, but rather by the amount and level of virtues and values that have been imbibed and inculcated in their people. Any country attains greatness only through the richness of its values. Nations or countries' greatness is not measured by the quantity of their resources but rather by the values they observe. If a nation is rich in natural resources and lacks virtues and values, it is a matter of time. The wealth of such nation will be transferred to a nation that is rich in virtues and values. This is because people in the nation that has natural resources but lack values will steal from the resources and transfer it to the nation that is rich in virtue and value, where they are sure their wealth will be safely preserved. As a result, the nation rich in natural resources but lacks values become impoverished and underdeveloped. Therefore, the true greatness of any country can be measured only by the richness of values that has been inherently built in every individual in that nation. The wealth of a person therefore depends on the values he/she possesses and confesses. Well-formed values and human core of the nation determines the greatness of the county. A country may be rich in natural resources and still be poor. However, if its people possess the right values, such country would be rich even without natural resources. Today many countries have tons of natural resources, such as gold, oil, coal, gas, but the people of these countries remain poor. Africa is a good example we may use. Or, let's take Russia, which holds 1/6 of all the land in the world, and still this county is not the most prosperous one in the world. People in it are poor, many of them live below the poverty line. Let us take a look at other countries, such as Switzerland, Singapore, Austria, Belgium, Hong Kong, Japan. Most of them are not rich in natural resources, but they are rich in values. They have life principles and values that were listed above. As the result, these countries are richer than those with deposits of natural resources. This supports the idea that nations do not become rich because of their natural resources, but because of their values their citizens are brought up with. Understanding this truth, I have decided to share this knowledge with you in this book, and I believe you can become transformed and civilized, and by extension your nation can. become transformed and civilized as well, because a group transformed and civilized individual who make up the society will lead to a transformed and civilized nation. It is a known fact that to a large extent, nations' values determine nations' platform, which, in turn, becomes the foundation for countries' goals and development thrust. Once a country's goal is defined, she can put together her development plans and program. The focus is not in the plan or program but rather on the foundation, which is the root. To build a transformed and civilized nation, the foundation is very important. It is the foundation that will determine what kind of nation we want to build. The foundation in this case is the value system, which will be used to develop new national programs. The values of a nation form the core of the foundation of that nation. It forms the national idea that creates national goals, which in turn shape the development thrust and programs of that nation. However, oftentimes this is not the case in most countries, especially the developing or uncivilized ones. In many countries, people, especially those in government, who wish to improve the standard of living of their people, travel to civilized countries to adopt their developmental programs without a complete change in the people's mentality and mindset. As such, the intended change and improvement in living standards are not felt across the country and the desired result is not achieved. This is why the mentality of the majority of population does not align with the facts of life. Their old ways of life does not correspond to government's requirements. As the result, frustration sets in because the implemented program, though with good and noble intentions, will not change the standard of living of the nation. Unless these programs are merged with a change in people's mindset and mentality to form a new value system associated with civilized nation. Good and noble programs would achieve little or no result in improving the standard of living of the people. Programs are not like machines, which can be programmed to attain certain results. People are the moving force of any program. They need to realize how to carry them out and why to do so. And for the most part, these people do not live in accordance with the values. Programs are easy to be developed or duplicated. The major problem is that people's mentality remains unchanged. If any nation fails to see it as a problem of the mindset and mentality, the wrong values would impede the transformation and building of a civilized nation. A good example will be the "I don't care" attitude that is apparent in most uncivilized countries. Most people have a selfish mindset and mentality. They are only bothered about what directly affects them. People would only show concern for issues that directly affect them. They only take personal responsibilities for their own personal properties or belongings. To have a transformed and civilized nation, there must be a shift in mindset regarding this type of attitude. We have to take responsibilities for the safety and protection of societal properties. There must be a change of heart that will produce a changed mindset through value transformation towards the community property. People in society must frown against destruction of public properties and ensure justice is carried out on violators. People must embrace the rule of law and order must be entrenched in people's minds so that we can become transformed and civilized. Dear readers, I hope that this introduction has helped you to understand why all programs and government policies in developing and underdeveloped countries have always achieved little or no result whatsoever. Governments come and go, yet the people mindset and mentality remains unchanged. They never attempt to change people's mentality and abolish uncivilized culture and values that does not foster transformation and civilization. All their efforts have always been to introduce programs that have been adopted from developed countries. They tried hard to introduce all the programs made for other countries. Another reason for the failure of policies is that national idea has not changed despite all effort to attain civilization. Foreign policies and ideologies are adopted, but people are not willing to embrace positive change of attitude and mentality. It is like the proverbial saying, putting new wine in an old bottle. And he spake also a parable unto them, No man putteth the piece of a new garment upon an old, if otherwise, then both the new maketh a rent. And the piece that was taken out of the new agreeth not with the old. And no man putteth new wine into old bottles, else the new wine will burst the bottles, and be spilled, and the bottles shall perish. But new wine must be put into new bottles, and both are preserved. No man also having drunk old wine straightway desireth new, for he saith the old is better. Luke chapter 5 verses 36 to 39 KJV. The texts quoted above is an illustration given by Jesus Christ to illustrate the need for a change in mindset and mentality before any transformation in civilization can take place in a nation. The source of the national idea comes from the people's values. If we create our national dream, grounded in our own values, we could give birth to our national idea, national goals, development thrust and programs. Any nation at the initial stage of its development should be proud by the inner richness of its people, based on their best human qualities. Who Am I? Why Am I Here? Is another book I have written which can help you discover how to become transformed and civilized. Despite the fact that there are several countries in Europe that have been transformed and attained civilization, there are, however, some other countries that have not fully attained civilization because they do not share a common value of civilization, and there is no substantial improvement in living standards though they are part of the civilized countries. Countries like Greece, Spain, Portugal, Baltic countries, Italy and Czech have little or no idea about living peacefully as a civilized country. There have been no substantial results with regards to living a better life. It is also important to realize that the present-day Europe is longer what it used to be some decades ago, when all the world was admiring and following it. Present-day civilized nations have forgotten how this high level of life came to be. They have lost their fathers' values, and that is why modern Europe is no longer the country able to bring prosperity and civilization to the rest of the world. According to statistics today, not only the eastern countries feel the heavy European yoke, but even the core countries Germany, France, Sweden, etc. keep on complaining on it. Deep economic recessions that have been experienced in Greece reveal these gloomy economic woes. Lots of people are superficial in their beliefs, thinking all the good comes from money. In Nigeria, for example, there are cash discoveries springing up everywhere in the country. The law enforcement agencies are discovering looted funds that have been stashed away in safes and dug pit in different locations in the country. Yet the vast majority of the populace are wallowing in abject poverty. When people are filled with poverty mentality and mindset, and wrong value system, they steal to enrich themselves, and without a good value system, people eventually perish even though they might have acquired wealth. If wealth is not established on the right sets of values, it leads to destruction of the society. This is a typical scenario in most underdeveloped and developing nations that are aspiring to attain civilization. How can we help our nation to avoid these basic mistakes? How can we transform our nation and lead it towards the path of civilization? How can we take responsibility for our nation and build a civilized nation? My sincere desire is that you will carefully study this book and do everything possible within your capacity to live by the principles that I will be sharing in this book. Civilization has to be created in each and every one of us through transformation of our mindset and mentality, and we must be determined to apply the principles of civilization that engenders us to the path of building a civilized nation. Join me in the journey of this book as I systematically share these principles with you and how you can apply them to your everyday life and thereby guarantee a transformed and civilized nation. Irrespective of how bad or terrible your nation or country might be right now, these principles will guarantee to work and change your nation to a civilized one that you will be proud of, if you are ready to apply the principles in this book. In addition, I will strongly recommend you to get my other book, Who Am I? Why Am I Here? This will show you how to discover yourself. It will help you create your new self, which will align with the principles of a civilized nation that will be shared in this book. This book is a manual that can heal and restore nations and can also propel the transformation and building of a civilized society we all desire. Enjoy the ride with me in this book. Practical recommendations on how to read the book. This book has the power to change your life. Oftentimes, when we read a book, we make a decision to put to practice its recommendations. However, few weeks later we completely forget about such decision. You may have heaps of knowledge in your head and still not know how to apply them. Many thoughts and ideas in this book will not be new to you. The question is, what are you going to do with it? Here are a few useful tips which would help you to turn good intentions into good actions. 1. Read this book several times. While reading, make halts to ponder thoughts. Ask yourself how and when you can apply these advices. Once you study this book, you should reread it monthly by giving few hours a week to it. Make this book your desk companion. 2. Mark it and take notes. Keep your pen or marker right at hand. Mark the lines or paragraphs of the book. This could boost your ability to memorize things. Take notes of your own thoughts right on the margins of this book. Make it your very own. Marking stuff helps you to make reading more fun and helps you easily find great thoughts and ideas you might wish to apply to specific areas of your life. 3. Reread all the marked paragraphs. Marking the book makes you easily find the best thoughts in it. In order to make this book useful, you need to keep reading it. Let those marked paragraphs inspire you to improve your own life. People tend to forget. The only way to keep the right information in your head is to read it over and over again. 4. Immediately put to practice new principles. Putting things to practice allows you to memorize and understand what you read. One cannot teach you something, but you can teach and educate yourself. This means that education is an active process. The best way to study is to practice. If you wish to master all the principles described in this book, practice them as often as you can. If you do not apply them, you would surely forget them. Your memory stores only those things which you practice. 5. Prioritize your education. Pick 1 to 3 ideas and start your work. Start continually practicing them until you develop a new habit. It is only when you keep on practicing what you learn from this book that you can develop new habits, and then it forms part of your subconscious mind, where you automatically do what has formed your habit. At the end of every chapter you will find golden truth that has been summarized for you to learn. You will also find some tests to evaluate yourself and your skills, as well as practical tasks which would help you to put things to practice. They are not just for reading. If you would like to maximize your benefits from this book, you need to start applying them within the next 24 hours. Otherwise, you can get so busy and forget about your decisions, which would imply that there would not be the desired changes in your life as this book intends. From my years of experience working with people, I know that most people would do the tasks just to mark them being done. You are not back in school. It's all about your life, which directly depends on how serious you go about these tasks. Please take them seriously, because it's not the author of this book that needs them. It is you. Find a quiet place to do the tasks where you would not be distracted. Maybe you can find time when no one else is at home, or during the night hours when all your family members are asleep, thereby minimizing distractions. Always take time to meditate on each chapter. Go through all the hints you have highlighted. Let them remind you of your new decisions, write them down and follow on with actions. Set guidelines and deadlines for yourself so that you can track your progress with regards to the actions you are taking to affect the decisions you have made to change your life. This will help you avoid procrastination. Find someone you will be accountable to about your decisions, who can become your partner in improving yourself. Write down the start date for this book. Blank. Blank. Let this date become a turning point in your life. Recommendations on how to do practical tasks. 1. After reading a chapter, meditate on the main point that stood out for you in it. Revisit the points that speak directly to you which have been highlighted. Write down your thoughts and your future actions. 2. Start applying them immediately with regards to the decisions you have made. You have just 24 to start doing what you have decided. 3. Set your deadlines and limits for doing those tasks. This would help you to focus on carrying them out. Chapter 1. The desire to have a better life. Freedom is the price paid for the victory over your own self. Karl Motti, Baden politician. Every time Mary came to work, she noticed genuine emotions and anxiety on the faces of her coworkers. All they discussed was made in freedom, Europe, death, liberty. All these things were on the minds of all Ukrainian people in the winter of 2014. Mary shared her friends' emotions and sensed fear in people around her, but she was wondering how were values of a transformed and civilized nation introduced into an uncivilized country without changing the perception of every individual in the nation. She had a friend who traveled abroad in search of greener pasture. She was taking care of elderly people there, and some of them were very mean to her on purpose. They wanted to humiliate her and turn her into a slave because they knew he came to their country because they were poor and underdeveloped in their country. This friend became acquainted with a lady who had just graduated from the university and started taking care of an elderly woman. On one occasion, she had escaped the elderly woman's house in her pajamas because the lady's son wants to sleep with her. Lots of our women have to put up with violence and humiliation for chicken feed. At first they feel as if they were given a fortune. Some girls go to work as dancers and waiters in clubs and pubs, but they later become prostitutes believing they can make a fortune in this way. They offered their body to be used and abused by men, all for peanuts. They eventually become depressed and develop low self-esteem. Finally, they lose the desire to keep on living and might even attempt suicide. Those that still have little courage left in them return to their home country in shame with no money or the desired prosperity they wanted to achieve. They are left with heartaches and pain. That is why Mary could not share those common emotions. She strived to refine herself and change her mentality. As the result, she became a white crow. People called her an outcast because she did not share the same values with the other citizens. Dear reader, this story is so common for most developing countries where people strive to make ends meet in pursuit of financial freedom, but their dreams become shattered when faced with reality. It is not as simple as it may sound or look. To build a transformed and civilized nation, there is need for a thorough self-examination. We need to be ready to pay the price of a changed mindset and mentality. We have to individually make up our mind to change our value system. We have to be ready to change from within ourselves before we can be sure of threading the path of building a civilized nation. However, I have good news for you. Through this book I would get you prepared to change your mentality and mindset so that you can be well positioned to change your country and be an important part of the transformed and civilized nation you clamor for. Today everybody desires and strives for a higher standard of living. Many people in many countries of the world make excuses saying, we were born in a wrong country or in a rotten society, or we were born to a wrong family. Unfortunately, such irresponsibility forms public opinion. There is always someone else to blame, but not me. As the result, people do not become responsible for their own selves, for their actions, for their future, their country or community. The price of greatness is responsibility. Winston Churchill. The role Winston Churchill played in the history of the United Kingdom can never be overemphasized. This is because he understood the importance of taking responsibility for whatever we desire or whatever progress we want to achieve as a nation or people. Churchill understood that there can never be any transformation in a nation without its citizens taking responsibility. We can't afford to stand akimbo or pass blame on other people and expect to build a transformed and civilized nation. To build a transformed and civilized nation, every one of us must be ready to pay the price. During his time as the British Prime Minister, people in the UK failed to take responsibility. He discovered that there was no way Britain can become great without people taking responsibility. As a result of his foresightedness, he was able to set an example for the Great Britain, especially during the Second World War. Churchill did not wait too long when he was called upon to lead the British people during the Second World War. Dear reader, I don't know what you have in mind towards your nation with regards to its transformation and civilization. But I am certain you desire a better country and a civilized nation, and as such the question you should be asking yourself is not what this country has done for me or what has the leaders of this country done for me. You can't afford to sit down, fold your hands and kept asking for what you can benefit from your nation. You should rather be asking the question, what can I do for my country? How can I contribute to building a transformed and civilized nation? To live fulfilled life, therefore, you should start asking yourself what you can do for your country or nation. Developing nations lacks one common attribute, which is the ability to create a civilized nation without placing too much emphasis on acquiring wealth and riches without a transformation in the people's value system. To have a healthy nation, the foundation must first of all include a healthy personality, i.e. people willing to take up responsibility, people that use their initiative to act rather than waiting. Those who truly love their country by showing it in their action, and not those who just profess to love their country by words of mouth. In order to become such people who know how to transform and build a civilized nation, we should adopt the right value system that will become our beacon. This is the idea behind this book, and its purpose is to unveil principles of transforming and building a civilized nation to many people in this world, and to shape their inner value with a new cultural orientation. This will form the foundation of a transformed and civilized nation in each and every person in our country. The success of this dream will depend on how solid this foundation is in the mind of the people. For some, having a community is seen as a safety conclave where, at least, they pass the blame to someone else. Others view community as an opportunity to impact the country's future by helping to resolve problems in the society. Lack of action and indifference to lives of others makes people want to look for excuses. People wish to avoid the blame of their indifference, so they put the blame on the community, state or government. They take interest only in those things which directly benefit them, and they care nothing for the rest of the world. But there is exactly what the community is. When our lives focus is on ourselves, we care less about other people's problem around us, and the entire society will reflect this pattern of thought. As a matter of fact, our community is just a reflection of human action and behavior. This is the more reason why we can't blame anyone else for our woes and way of thinking. We should rather blame a selfish and egocentric way of life and our indifference to the societal problems. This goes to buttress the idea that every nation deserves its ruler. We are all responsible for the state of our nation and for the future of our nation. Our actions today determine what kind of country we want to build for ourselves and for the future generations. The prices of civilization that we see in developed nations in the world today were paid by the previous generation who stood up and took responsibility to build those nations' values. Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln was a man who changed the history of his country. Join me as we learn vital lessons from the life history of this man. He was determined to overcome whatever challenges he faced. His life was full of lots of challenges. As he was overcoming one challenge, there is another one waiting for him. He has lots of misfortune in his life. Early in his life, he never experienced a genuine motherly love. He had several misfortunes, like becoming bankrupt twice. He contested for several political positions and lost 8 times. Despite all his challenges, he managed to become one of the greatest presidents in the history of America. He made a decision to live his life for the benefits of others. He had enough education, and despite his defeats, he attained his goal. If you study the history of the countries that have lost different wars, you will discover that they did not lose their inner conviction to seek a higher standard of living. A good example is Germany after the Second World War. Germany was completely torn apart and devastated after the war. However, their story is different today, and they have come back to be one of the leading countries in the world today. Their defeats create a strong desire that made them only stronger, smarter and more united. Now they have been able to build a transformed and civilized country, and the rest of less developed countries rely on them. So if things are not the way we wanted our country to be today, we should not lose hope in our conviction, but rather we should stay true to our conviction and fight for our inner changes to become transformed and civilized, and translate these changes into actions. Are you ready to become one of many and be a civilized person, not only by your passport, but by your convictions? Or are you willing to be a part of RUC? If you choose the first option, then let's move on. In many countries today, people desire to become civilized without really having the right understanding of what it takes to attain this status. They don't have a proper understanding of the values and culture of a civilized nation. People wanted an outward change without a corresponding inner change of mindset and mentality. A man's feet should be planted in his country, but his eyes should survey the world. George Santayana, philosopher and writer. Surveying the world is not just trying to see the superficial way of life of people and tries to copy it to improve the standard of living of the populace. Surveying means seeing the foundations of every country, its principles and value base. In most cases, people migrate to civilized country in search of a better living condition without realizing that they can actually transform and build civilization in their own country. They don't realize that they can create the same better living condition in their own country. People do not understand that Europe is not just a geographical location. They go in search of better life, leaving behind the birthplace. What they have failed to realize is that east or west home is the best. There is no place like home. OECD researched and came up with the list of the rating of the most desired countries to live in the world. 1. Australia. 2. USA. 3. Sweden. 4. Denmark. 5. Canada. 6. Switzerland. 7. The Netherlands. 8. New Zealand. 9. Luxembourg. 10. Finland. A joke. Back in 70s, an immigrant from USSR went through customs. He took a parrot abroad and the custom guy asked him how old was his parrot. He said, "The bird is 300 years old." The custom officer answered, "You can't do it. If it's 300 years old, the bird has a historical value for your country. You cannot take it abroad." "What should I do then?" "Well, if it was just a stuffed animal or a carcass, you could take it out." Then the parrot spoke to his owner saying, "I don't care. Make a carcass or a stuffed animal of me, and just take out of this country." Dear friends, how do you like this story? Have you ever imagined your suitcase and visa in your passport or your departure? You may not carry there to be a carcass or something else, you just want to leave this country. It's a pretty common desire to live in well-developed countries, especially for those who are unable to succeed in their own country and believe they can change by changing their location. Of course, we do get influenced by our surroundings, but if we do not make any efforts and do not see the opportunities in our own place, how can we hope the world would change us? It's just an illusion. Nothing can happen without our efforts. We cannot transform and build a civilized nation just by moving to Europe. When John moved to London, he believed he could make a better living for his family, his wife and his teenage son there. He couldn't find a good job in the city. At some jobs the wages was low, at other places the demands of the jobs were too high. Sometimes he thought the job was too humiliating for him. On one occasion, shortly before he traveled abroad to London, he met his childhood friend who had just bought a new car that he sent back to his home country. His friend said, all this was possible because he migrated to London in search for the proverbial greener pasture. John followed the steps of his friends. He applied for a visiting visa and was granted to travel. He even looked through websites searching for a new car. Unfortunately, after 6 months he was deported back to his home country because he did not have the required visa to work in London. He could not succeed because it was obvious he was not adequately informed and prepared before emulating his friend to migrate to London. He was not aware that to be able to get a good job, you must have the required working visa, which was different from the visiting visa he applied for. As a result, he was disappointed in himself and he became the laughingstock of his community. He became so ashamed that he could not come out to relate with people anymore, and eventually he became depressed and decided to commit suicide. Country borders cannot change our attitude. It can be changed only by our personal efforts, and these changes would transform us regardless of our location. As the saying goes, no pains, no gains. Are you ready to become transformed and civilized living in your own country, city or town? If you do, then let's gain a deeper understanding of what civilization is and the requirements for a country to be classified as a civilized. Civilization entails the attainment of the following goals. 1. Securing liberties. 2. Safety. 3. Law, contribution to economic and social growth. Only a country that is ready to be transformed in their economic and social growth can become civilized. For a country to attain civilization, there are certain requirements that must be met. Certain sets of requirements are necessary for a nation to go through the transformation that is needed for building a civilized nation. I will like to ask you a question. What is your opinion? Do you really think as a nation we are ready to build a civilized nation? Are we ready to live by the required principles of a transformed and civilized nation? How ready are we to ensure we provide personal safety to people's possession? Can we maintain safety of lives and property? In many cities in our country there is hardly anything that is safe in the community. We have to build houses with gates and burglary proof. You can't lost your personal belonging or wallet and expect to find it. Even when people find it, they will rather not return it to you. You cannot leave your bike at the store because it gets stolen. If people were to find someone's wallet with money, they would never return it to the owner. They take the money and goes to church to give testimony that God has supernaturally provided for them. This nation has to change in order for it to be transformed and civilized. Otherwise we would not be able to achieve the better life we all desired for ourselves. In every street we need to be hygiene conscious. We must never throw rubbish carelessly everywhere on the street. We must make conscious effort to keep our environment clean. If you have rubbish on your hand, keep them with you until you find a proper bin where you can throw it. Our street must reflect the kind of life we wanted for ourselves as a nation. If we really desire to be civilized, we must make effort to be disciplined to keep our environment clean. We can't afford to litter our surroundings with dirt and expect to build the civilized nation. We have already mentioned that our country is all about community and people-oriented. This means all the requirements are not meant only for politics and economics. We have to set our mind to ensure we live by the requirements of a civilized nation. The principles of a civilized nation, like freedom of expression, fundamental human rights, rule of law and democratic principles, are criteria for building a transformed and civilized nation. The changes have to take place within every person, and only then the country may become a worthy candidate for attaining and building civilization. These changes are not outward, such as stylish clothes, prestige education, or luxury cars. The changes must take place within every individual. They have to come out of our hearts. They should not take a form of outward pomposity. No, it should be a change of heart, not an outward change. At last it's a vacation time. Ruby sat in the touring agency. For many months she dreamed of this vacation. In few weeks she would be in Spain with her friend. It took them a long time to get ready for the trip, and they decided to dress in a sophisticated manner so that they would not appear shabby and silly in the city. They decided to choose their dresses every day. They were really surprised when they arrived at their location. They discovered that people there were dressed in a simple manner. They appeared like queens in their attire, like the rest of the Eastern tourists. They did not know the language and had no chance of learning something new about the country of their visit. This story reveals that becoming civilized goes beyond dressing in a sophisticated manner. It is essential that we have the right education and enlightenment. There is also the need to seek knowledge and information on the required changes for building a transformed and civilized nation. We need to be prepared to learn new language and appreciate other people's culture. Therefore, it is our self-education, transformation and personal growth that defines how transformed and civilized we are, and rather than the treasures we possess. Principles of a transformed and civilized nation. When we talk about a transformed and civilized personality, we should look behind the curtains of outfits. What really matters is the inner values and principles that guides our decisions and way of life. Transformed and civilized nation principles includes 1. Personal freedom of word and choice. 2. Personal opinions. 3. Desire for success. 4. Value of inner richness. 5. Freedom from the opinions of other people. 6. Responsibility and labor. 7. Thinking outside the box. 8. Deep respect for people. 9. Well-developed ability to self-analysis. 10. Rule of the law. No nation can achieve these principles in isolation. Nations consists of people who create certain culture and climate. That is why we can influence our nation either in a positive manner or a negative way. For instance, if we live in an apartment building with other 50 families and there is a problem with the main staircase to the apartments because it is old and has not been properly maintained, and the residents decides not to do something about it, saying it none of their business, the result of this kind of attitude is that the building will become inhabitable for everyone when the stairs begin to fall apart. As a responsible person, you can take initiative to call everyone in the apartment together to discuss how to solve the problem. This is how you can begin to influence your society. You can't afford to turn a blind eye as if you can't be bothered about the dilapidation of your building apartment. You take up your share of responsibility to make a change, and that is what influencing your society means. Without an iota of doubt. A community is a close cooperation among people, and it involves building up relationships with people whose foundation is contingent upon individual values that are being constantly acted upon. So we can boldly say that a community is based on people's actions, activities and principles, and these reflect on the community and the society at large. Invariably, becoming transformed and civilized has nothing to do with the geographical location of the nation, but it means the change of laws which comes from within each and every individual. It is attained when every person in the nation has come to the realization of the power they possess to change their attitude from within. To be free is nothing, to become free is everything. Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. A country that has been granted political independence by their colonial master might be regarded as free. But come to think of it, does this really mean they have become free? Though we might say this country is free, but if the people have not really removed the mentality of bondage or limitation from their mind, they have not really become free. In line with the subject of building a civilized nation, personal effort must be made by every person in a nation to ensure that they have been liberated from their mindset and mentality. Becoming free takes a mind shift to truly embrace the freedom that is guaranteed in the principles of a civilized nation. When a nation has truly become free in their mindset and mentality, they can become responsible and chart a formidable path to their transformation and civilization. Furthermore, being a part of civilization does not mean that we have truly become a civilized nation. If we are still bound by our outdated, archaic convictions and values system, then we cannot say we have truly become civilized. These two positions basically mean being a part of civilization which does not take an active involvement of individual. But becoming civilized is an active verb form, which is an action that allows us to claim out positions. Thus, my dear reader, our desires should not be based upon words but rather upon the actions which prove to the whole world we are worthy to become a transformed and civilized nation. In many cases, people blame others in their failure. They were born in a wrong country, in wrong family, or bad conditions of life. This attempt for self-justification points out unhealthy societal principles. As a rule, people who try to justify themselves are the ones who have no idea their present-day success and their future equally depend on them. That is why they do not show any initiative, activity, or do not assume any responsibility. They keep on blaming society and their failures and wait for the changes to come from outside. If our desire is to have a better life, we should leave behind this type of the self-justification mentality and start taking up responsibility. In a healthy community, each person seeks the opportunity to assume responsibility for any problem he or she might see and fix it, or at least try to do something about it. For example, in America, the number of homeless people has grown over the years. People noticed this problem and started providing help to such people. Just in few years, they have organized residential projects for the poor along with catering, budget clothing stores, and community pharmacies. People have organized all these things to improve the situation in their communities. They did not wait for the situation to improve on its own. That is why today in many countries of the world state welfare programs collect large sums of money to cater for such needs. They put on freedom in the community. Shallow men believe in luck. Strong men believe in cause and effect. Ralph Waldo Emerson, U.S. poet and philosopher. Every developing society goes through a tough and contradictory transition stages as they move towards becoming civilized. These stages are characterized by massive changes taking place in all the areas of people's life, minds, and mentality. Those people who realize that things really depend on their personal changes and the common change consists of such smaller personal changes, aim to create new healthy societal principle. In the initial stage, people smoke at the bus stops and spit on the streets despite the facts that children are watching them, and we wait expectantly for our cities to become clean and neat. People give bribes to take advantage of other members of the societies. They bend rules and the laws for their own selfish gains. They establish connections with the law enforcement agencies to avoid prosecutions for their offenses. Any result has its initial cause, and every cause leads to certain results. In our case, the people of this nation cannot change by desire alone. We have to change our social values in our own selves. Many people expect their government to change or the country to improve their standard of living, but this will not happen. As a result, people get frustrated and keep on complaining about the government. This vicious circle continues until there is a change that has taken place from within. It is only when this happens that only the results of such invisible inner changes would become evident on the outside and in the nation. If I keep on expecting something, but do nothing to attain it, how can my life possibly change? There is no use in such expectations. No one but us can really help us. This illusion of false expectations consumes our time and opportunities offered in each and every day of our lives. Martin Luther, the reformer, did not expect someone else to come and change the world. He knew he was the one to change this world and proclaim the gospel to his nation. He did not linger, but instead he bore the brunt, not being hindered even by the fear of death. He was moved by his love for the truth. His actions were impacted by his values. He knew the authorities have perverted the truth of the gospel. He saw the rule of the material things and did not sit there waiting for a miracle to happen. He was insulted by the ungodliness pervading around him, and he acted without hesitation to address the problem. He wrote his 95 Thesis describing his view on church's role in people's salvation and sharply criticized papal infallibility. A new branch of Christianity evolved from his actions and brought about hundreds of world-class reformers. The Bible became translated into different languages and millions of lives obtained salvation through the truth in Jesus Christ. Are you ready to become your own reformer, the reformer of your life, your family, and your community? How about your country? If we really strive to attain civilization, then it's about time to give up our old ways of life and start the process of transforming to become civilized in our nation. Shaping the nation. Just as Emerson stated in the quotes above, there is no result without a cause. The present state of our community is just a result of certain causes. We will discuss them later on in this book, going around 100 years back in history. This would help us to discover the causes which led to such results and the ways to change those causes. Imperial rule nation formation stage. Back then the society was formed based on cultural and spiritual values. Of course, we had emperors or rules with a variety of positions, values, and ideas. However, if you take a closer look at this stage, you would see that it was based on religious, educational, and cultural development of the society. People's rights were secured. They had the freedom of speech, media, meetings, and unions. Russia had a growing number of political parties. Thousands of periodicals were printed. October Revolution nation formation stage. The community has changed, being impacted by Bolshevism. They strive to obtain the rule by all means. Bolshevism is based upon this belief: a man should have all he deserves. People deserve ruling, farmers deserve to possess the land, and work people deserve to possess the factories. The authorities have defined people's occupations and have adopted a regimental approach to community formation. Oftentimes people begin to see their history only years after, when all the emotions die down and they are dealing with the consequences of their mistakes. Most people live by their emotions. They do not seek to understand the causes of their actions, they just follow common rules. They copy the next man and get trapped by the system. Many a time you can hear people saying, "Well, in Rome, do as Romans do." Those who seek to attain their goals by manipulating other people are just fine with such a mentality. Authorities thrive on the lack of individuality in persons, and it becomes so much easier to manage and manipulate such people. Such people are in bondage to false freedom ideals. They do not have any influence in reality. The lack of desire to manage your own life and actions, staying in line with as the next man position, opens up the door for society to control our lives. Such lifestyle has been cultivated in the former communist countries for many years, and the aim was to control every person by directing their actions and through forming false values. There is better example to give than George Orwell's Animal Farm. If you really wish to understand what has happened in 1917, read this book. Then you would see how those events have impacted us. We have turned like that just because social foundations were destroyed. Without analyzing the situation, you cannot really comprehend why we are like that. As illustrated in George Orwell's Animal Farm, farmer is cast out of his farm, imperial rule is taken down, and the authority is passed on to animals, revolutionists. Animals did not make everyone equal. They wanted to be more important, and this desire became their ideology. At first, the life at the animal farm did not change. They all had similar goals and desires. Later on, some animals have become the rulers. They wanted to be more important, to have more things. At first, they have all made a decision to follow their commandments and to keep them. Later on, new authorities started changing the rules, leaving out some of the farm inhabitants. Those animals were so busy working that they did not even notice these changes. They thought the rules were always the same. Here are the 7 commandments of the animal farm. 1. Whatever goes upon 2 legs is an enemy. 2. Whatever goes upon 4 legs or has wings is a friend. 3. No animal shall wear clothes. 4. No animal shall sleep in a bed. 5. No animal shall drink alcohol. 6. No animal shall kill any other animal. 7. All animals are equal. Gradually Napoleon, the main character, changed those commandments one by one, all but one, the last one. But even this last commandment did not remain unchanged. Here is what it was turned to: all animals are equal. But some animals are more equal than others. The story ended in tragedy. The new elite were formed at the farm: pigs. Pigs cease being any different from people, and people cease to be any different from the pigs. The moral lesson of this story is not to get deceived and not to think that new politicians would first of all take care of you and your well-being. The formation of the society depends strictly on us and our actions. They determine what type of society we form, whether it is a healthy one or the one like in the animal farm. I do not mean to hurt someone's feelings by saying animal farm. But I would keep on using this comparison in the book as an illustration of an alternative to a healthy nation. I picture this example just to get you a very colorful metaphor. It would help to analyze present-day events that take place both in our country and in other countries of the world. Such events always take place on Earth among humans. Each and every one of us should gain a deeper understanding of things to find his or her place in the community. Maybe such a blunt comparison with the animal farm would motivate someone to start creating a society with healthy principles and values in our country. In a study on our background up until recent past, we have memories of events that trigger complex emotions. For some people it brings good memories, while on others they would rather want to forget it as quickly as possible because of the suffering they had to endure. Soviet Union community formation stage. After the revolution of the early 20th century that unites several countries with the socialist ideology, the Soviet Union was created. People strived for freedom, but instead they got into bondage afterwards. They change names, but the reality doesn't change. The goal of creating USSR was to make equal conditions for all people regardless of their peculiarities or individualities. Just think of this phrase: one person should not live better or worse than others, just live like anyone else. If someone did not wish to be equal, if people crossed the limits, they were condemned, called dissidents, and exiled for many years. Such things should not happen in any society. The sense of human existence is about being not like anyone else and longing for better life, changing and being flexible. We strive to be different regardless of other people might think of us. However, for the animal farm society, such people are the threat. They have the power to damage the system of the false freedom, which creates limits for people's lives. Here is an example of a free life, of someone with high values, of someone who is not willing to be a part of ruck. Alexander Solzhenitsyn, Soviet and Russian author, playwright, publicist, poet and politician. Solzhenitsyn got arrested. Military censorship has got his letters to his friend Nikolai Vitkovich, which contained criticism of Stalin's policy. He spoke of falsehoods in Soviet literature, and he was prosecuted and sent into working camps for 8 years and permanent exile. It's that simple. Solzhenitsyn was a free man both in his community and in his speech. He did not agree with banning of the freedom of speech and wrote a letter to the Fourth Soviet Union Writer Conference. An excerpt from the letter read below. To the General Committee and Conference delegates. To magazine and newspaper editors. May 16, 1967. Our writers are not allowed to freely talk about human and social morals. To get explanations to social events or to analyze historical experiences of our country that has been suffering for a long time now. Books which could express people's wise thoughts and have timely and healthy effect on spiritual or social life of people are banned or maimed by paltry, egoistical and short-sighted censors. Only after 20 or 30 years we have been given back Bune and Bulgakov, Platonov, Mandelstam, Voloshin, Gumilev and whoever the next ones in this list. Someday we will acknowledge Zamyatin and Remizov. We always wait for this crucial moment, the death of the unwanted writer, and only sooner after the death we bring his books back and start explaining our mistakes. Just a very short time ago we were not even allowed to name Pasternak. Now he is gone and his books are being printed and his verses are being quoted at various festive events. Pushkin's words came true: they can love only the dead ones. Solzhenitsyn is just one example of a morally free person, for whom mental bondage was worse than any exile. But all the people who did not support government's work and policy shared his destiny, those who remained faithful to their own selves and did not follow common rules. That's what has happened to people who did not keep silent over the things that took place in the country. This is not just an example of an extraordinary man. It is an opportunity to come to a realization that if we want to live in a transformed and civilized nation, each and every one of us should be willing to suffer the rejection and stand upon his or her convictions. Are you ready to pay a price for your convictions and be a minority? Are you ready to be rejected in order to build a transformed and civilized nation by your values? Are we ready to stand against the entire animal farm? Defeat is meant for weak and lazy people, those who are willing to give up even before the battle. They would never taste the victory and see their principles prevailing over the social system. If we wish to transform and build a civilized nation and have a better life, we should take a firm stand and reject all the past negative reactions and habits that are not in alignment with the principles of a civilized nation. We talk about how people affect their community. Why not mention the firm beliefs of Soviet people in the bright future? Lucy Jones is an elderly lady who lives in a small village in the central part of the country. Every time you engage her in conversation, she mainly talks about the past and of her good life during the Soviet rule. She remembers how hard she worked on the fields tilling the soil, how she enjoyed rebuilding her village and restoring her country. She keeps on saying, "What a good life we used to have." And she really means it. She knows of great hunger only from the words of her mother and grandmother, who have survived those horrible times. She believes that the hunger of 30s of the 20th century was caused by imperial rule and capitalists. Presently this woman has turned 74 and she lives in need. She blames those who caused USSR to fall apart. She has lost whatever little money she had on her Soviet bank account. Is this lady wrong in her convictions? Here it is, she fails to analyze the link between causes and consequences. She has not developed her values. Being a white crow in the community has an advantage. If we see the negative things that take place around us and keep silent about them, we are not free. We do not dare to become a white crow just because we pity ourselves and value our comfort in life more than our country's future. However, if we desire to transform and build a civilized nation, we must stand against the injustice, comfort, and old habits. We have to think and analyze, we have to even criticize in order to avoid the past bondage from coming back. People had suffered a great deal of trouble during the happy Soviet pastimes, and still they firmly believed in this illusion. Presently people have hard time acknowledging their mistakes and keep on justifying this slavery mentality. They do it not because they wish to remain loyal to any political party. They do it because their leadership abilities were suppressed and they have no particular personal opinion. That's why our parents and even many young believe were brought up in the false freedom. The consequences of such freedom and its illusions are what we are going to discuss on the Signs of a Civilized Nation. It's so crucial for many to realize that human freedom in the society is not about justice of economic reforms, it's not about passing new laws or projects. First of all, the freedom comes from the reforms that take place in human hearts, from mentality reforms and from the desire to live fully. To be yourself and to have your own opinion on things, it's the ability to stand up for what you believe. We will take a look at the example of people in Israel. People in Israel have something called hazla, or natural impudence of behavior. In order to succeed in Israel, one has to get rid of modesty she is used to and cultivates this impudence inherent to all Israelites regardless of their country of origin, age, education or gender. All Israelites are pretty sporty. For instance, you may come to some institution and find no chair at the clerk's table. Do not expect him to offer you a chair. Just take any chair you see or go into another room and fetch you a chair. Such persons are viewed in Israel as self-starters. 5. Freedom is one of the major character in transformed and civilized nation. You can find it wherever you go. We have to learn to be like that today. Nonetheless, some people think, I'll do it later, when I get there. This means we are not ready to transform and build a civilized nation. It is a good saying, never put off till tomorrow what can be done today. It's hard to learn how to swim when you are drowning. We might drown in our own illusions. To avoid it, one has to become independent even today and not to wait for an invitation. One machine can do the work of 50 ordinary men. No machine can do the work of one extraordinary man. Albert Green Hubbard, American writer and philosopher. An extraordinary man, a white crow, can be of great benefit to his or her community. These unusual people have provided us with a glow lamp, invented by Thomas Edison. We admire paintings and sculptures of Michelangelo. We listen to awesome music created by Beethoven, Mozart, Tchaikovsky. All these things were created by extraordinary people and no machine can substitute them. A while ago people called them mad, seeing their hard work and pursuit of their ideas. Even today people who do not fit in within the limits of unhealthy society are called white crows. They are rejected and condemned. But no one really knows what these people can become tomorrow, especially getting to the healthy principle society, where their individuality and remarkability has the chance to shine through. Our next example is Ted Nelson. When he was 23, he studied in Harvard and had an access to the university's computers. There he started to create an unusual text application, where all the documents were linked to each other. Nelson had big ideas. He aimed to store all the knowledge in the world in such a fashion that nothing would be ever repeated. It is not hard to understand why Nelson was obsessed with such an idea. For the most part of his life he suffered from attention deficit disorder. The medicine he took for it caused severe side effects. Nelson had always had many ideas, but he kept forgetting them, being distracted. It is well known that Nelson used to carry multiple notes, voice recorder and video camera. He used all these things to fight his disorder, and at one point he rented a storage facility to keep his endless notes in. His dream was never meant to come true. He had no money or team and he was ill. But he keeps on looking for solutions for his problem. He is a crank, but his ideas might get through and revolutionize IT technologies. 6. Have you ever met people whom you thought to be mad or who had funny ideas? Most likely you thought they lived in the world of fantasies. These people are extraordinary and they leave a trace in the communities. We have to learn how to be such white crows, extraordinary and unique. Regardless of what people might think, you are special. We have to get used to the idea that many civilized people are unique in their looks, in their ideas and actions. We have to take them for who they are, not trying to judge or call names. In civilized nation they have no such thing as a white crow, rather they have celebrities. While in the animal farm community there are such things as a beggar on horseback, white crow, dark horse, a whole zoo. In the healthy principle society you are just special, you are a celebrity. You do not depend on the opinions of other people, you aim to attain your goals and can move straight ahead. You conquer a peak and have the ability to go against the flow. There is a way out, we have to master this, we should not limit our ingenuity or suppress it. On the contrary, you can become a star in your community or even society. In one type of community such a person may become a dissident, while in another, he becomes a hero. Who do you really want to be, a true transformed and civilized person at heart, or someone in the mask, hiding and conforming to the animal farm community? Any community which values personalities becomes well-developed, prospering and open to innovations. It becomes influential on the global level. That is why value principle is based on respect for any person who is the part of a transformed and civilized community. Unfortunately, not all the people know how to respect others, but those who master the art would soon reap its good fruits in their lives. There is the way out. The respect is manifested by acknowledging the uniqueness of another person. Instead of seeing your advantage over them, you see his or her individuality, specialty, and know how to bring it out. You should not just remember that person as being very charismatic. You should be able to tell them about it. Do not just think good words about other people. Speak them out. Then the person would gain more self-confidence about his or her talents and abilities. Blindness as the past relict. John used to work in the farm. He even got bonuses for his work, such as long-hoped-for hotel voucher to an overboard hotel. He got a chance to visit Germany and roam its cities for a whole week. The first incident took place at the customs, when half of his luggage was taken out. John has taken much time and pains to put all these things together. He got some drinks along with canned food and open razor for his tour. He was boiled over the fact. How come would not they let him take the things he needs for his trip? The second incident happened when he found out that his local currency was no good abroad. He had to exchange it, but he knew not how to handle the task. The biggest surprise was the people, who did not look like him at all. Their style and clothes were so different. Of course, John did not understand a word of what they were saying, but he scrutinized their appearance, thinking they were making fun of him. He saw everyone smiling and finally he realized that this is just their style. Once John has decided to take a walk and got himself into a trouble. Walking in the park, he noticed that one of his laces got untied. He placed his foot onto the park bench and started tying it up. Someone has come up to him and touched his shoulder. For the first time our personage has met a local policeman, who tried to tell him something. The interpreter got there on time and explained John what the problem was. John got fined. He had to pay some money, but he never understood what he was actually fined for. It was just a usual type of behavior for his country, and he had no idea that such things could cost him money abroad. This was just a trifle of he had to go through during this tour. He was balled up. Stores, shop windows, clubs, all the people on his team spent their time running from store to store enjoying the variety of local products. John got home as a hero. He brought a new pair of fancy jeans and some presents for his family, along with chewing gum, candy and perfumes for his wife. Dear reader, do you think Europe is happy to have such guests? Such Johns are only too common for the animal farm community. Such John lives in each and every one of us. It's not because we all are narrow-minded. We were brought up on different set of values and with a lack of principles. John has gotten to a different reality of life with its own rules, habits and culture. And still he remained the old John, created by our local community. It is true that a person may leave the countryside, but still remain a peasant. If you are not ready to change your mentality, you would never understand how to be a transformed and civilized person or live in a healthy community. There is the way out. Examine values of a transformed and civilized society. Learn from the experiences of wise people and try to become a transformed and civilized person today, regardless of where you live in any continent or part of the world. Dear friends, our bright future was over when the president signed the agreement to leave behind Soviet Union. In 1991, Ukraine has become independent. What do we have inside being independent on the outside? Let's talk about it later on in this book. Rebuilding community formation stage. The communist rule is over. However, the community created by this rule kept on existing for many more years. The outer ideology was destroyed, but its essence in the form of values was passed on to the new generation. Today, many countries have left behind the Soviet rule and attained some freedom and stimulus for development, but the people of local communities remained in bondage of false values, longing solely for financial well-being. Here is an example. People in USA have fought for their freedom and stood up for it despite the pressure caused by England. They have taken up their responsibility and changed the history of their country. At first it seemed like a complete disaster. They have lost some land in their fleet, but they fought a good fight for their independence and won their freedom, proving their power. The country has won its freedom due to the strong will of its every citizen, who refused to live under the pressure of UK government. However, in our country the freedom has not come because of the lack of conviction. Today all people of Ukraine are concerned with the wholeness of the country. Today we are moved by the desire to have freedom and get a better life. Our land is in danger. There are many conflicts taking place. Still, we have to understand that the majority of people have done nothing for this country during the 23 years of independence. We did not build our society upon healthy principles. We did not reform our values. We just lived on the past memories and after the old ways of life. We expected things to come on their own. We did not impact our communities and did not acquire freedom values. We did receive the independence, but in our hearts we remained the part of the old system. For example, in healthy community a person aspires to self-development and self-fulfillment through creating new services and business. People wish to overcome the limits and go beyond the bondage to be free inside. They create new projects, they start businesses and want to be self-employed, they master time management. Although, at the animal farm things work just the other way around. They all have the right to be free, but they all look for the limits and boundaries. They want to work for someone else and have no free time. They do not wish to risk or take up the responsibility upon themselves. It's so much easier to work at a factory morning till night and have confidence in the wages. These people are limited by their own fleshly interests, food and clothes. This is the animal farm that lives within the person. They are afraid to be free and to take up the responsibility for their own selves and for their country. This is what limits us today. Communist system has formed such an approach to labor, when people do not have to do any thinking. The political party would take care of everything from their birth to death. People obtained all they needed. For instance, they would get higher education, but after the graduation they had to give at least 2 years and work for their motherland. If you work at a factory, you get stable pay and once a year you get to go to a seaside vacation. However, if you disagree with the party, you get excluded. You won't get a new apartment or a good job. You are on your own to survive. The community suppresses the free will of people. We had all kinds of limits to deal with. If you accept the rules, you get accepted by the community, otherwise you become a dissident. We need to pay attention to what people offer us. It's only up to us to decide where to live, where to go, how to rest and work, or where to study. This is the main principle of healthy society. In order to become transformed and civilized, one has to take up the responsibility for his or her life and become proactive in everything. We need to become self-starters and initiate things. You get only what you pay for. There is no reason to be a part of an unhealthy community. False ideas have been a part of societies of many countries, especially those involved into communism rule. Such communities have developed a system of ruling people in such a way, when they have no choice and are forced to conform with the political party ideas. People saw no way out of this situation. The community dictated the terms of life by managing life provisions, it dominated the mentality through various doctrines and mottos, it dominated the actions through laws and rules. Animal Farm society was based upon the external factors and traditions. There was no need and no place for individuality there. This is one of the approaches of creating a slavery community, where no person has to think, understand or create new habits and values of life. Everything is included, the way of birth, education, jobs, retirement and death. No one had to figure out how to succeed. The system took it upon itself. It is similar to an automated assembly line. You set the raw materials at the start of the line and they move along the line on a transporter. Every machine does its work, it cleans, it washes, it polishes, it dresses up and you get a product coming out. However, healthy principle society is not based upon the community but rather upon every individual it consists of. The changes that take place within the person affect his or her family, community and country. In the healthy society it does not have such a strong impact upon the personality. On the contrary, people and their values impact the community. Regardless of the position, you may be a president or a factory worker, you have the right to impact the system. Here is another example. Richard Nixon, the 37th President of United States, was convicted of intercepting conversations of other political parties. He was the president and yet he had to stand at the court. He refused to submit certain data and conversation records. In July 1974, the Supreme Court stated that the president has no special liberties and decreed that he had to provide district attorney office with all the necessary recordings. 7. Indeed, this is a healthy community, where values are held higher than any position. However, our society sets aside special privileges. For instance, boss is always right, workers look down at janitors and even husbands look down at their wives. There is no personal responsibility apart from social standing. There is the way out. You need to develop justice value. If I am guilty, I have to suffer the punishment no matter what. In this chapter we will word several crucial points of healthy society formation. 1. We have to change our passive position towards the community and develop a proactive attitude to everything that surrounds us. 2. We do need to become celebrities and stars in our communities, that is if we want to transform and build a civilized nation. 3. Our liberty and desire for better life should be not limited by mottos and attentions only. It has to manifest in our words and in our actions. An healthy society is focused upon material things. It creates, so to say, wraps people in cotton wool and surprises their leadership position. So, we have a choice to make. We may change our personal standing or we may go on living in the Animal Farm type of community. Oksana Golovko, co-author of this book, I would like to tell you that I was brought up upon communism values with all the consequences to deal with. I am 25 and I have never asked myself a question, why nothing changes, why can't I be successful? I reconciled myself to the fact that not all people were meant for success. I am not worthy of it. From my very childhood I got an idea that not all people can be rich or successful. Someone has to live in poverty and work hard. All my dreams would come to nothing, when my grandma said, "Oksana, forget about your dreams. Just live your life and happen what may." I have seen the hard work of my parents. They made some money, but there was nothing to buy for it in the stores. People still remember the affordable prices of that time. I remember a village store. It was large and empty. Some people could buy things there, and my grandma said you needed connections to do that. In the childhood, my parents have never expressed any affection or love for me. They had 3 children and did all they could to provide for us. My grandma used to say, "Become a good housewife, or no one would want to marry you." I was afraid no one would marry me, as if it was the main goal of my life. I was the 3rd child in the family. We were left to our own devices. Our parents have hardly ever talked to us or done any upbringing. All the conversations were formalized. I saw the inconsistency of words and deeds, but I thought this was the only possible reality. I had no other example to follow. I have followed the example of my parents and what they have learned from their parents. After the school, I needed to make a decision on further education. I had no idea what to go for. Once a woman came to our village and told me, "You need to run from here and become someone important. Enter a university, just give it a try. Nothing would ever change if you stayed here." I entered a city school and met many fascinating people. They were free. Still, there were many other people, just like me, reserved and timid. I had the choice to make. I could either become the part of the ruck, or break out of this bondage and discomfort. I have chosen the second option. Today, when I go over my past, I get some lessons. 1. Never consent with the idea that nothing would change in your life. They may say you are an unworthy person. No, each and every one of us is unique. Anyone can contribute to creation of new and successful community. 2. It is all up to me and my actions, and not up to circumstances. You should never agree to follow this life pattern, be as it may. My personal irresponsibility and expectations to obtain something good from others is just a waste of time. 3. Getting married and creating a family is not a solo goal in life. First of all, you need to create your own self, change yourself from within, and become a worthy member of your community. You should not live as a parasite and live only for your own pleasure or for the sake of your family. 4. You need to take a detached view upon yourself and evaluate your thoughts, actions, and words. You should ask yourself some questions and learn how to analyze things in order to change them. You should not tolerate your negative character traces, because you have the power to overcome them. 5. Any victory over your own self makes a progress. Do not agree with the mentality, "Leopard cannot change its spots." Tell yourself people can change as long as they live. This is the truth. In the next chapter we will talk about the true qualities of healthy and fully shaped personality. These qualities have to be obtained in order to become a transformed and civilized person. 1. No society can be shaped on its own. Society is formed by people who live and shape their environment. 2. Any changes can come only through personal changes. 3. People pursued freedom being in bondage. This is not the real freedom. The names changed, but the essence remained the same. This happens when people do not analyze the events. 4. People can learn the lessons from the history only after a while, when all the emotions die down and they have the consequences to deal with. 5. Healthy community is based upon spiritual values, not the financial ones. 6. Healthy society does not form individuals. On the contrary, people and their values impact the society. Psychological test: community and I. 1. What does community mean to me? 1. I have never thought about it. 2. An abstract term. 1. 3. People: it consists of 2. 4. Me. 3. 2. Have you ever taken the interest in your country's history? Have you thoroughly studied all the aspects of it? 1. No. 2. I have studied the history in the school. 1. 3. Yes. I have studied only the things I took interest in. 2. 4. I have studied the history of my country to understand the phases of its formation. 3. 3. What has impacted the place you take in the community? 1. I am the one who impacts my life and determine it. 2. The greatest impact was from my parents. 1. 3. I believe I was impacted by country traditions and mentality. 2. 4. Values and stereotypes of our community. 3. 4. Community changes are 1. Authority change. 2. New laws and reforms. 1. 3. It's patriotism in my opinion. 2. 4. The change of heart of people who live in this community. 3. 5. Are you ready to change to become a full-fledged example for people around you? 1. No. 2. Do not conform to this world, let it conform to you. 1. 3. Yes, I am ready to. 4. My changes are based on Christian values. 3. Test results and evaluation. 0 to 5 points. You have never considered the things that take place in your community and how it impacts your life. Unfortunately, that is why you live the way you do and keep on complaining about things. Take your time to study the history of personality formation and see what you need to get changed. 6 to 10 points. You did take interest in the past events. You have studied the things that impacted the life of people and of the entire community. You do understand that your upbringing and personal habits were obtained from your parents, who lived in a different community. You have time to study national revival principles in detail. 11 to 15 points. You are looking for new possibilities in a self-starter who creates new habits in this society. You do realize that your life has been affected by the past. Your future depends on new changes shaped by you. This is how you can impact your community. Recommendations for your practical assignments. 1. Take your time to meditate upon each point of this book after reading it. Think over the things that touched you the most, the things you have highlighted. Remember your thoughts and write down your future actions. 2. All the decisions you make have to be implemented in life immediately. You have just 24 hours to implement any decision. 3. Set some deadlines to do the practical assignments. This would help you to put them to practice. Practical assignments. 1. How has your community affected you? Write down any habits formed by it. 2. What has Winston Churchill written in the note on his table? 3. Ask yourself, if you live in full-value community, how can you prove it? 4. What new decisions have you made reading this book? Chapter 2. Personal freedom, the sign of a transformed and civilized nation. In the previous chapter, we have talked about the importance of shaping the society and defined the fact that regardless of our past, we can impact the future of our country through our values and become a worthy member of the transformed and civilized community. In this chapter, we will take a detailed look at some of the signs of transformed and civilized nation and their impact on shaping free personality. The only thing I distaste about you is your thoughts. What would people say? People are not responsible for my life. First of all, think for yourself. You are the one who should build up your life. Will allow others and their opinions stand between you and your desires. Theodore Dreiser, American writer and public person. You may wonder why you are what you are. The answer is simple. We differ from our neighbors because we grew up in different families. You read certain books in your childhood, while others did not read them. You were brought up on certain values while others were not. Let's take a closer look at this to gain a deeper understanding. Human freedom of choice. Healthy community. Unhealthy community. Freedom of choice means freedom of actions, freedom of speech and freedom of self-expression. Enslaved will. Slavery mentality. You have to be like others and match certain standards. Freedom means you can tell people what they do not want to hear. George Orwell, UK writer and publicist. Do you have the freedom of action today? Are we enslaved by the public limits of our community? Animal farm type of society, which we have mentioned previously in this book, has no freedom of choice. Even if some people have it, others, the majority, condemns them. Are we allowed today to be ourselves, to take off our masks and be accepted by the community? Are we allowed to differ from others? Unhealthy community has no freedom of choice. Everything is about following taste and decency and ideology set by the party. Oftentimes I hear people saying, there was a time when we had a good life. Soviet people had all kinds of things. I have found an interesting article called, I Want Back to USSR. It was written based on memories of real people. When I think back of that time, I have a feeling of total freedom. My life was not scheduled as strictly as it is now. I had plenty of free time. My parents had a whole month of vacation. If someone got sick, they could stay home. They did not have to go on working. You could go anywhere you wanted and there was no one to stop you. There were no locks or house intercoms, no doorkeepers in every apartment entrance or store. Our airports were fun places to be, where your trip starts, while now they have turned into restricted areas. We hardly had any signs, no entrance for staff, workers only, or no passage. Here is the comment in response of the article. A third, memories oddly change. During the Soviet times there was the abundance of signs, no entrance. However, our childhood memories erase them and replace with the signs we have seen just few days ago. Truly, Soviet community had less freedom than we have today. It's not only about politics. Human life was pre-planned. You start at kindergarten, move on to local school, and then you enter a university or go to the army and find a job. Alternations were hardly possible. The same was true about the household life. We all had meatballs, we all rode the same bikes and went to the same kids' camps. Long hair, leather jacket or jeans could catch an eye of a policeman. All the neighbors condemned such behavior. 8. Yes, we had the elusive freedom, but our freedom of choice was limited. The unhealthy community, where human will is in bondage, you have to be like everyone else. We have used it in our childhood or in school, be like everyone else. Why can't you be like others? Just be normal, like others. Do not stand out of the crowd. When you go to work or meet up with the friends, do you think about your looks? I do not mean how well you look, but rather what might others think of you. Here is an example. Laura worked in the school for 5 years and noticed how dependent she has become of her director's opinion. When she shopped for work clothes, she would always think of what the director had to say about it. She has completely lost her style conforming to the educational system. Even year after she has changed the job, she could not freely pick her clothes. She has developed the fear of rejection. She had a nickname of schoolmarm to put up with because of her style in attires. The freedom of choice makes it possible for us to dress as we wish, to speak what we want and to think as we like, to live as it pleases us. Transformed and civilized nation has no forced choices on how you should look or what you should wear. It all depends on your personal preferences. You need to be able to stay away from judging others, who are free in their choice. We have the freedom to be who we wish to be instead of conforming to the expectations of others. Oftentimes people's behavior in unhealthy community is controlled by their family. The family brings down to nothing child's personality. The rejection fear might be so significant that personality becomes suppressed. People think, I'd rather please the community and live within the boundaries than deal with rejection. Healthy community is where people respect the choices of other people. They respect them instead of judging. Healthy community values your position rather than your appearance. How often would you look at a person and evaluate his or her level of knowledge, will and desire to win? Or maybe you paid more attention to his or her phone, watch, or car. This man was a medicine lab founder and successful businessman. He had a nice family. Still, his workers preferred to think that he was no one and got his business from his family. They were all making fun of him. During the crisis time, this very founder has found a solution on how to minimize the losses of the company and keep up the wages of the workers. Then all the people reconsidered him and stopped counting his money and talking about his parents. They understood he was the man of his word. Many people have no idea how others gain their success and what price they pay for it. It's so easy to misjudge others instead of evaluating their character, knowledge and purposes. This is a true story about all of us. Oftentimes we do not see the positive qualities of people and find excuses for our own failure. We do not see other personalities, but the true value is about being successful regardless of the circumstances. In healthy society, rejection and judgment is not acceptable even in thoughts. Even if people reject or judge you, there is no reason to fight back to them. Those who grow up in a healthy community treasure their personality much more than they do the opinions of others. Being special is important for those who have the freedom of choice. Can you, dear reader, see yourself as a personality with certain accomplishments rather than deficiencies? You may clearly see that women brought up in the healthy community are free in their choice of attire. They dress up as they like regardless of their stature. Unhealthy community women cannot afford to dress up rightly or the way they want to dress because they have certain inner limits. Stout women have to wear sack-like clothes and hide their figure. Now we know why there are so many unmarried women. Wearing these shapeless clothes they become unattractive to men. Many men like shapely women and want to see their figure. There are men who love wearing bright color shirts, red or peach ones. It's up to them to make a choice. They have the right to look the way they want to look. They should not be guided by fear of rejection or being considered gay. If we only follow our community rules, we have no personal freedom and turn into the animal farm society. That is how we call the unhealthy community within us. There is the way out. Think about your looks and style. What keeps you from dressing up the way you want to dress? Have you ever seen a smartly dressed person whose style you liked? Just take it from there and copy it into your own life. Start being yourself. The main goal of a healthy and free personality is to differ from others and to highlight his or her personality or peculiarity as a valid part of the inner self. For example, I have a dark skin and I came to the Soviet Union. Many people would stare at me, but it did not embarrass me. I knew who I was and took this peculiarity as one of my advantages. Once Japan got discovered by the Europe in the middle of the 19th century, this country engaged into rapid upgrading. Nationwide, people experienced a sense of self-deficiency and searched for new identity. In the area of politics, economics, culture, or in the military sector, this deficiency was easy to overcome. Still, they had a hard time overcoming their physical sense of deficiency, and so-called yellow peril myth, widely spread in the West, played the key part in it. As a result, people had to rethink this problem and turn their deficiency into their advantage. Formerly, their appearance was considered to be a shortcoming, their stature, skin color, etc. Presently, they are taken as absolute advantage. 9. Do not get in bondage of the community fear. My words would cause you to rethink some things. I am confident you would rethink your attitude towards the freedom of choice. If you are concerned about what the community has to say about you, just take your time and think what this same community thinks about itself. Community is formed by people and the majority of these people are dependent on its opinion. What if your thoughts are identical? When we worry about being accepted by others, those other people are worried about being accepted by us. So, here is what we have. We all think about ourselves and not about others. Coco Chanel once said, "I do not care what you think of me. I do not think of you at all." Here is what Fana Renevskaya, a famous Soviet movie star, thought about it. A black cat is not concerned what gray mice have to say about it. In short, do not worry about people's opinions, which cannot affect your destiny, decisions, and your position. Are you a personality or a rock? You have a choice to make to remain the same or to gain an understanding of one of the healthy community principles and become free in your choice. You may become eager to change and to tell others around you that being a person and standing out of the crowd is normal. Here is an example of free personality of Poland, Leszek Balcerowicz. Many politicians and public people around the world know the price paid by this person for his freedom. Leszek Balcerowicz was an active politician. I would like to touch on several aspects of his freedom of choice. This freedom has contributed not only to his personal development and success, but has allowed him to bring his country up to the level of a transformed and civilized life over a very short period of time. Major Leszek's decision was to save a shot when his country was in big trouble. He was willing to implement radical reforms. He was offered to become Vice Prime Minister and Secretary of Finance. He was the Ministry Committee head of Poland. When he met with the Prime Minister, he did not think of taking up any responsibility. He thought he would just be a counselor. When he heard about the offer, he refused it immediately, but he was given some time to think it over. He decided to take just one day and consider the possibilities. This day was crucial. He understood that many have refused to take up the responsibility, they were afraid to handle it, but he said, "I agree." 10. His decision was not made in favor of his political career. On the contrary, he was thinking only about the development of his country, even if the positive results would become evident only later on. Here is how he explained his position: "If I had a choice to make between a decision that would meet fierce social reaction and rejection, but provide positive economical results, and another one, which would be welcomed by the community, but would not provide the desired results, I always made the first decision." People who know their position and have the freedom of choice not only on the personal, but also on the country level, are not accepted by the community. Most people, who do not possess such qualities, have hard time waiting for the results. They want to get it all now. Not everyone can accept others and their personal choices. Still, Balcerowicz was a man of his word, man of principles. He took up this position when his country was in trouble, but he managed to bring it to prosperity. This is what it means to be a transformed and civilized person. You should not run to another country, where people already have a good life, and stay passive. You should stay here, get active, and take up the responsibility for the future of your country. Presently some view Leszek Balcerowicz as the great reformer, while others take him for a destroyer. Only time has proved his decision to be right, when he said, "I agree," and taken up that position. Many things depend on the personality and abilities to form new concepts. Are you ready to endure this difficult time without criticizing politicians' actions and demanding for goods? Are you willing to shape these new values within your own self to be able to keep up with the development programs? To come up with these programs and to bring solutions to social hardships? The freedom of choice should not manifest itself in person's appearance or looks only. It's not just the freedom of opinions, but the freedom of actions. Most of us have seen people sitting on the floor in the airports waiting for the departure, or those who rested on the grass in the park under the tree. This is the freedom. However, in an unhealthy community, such things are unacceptable. People would rather stand for someone who smokes in public places or drinks alcohol, but they would criticize a girl walking barefoot on the grass. Why should we even ask ourselves about the limits of this country or about the unworthy government? We are the ones who are not free. We lack the position and opinions, and we need to change our standards of evaluation of what is going on around us. How do you react on the free choice of a person, even if his or her choice differs from yours? How hard it is for you to accept that position? Those who demand the freedom the loudest usually have hard time enduring it. Philip Chesterfield, English government leader. The author of this quote realized that unless people are free inside, freedom brings them only discontent and frustration. Those free inside would never boast about the things they have, regardless of the circumstances. The principle of healthy community is to have the right to be yourself, obey or disobey what others tell you to do, and have no judgment in the community. It means being accepted. If you understand someone's choice, it becomes easier for you to understand that person. In the unhealthy community, where people do not understand the freedom of choice, they just try to set limits to something they cannot or do not wish to understand. Church is a great example of this principle. If you live in Orthodox culture, it becomes your only choice. Why people do not even consider the possibility of accepting other beliefs, such as Protestantism. They have no understanding of the subject, but they use this common word cult for all the Protestants. Even if there are things we do not understand, we should not reject or judge them. Before you call people names, do your best to understand them. In civilized countries, limiting religious freedom of any person may lead to punishment. We have to understand that others have right to choose their faith. We should not judge them or call them names. Instead, we have to just accept them. In the world there are 2.2 billion people, approximately 32% of the entire Earth population, who confess Christianity. According to statistics, the share of Orthodox believers equals to 125 to 180 million people. Healthy society is based upon the ability to live after your own values. Even if our values differ, we can acquire what we lack through educating ourselves and gaining new values which were taken away from us during the Soviet rule. Those values include the ability to accept each other, the ability to respect other people, the value of self-development and responsibility for one's words and deeds, the values of true love. Oftentimes people twist the freedom following the own self. Their actions may not be based upon their values. Instead, they are guided by their desires, saying, "That's what I want, I do all I want." As a rule, such approach to life leads to complete disaster. Ted confronted his mother, saying, "I've grown up. I know how to live my life and I'll make all the decisions." He was just 16 back at that time. All his actions were based upon his position and decisions. His mother was a single mother and she could not impact his decisions. All the freedom of Ted was over when someone filed theft complaint on him to the police. He ran back to his mother. He realized that his coolness was just a fake and he really did not want to spend his young years behind the bars. Typically, people who are guided by their desires end up in prison or in all sorts of addictions. To avoid this trouble, you should not follow your desires, but your values instead. If you love to sleep, you may end up becoming lazy. If you love to pamper yourself, you may end up broke. Many nations, whose values are not based on spiritual things, develop pampering mentality. Instead of loving your neighbor as yourself, person sets his or her desires and action in the center of life. It's a road to nowhere for any community, and sooner or later people would end up doing all they can to satisfy their desires. As a result, the crime rate would go up and the community would get overwhelmed with such things as drugs, alcohol addiction, smoking, theft and violence. Such corrupted view on the freedom of choice may bring any community to unhealthy patterns and pursuit of selfish desires. The reasons which limit human freedom. 1. From the early years, parents compare their kids to others and train them to be just like everyone else, suppressing their personalities. 2. When the personality is being shaped, other people enforce children with standard ways of behavior. They cherish herding mentality in kids. 3. Parents cultivate in kids dependency on the opinions of others. 4. Children get low self-esteem, which leads to diffidence in their choices. 5. People become unable to cross the limits and lose their social acceptance comfort zone. 6. People follow social patterns even when they do not understand them. They try to be like everyone else. 7. The freedom of choice is limited where there is no healthy competition and people do all they can to make sure no one would get a better life. There is the way out. Each country with a healthy community has to take special steps to make sure people get change of developing their faculties instead of their selfish desires. Freedom from people's opinions. Healthy community. Unhealthy community. Hardly any reaction to actions and opinions of other people. Common questions to ask: what would people say about me? How would they take me? What would they think about me? I care not what others think of what I do, but I care very much about what I think of what I do. That is character. Theodore Roosevelt, American politician, 26th President of United States. People of healthy community do not really care for someone's opinions. That is why they hardly react or fight back when hearing them. The major principle these people are guided by is this: I know who I am. They are independent of others and their thoughts are mostly focused on their own goals, success or results. If President Roosevelt depended on the opinions of others, he would not have become the president at all. We might have never heard of him. However, he focused on his own character and his actions. Are you able to overlook the opinions of people who do not impact your life in any way, those who do not pay your bills or solve your problems? If you are, then strengthen up your character through self-educating, by setting up your goals and planning your actions. If not, then go on living in within four walls and keep on worrying about what your neighbors, or people on the street, or your coworkers might say about you. Theodore Roosevelt is worldwide famous, and how about you? Here is what Eleanor Roosevelt, the wife of the president, who knew the worth of people's opinions, used to say: "Great minds discuss ideas, average minds discuss events, small minds discuss people." If you depend upon people's opinions, only the small minds are the ones that judge you. Their opinion should be of no importance to you. Roosevelt family example illustrates what it means to be free on inside. These people knew how to shape healthy community signs. They were able to impact the whole world. People who live in the animal farm community are dependent on the opinions of others. They do not follow their own interest and oftentimes ask such questions as, "What would people say about me? How would they take me? What would they think about me?" Such people cannot live a fulfilled life. They always tuned up their lives to the judgment of other people. For example, a young guy in a group of friends is offered to try a light drug. He knows it's no good and that the consequences can be destructive. However, he does not wish to be a white crow and agrees to try it. He is not being guided by his own convictions, but rather by the opinions of other people. He thinks that his refusal would push his friends away from him. There is question to ask: are those the true friends? After all, they are unable to accept your convictions. Then people ask why drugs are so popular. Here is another example. A girl is dependent on how her boyfriend treats her and she agrees to have sex with him because of this fear of rejection. Is love all about being satisfied sexually? No, but the fear of rejection is much stronger than one's opinion or convictions. The fear of rejection limits person's life. Yes, there are many key factors that impact us. One of such factors is our parents, who were brought up and lived in a system where no personal opinion was allowed. They were guided by such phrases as, "Only great people can think," or "Don't talk much." "If you do not work, you do not eat," "We agree with the party's policies," etc. Someone else would always make decisions for people who thought it very handy to get only what they were offered. This is unacceptable in the community of healthy principles, where comfort is defined only a solo goal to make people purpose-oriented, independent of the state and opinions of others. People need to make their own decisions in life. If you are still mourning the long-gone opportunities to get free apartments, rejoice. You got the chance to become the masters of your life and decide where to work and how much to earn. We are bereft of this comfort for a solo purpose to make us free. We have the right to make a choice to become successful or to keep on complaining. There is the way out, the choice and the right are ours. The dependency on the opinions of others is mainly developed during the childhood. Kids get compared to others, they are not praised, or child successes are overlooked. One of the reasons why we are so sensitive to the opinion of others hides in our past. Back in the Soviet times, a communist lady Golda would scold a student for wearing the nail polish. Her teacher would send her to the ladies' room to scratch the polish off with the scissors. Everyone back at that time knew how to live the right way, but hardly anyone knew how to be happy. Another reason is parents' reproach. They would keep on saying, "Why are you so clumsy? Why are you so ugly?" A child grows up and things change, but this sense of deficiency developed in childhood remains with the person for life. An adult person is afraid to stand out of the crowd, as he is afraid to be pointed out and laughed at. 11. This sense deficiency stays for life. So, do not tell your kids how they should look. Do not compare them with other kids, and learn to forget what they used to be yesterday and see them for who they are today and for who they can become tomorrow. Do not tell yourself you are a loser. Set yourself free from the fear to single out and stand out from the crowd. All people are unique. There are no people in the world who are exactly the same. How does one learn to leave out the opinions of others and shape healthy community principles in his or her actions and thoughts? 1. Stop envisioning problems. If every action is accompanied by the thought, "What would others think of me?" you are not the center of the world. Other people are busy with doing the same thing you do. They are worried about what others might think of you. Do you have time to put up an opinion on every person you meet? So, do not worry about something that is not even there. You see my attire, but not my soul. You look at my makeup, but not into my eyes. You know my name, but not my story. What is the worst of all? It is enough for you to come up with an opinion on me, an unknown author. Just think about it. People judge someone's appearance rather than his or her essence. As if you looked at the sea, but saw nothing but water. You do not see the fauna it is filled with. You do not notice the sand, corals or seaweed. You not see anything it is filled with. Oftentimes we see someone and judge that person by his or her looks. We make up the story of their life and call them names. It is sad indeed. Healthy community does not judge someone's appearance. People look at the essence of the person, at their words and actions. 2. Be self-confident. A confident person passes this confidence on to other people. Such people are free and they judge only their own selves and their appearance. Such a person sees the entire community and what takes place in it. It is easy to become confident. You should set a goal and attain it. The goal should not be big. Start with the small ones. For example, today you can help one stranger. During the day you can see the opportunities for attaining this goal. Set a different goal for the next day. For instance, it might be to save $20 and increase your financial stability. Day after day you set and attain small goals. 3. Learn how to control your emotions. As soon as you overcome the limits or just try being self-confident, you would start dealing with a variety of feeling. It might be stress, anxiety or fear or sense of relief and joy. Such condition may be similar to a roller coaster. You need to learn how to handle such emotions. Emotional life may become irresponsible. Living in healthy community requires evaluation of any situation and making future plans. Tomorrow your present emotions would be gone. However, you would be responsible for the decision or action you made following your emotions. In healthy community, emotions serve people and assist them in caring, loving and paying attention to others. They should not be guiding you in life. 4. Take yourself for who you are. If you think low of yourself, others would start neglecting you and trampling you down. If you think well of yourself, people start respecting you. The community as a whole has hard time judging people. The only criterion here is what would others say? Theodore Dreiser. If you keep on condemning yourself, then you would be sure others do not think much of you. In most cases, the reason for this is your own self-perception. People have hard time accepting themselves in an unhealthy community. Look for the qualities that could become your brand identity instead of your debt record. It is only up to you how you would present yourself to the community. Many a time this sense of deficiency is enforced by the community to breed morally weak people, obsessed with their faults instead of their great qualities. It is much easier to manipulate such people with damaged mentality, rather than strong personalities. 1. Define your life purpose. Once you understand your life was not given just to enjoy yourself, you would stop worrying about the opinions of other people. A person from the healthy community, the one who has a purpose in life, is not consumed with thoughts about his or herself. They pursue their goals. A parable. Once a wise teacher was asked about what is waiting for us after the death. He just laughed and said nothing. The disciples asked him why he did not answer the question. Did you notice that the afterlife attracts only those who do not succeed in this life? They need another eternal life to live, the teacher said. So, is there a life after death or not? Asked one of the disciples. Is there a life before death? That's the question to ask, answered the teacher. This parable helps us to understand what people value the least. It's our life. Only few people value every day they have and think about tomorrow. When people are young, life seems to be eternal. The worst thing happens when a person wakes up at the end of his or her life and understands that they have never lived. They have never made any decisions, never had time to become what they dreamed to be. That is what happens when a community limits our lives by comfort and when it makes all the decisions for us, when it enforces ways of life upon people. There is the way out. Develop your own opinion in life and make your own decisions. Then you would confidently say you had a real and fulfilling life. An unhealthy community lives by egalitarianism. If my neighbor got a summer house, I need one too. If my friend's son entered a certain school, my son has to go there too. By all means, we should not live worse than others. The lack of purpose is set for the entire country leads to purposeless lives of individuals. That is what Theodore Dreiser had to say about the unhealthy community, which fully depends on the opinions of others. This community has hard time judging people. The only criterion here is what would others say. Therefore, people in the community as at large lack individuality. The difference of opinion is normal. I have never met a successful person who would succeed due to listening and analyzing or acting upon the opinions of others. Do not worry over what others think about you. They are too busy worrying what you think about them. Arthur Bloch, writer. The time is too short to stop and listen to small people opinions. There is the way out. If you need an advice, go to those who already succeeded in life and can teach you something valuable. Do not waste your time on something unable to change the world around you. In the healthy community prospers only the one who values every moment of life and enjoys the life through setting goals and attaining them. Finland has become one of the most successful countries in the world. This experiment was carried out by a small London research centre called Legatum. It compared 104 countries using several life criteria. Besides the economic factors, other factors were taken into consideration, such as nation's health, democracy, and happiness. Finland is followed by Switzerland, Swiss, Denmark, and Norway. 12. As you may see, these countries are not the richest with funds or resources, rather they are rich by the fact that people in these communities are happy. Here is what it means to be a transformed and civilized nation. It's not to seek your own, but to make the best of what you have and where you live and create your own happiness. Happiness is made out of new victories, attaining your goals. Happiness is your decision to be happy and enjoy everything around you. There is the way out. Do you wish to succeed and live in rich and successful country? Become successful and rich and the world around you would catch up with you. Freedom from cliché and patterns. Healthy community. Unhealthy community. A healthy community hardly depends on clichés or patterns. The best people never stand out of the crowd. For example, people usually say, it's a safe and proven method, or our community does not approve such methods or looks, why risk? Leave things as they are. The mentality of people is subjected to patterns and clichés, it is standard. Only if you put away the opinion of your community on you, you get the chance to know who you really are. Only knowing who you are makes you able to see who you can become. Proker Azorin, writer. After the graduation, Harry, one of the best students in his university, was offered to take the position of electrical substation director. It was a risky deal. He has made a decision to go and try it. At that time he was already married and had a son. The family moved out of a small town to meet their destiny. They were provided with an apartment and all they needed for life. Harry started the work. His wife Irene stayed at home and took care of their son. In a while she has found new friends. The life has become very pleasant indeed. They had a nice place to stay, her husband had an excellent job and Irene had many friends and spent a good time with them. Things were almost perfect, almost. Harry would come home from his work irritated and told his wife how hard it is to be a director. He was responsible for making things done on time even though he could not really affect the process, etc. He could not discuss his difficulties with his boss, he was too prideful to admit his mistakes. He kept on complaining to his family. His parents supported they did not like the idea of him going away to another town. His father has found him a good job at the local factory. They thought their son has to stay there and provide for them. Irene has tried hard to support her husband, she told him it was just a matter of time, everything would come together. However, in his thoughts Harry longed to get on the train and go back home to his small town and have a quiet life. That is exactly what he has done. He worked there for 2 years and then just told his wife that they have pack up and go back. They moved back and lived nearby his parents. Harry took a position at the local factory. He became a shop foreman and was happy with that position. He had nothing to worry about. His life became stable and predictable. He had his friends, parents, and good vacations on schedule. In 25 years Harry went to reunion meeting. Many of his former friends were scattered and hardly knew anything about each other. Harry's friends were really surprised to know that he became a shop foreman. He had a chance only few people had at that time. Many of his old friends have become directors or company founders in the energy sector. Many of them have created their businesses and only few worked for others, like Harry did. When he got back home, he told his wife about his trip to the capital city. He seemed to be frustrated by his life. He noticed that his life was no different from the life of his father, who worked 42 years at the factory and finally retired. All he had was the memories of hard work and his coworkers. When we read this story, can we see ourselves being pressed down by the community or circumstances and forced to abandon our dream? You cannot run from yourself. Wherever you go, you remain yourself. As we learn from this story, this person had his chance in life, but the difficulties made him go back habitual place created by his parents, which limited his abilities. This is a typical behavior inherent to people brought up on the Animal Farm principles, where they prefer to follow life instinct over his decisiveness and miss all the opportunities. Have you ever followed common opinions and copied someone else's experience without thinking things over or analyzing them? If it is so, then you built your life around the ready patterns and cliches. Believe me, if the community is not grounded on healthy principles, it is not interested in your growth or personal changes. That is why you get such high pressure and condemnation. That is why they reject all your initiatives. Finally, you end up following patterns and cliches. You may see these patterns or templates in your phone. When you send SMS, your phone offers you a range of ready messages. For instance, "What's up? I am on my way. I'm fine." It's just a phone, but you have a life to live. Are you willing to live it following ready-made patterns? It is all up to you. We can see how Harry followed his parents' cliché in life. He lived just like his father and was not able to change anything. So, do not think that by saying, "Yes, my life is made by me," you can define its quality. Only personal changes in shaping your character and values can determine your life and help you to become a transformed and civilized person. This is what defines our thoughts and actions. There is the way out. Do not live after the patterns. Move away from habitual reactions, thinking about how you can change the situation, even when it really hurts. Pain is something that can guide you along the way. It's not the ready-made cliches. Behavioral cliché is your reputed reactions to external stimulus. Here is a good example. When someone asks you, "Hello, how are you?" you just answer, "Fine, and how are you?" These clichés can change depending on the mood or character of people that take part in the conversation. Still, they remain pretty much fixed up. These clichés do not allow us to behold the personalities of others. We have already discussed that in the Animal Farm type of community, distinctions and people are persecuted and everyone grays out. Italians make a great example. These people differ from many other nations by their individuality. They hardly follow any patterns. Their desire to be at one's best is not manifested only in their clothes. It is manifested in how they act. They have to show their self-confidence, decisiveness, lack of weakness or doubts. Everyone around you has to see, you are the master of your life, even if you do have many deficiencies. In UK, no waiting in life is a crime. In Italy, it is how people show their confidence and backbone. Italians are always communicating. They speak loudly and emotionally, as if they had to be quiet for a long time and finally got the chance to talk. They all talk at once. Sometimes it's hard to understand if they hear each other. For instance, in the gym, people are working out on different fitness machines and they ceaselessly all talk at the same time. Or, driving the bus on the narrow mountain road, a driver talks a leg out and flourishes his arms about. 13. People of this country have one peculiarity. They value it much and do not allow others to make them look like everyone else. At the same time, they dislike this peculiarity in other people, as if they were the only ones in the universe. If we want to adopt qualities of transformed and civilized nation, we should esteem the individuality in ourselves as well as in others. Let's go back to what Racer said: if you think low of yourself, others would start neglecting you and trampling you down. If you think well of yourself, people start respecting you. Here is what it means to know your uniqueness. This would help you to value yourself, and no outside opinion could become too valuable for you. For Italians, their interest in the world derives from their desire to speak out their opinions and to evaluate things around them. Every person values their precious self in the community. Their opinion is their priority over the opinions of their partners, friends, or colleagues. They started to neglect the others and their community and took extra price in themselves. In a healthy community, people do not follow patterns, but they do not lift themselves up over other people. Healthy community principle is about showing interest to your partner's or opponent's opinion. That is why we have to realize, when we learn how to appreciate others but retain our uniqueness, we follow the principle of respect, which is crucial for a healthy community. We need to learn how to think in order to become a part of our community and shape healthy principles in it. When our actions are guided by our minds, we hardly use such beaten phrases as, "I didn't thinking about it," or "Can you do that, really?" or "Things just happen." When people are following patterns, things start happening in their lives. We can blame others as much as we like, but we are the ones responsible for our own lives. If you want a better life, you should aim to become a professional in your business. No one can live your life for you. Stop waiting for the golden fish, get the fishing rod and get the biggest catch of your life. Strive to attain success and enter your destiny. Here are the main implications of this chapter. 1. In an unhealthy community, where human will is subdued, people live like others and try not to single out. Healthy community is based upon individuality and special faculties of every person. Such individuality is accepted by the whole community as well as by persons. 2. In a healthy community, people respect choice and opinions of others. They respect them, rather than judge them. In a healthy community, people do not judge others even in their thoughts. If that happens, people hardly react to such condemning behavior. However, in the animal farm community, people are afraid to be judged or rejected for their peculiarities. That is why they feel more comfortable when they are like everybody else. 3. In an unhealthy community, people do not have a fulfilled life. Instead, they tuned up their lives to what others say about them. In a healthy community, people have the freedom to be who they want to be. 4. Healthy community principles include taking interest to your partner's or opponent's opinions. On the other hand, in the animal farm type of community, people do not take any interest in others. In this chapter, we have discussed the shaping of the personality in a healthy community through such qualities as inner freedom and independence from people's opinions. How does it feel to live following ready patterns offered by the community? Of course, it is easier to live when the route is already mapped. However, can this route lead you into your destiny or into the healthy principles community? If you live only by what is offered to you on a silver platter, you can never credit it to yourself. Things happen and at times you are happy about the fact, but they come and go. If you get only ready solutions, you stop thinking for yourself and start living following community cliches. Oksana Golovko, co-author of this book, I would like to share with you some more of my story and how the community impacted me. I would like to remind you that I had a choice to become a part of RUC in the university or to single out. And I gave it a try. Till this time, I have never allowed myself to dream or to dare to be a person. What is more, I heard about personality only when I turned 17, when I entered a university to be a psychologist. The changes came hard to me. I was not used to be different. I used to sit quietly and keep my thoughts to myself. I was afraid to bring shame on myself. For instance, when the teachers offered us to ask some questions, I had a hard time stating my thoughts. I had to force myself and ask those questions. This way I drew both teachers' and students' attention. This is how most students found out my name. Only now I understand why it was so hard for me. I grew up in the countryside and was a very active and curious child. I wanted to know everything and asked many questions. Sometimes I would sing for the old ladies on the streets. People liked it until I became a teen. My grandma used to tell me, behave yourself and do not cause trouble for your family. Calm down. We are tired of your activity, etc. People snubbed me and could not take me for who I was. And I was much more active than my coevals. I was an active girl at the school. Teachers would oftentimes send me to the school director, even though I got high grades. No one liked my behavior and my freedom of speech. I suppressed my leadership abilities and let my life drifting. At first I became indifferent to my own self. My priority was to be accepted by my parents, friends or boyfriends. I was never able to do the things I wanted in my relationships with the guys. I always followed their desires. As the result, I got pregnant when I was 19. My personality was not yet shaped, but I married and gave birth to my baby. It seemed like my life was over, because my main mission in life was fulfilled. I gave birth to a child, but still I was never able to take up the responsibility for my own life. I was on the third year in the university, but my studies were of no importance. I had to halt my life and take care of my child. I can remember my feelings back then. I was relieved. I felt that I actualized myself. On the other hand, I had a pressing sense of failure. I did not realize that my whole personality was crushed down. I have just started shaping it through self-education and change in my pattern of actions. However, things went back to old ways when I started the family life. Here are the lessons I learned during that time. 1. Do not allow circumstances to change your intentions. You cannot shape up to the people's opinions, even to those you care for. Everything is possible if you take time to form a core within you regardless of what others tell you. 2. If you suppress your leadership abilities, they get replaced with the indifference. It is hard to root it out, because you get comfortable living with no responsibility and within taking initiative. This way you do not offend anyone and no one offends you. Still your life is wasted. Indifference makes life unfulfilling. It bereft the life of its colors and begets the ruck and grumpiness. 3. Community acceptance is the illusion that shapes the ruck. Why should you change in order to be accepted? You can be accepted as individuality. However, if you are a part of the ruck, you have to tune up to the world around you. You become a bench warmer and watch how others succeed. 4. False ideas about the family. It is a scary thought that unshaped people give birth to their babies and ruin their future. What can you teach your child, or what can you pass on, if you have no idea how to live? We do ruin our children's lives bringing them up by the cut and try method. We teach them something we learned from our grannies, neighbors or mothers, who walk their kids in the park. The community is shaped through the birth of its members. 5. Vanity throws you off course. Oftentimes vanity fills our lives in different ways. Our family life requires our attention and you start acting like others. You wash, you clean, and you cook, etc. That is what life is about. In the reality, women spend most part of their lives doing all these things and forgetting about their own selves. They believe it is their mission in life. Minimizing the hassle in your life can help you find time for shaping your personality. Once you create yourself, you make a great contribution to life. In the next chapter we will talk about how the freedom of speech shapes the community and how it affects the freedom of thoughts, convictions and opinions. 1. A healthy community is the one that people respect choices and opinions of others. 2. In the healthy community, people are independent of the opinions of others. In the developed countries, judgment even in thoughts is unacceptable. 3. If you understand another person, you have no trouble accepting his or her choice. 4. A community where you are afraid to speak out your mind is not free. This has to be acknowledged. 5. People dependent of the opinions of others have no life, they waste their lives. 6. Fear of rejection limits personal freedom. 7. It is only up to you to live your life in freedom or to follow cliches. 8. It is easier to follow a mapped route. But can it lead you to your destiny or to success? Psychological test. My opinion is my personality. 1. Are you able to be yourself or do you conform to the community you live in? 1. I am who I am. 2. I am conforming to the community. 1. 3. I do not care who I am. 4. I was created by the community I live in. But I know who I become is only up to of me. 3. 2. Who or what is the source of information in your life? 1. I get information from different sources, but I sift it. 2. Internet and opinions of other people. 1. 3. News, TV. 4. I search for the information I need to get the full view on things. 3. If you have the freedom of choice, what are you guided by in your decisions? 1. By possible outcomes. 2. By private interests. 1. 3. By my desires. 4. By analyzing and predicting the outcomes of all the possible decisions. 3. 4. What does it mean to you to be like everyone else? 1. To be the rock, to have the peculiarities. 2. Happy middle ground. 1. 3. To enjoy one's life. 4. To act and think on my level. 3. Test results. 0 to 4 points. You have no understanding of your personality and your worthiness. You are fine with the sluggish events of your life and you hardly ever made your own decisions or take the trouble of analyzing your position. Read this book and study healthy community principles. Then you can start building yourself up and take your place in the community. 5 to 8 points. You are a man of moods. If things are tightly related to you, you take time to study and analyze the information. You do have certain difficulties in your life because your personality core is undefined. Make a decision to study this book and get a chance to become a transformed and civilized person both in your heart and in your actions. 9 to 12 points. You are on your way to gaining civilized type of mentality. It is worth the trouble in gaining new qualities. What is more important, you did get the understanding of change principle and realize that your life is made of your decisions. This book would help you to define your way and to make new conclusions and decisions on the fulfilling life in the healthy community. Recommendations for your practical assignments. 1. Take your time to meditate upon each point of this book after reading it. Think over the things that touched you the most, the things you have highlighted. Remember your thoughts and write down your future actions. 2. All the decisions you make have to be implemented in life immediately. You have just 24 hours to implement any decision. 3. Set some deadlines to do the practical assignments. This would help you to put them to practice. Practical assignments. 1. What patterns and cliches you mostly use in work, relationships, or in your family? 2. Who do you communicate following the cliches the most? How does it affect your relationships? 3. How often do you worry about your looks and how they would please or fit your community? If you do, define what it depends on. Write these things down and find courage to confront them. 4. Make a list of people with peculiarities. What are they about? Plan to tell them about their special faculties. 5. What new decisions have you made reading this book? Write down at least 3 of them. Chapter 3. Freedom of speech, an indicator of a transformed and civilized nation. In the previous chapter, we have taken a view on the community through inner freedom. The freedom of choice is not only about the looks but rather about the inner convictions. Freedom is the ability to be free in your mind regardless of people's opinions and of their view on situation or reaction. In this chapter we will discuss another crucial quality, the freedom of speech, opinions, and of how people view self-criticism and self-analysis. Have your own opinion about everything. Always have your personal view on things. Of course, you can make mistakes at times, but a person without an opinion always makes mistakes. Robert Heinlein, American writer. Freedom in expressing your opinion. Healthy community. Unhealthy community. A person has an opinion and knows how to express it. People do not know how to express their opinions. They are afraid to become white crows or smarty pants. An ability to freely speak out your opinion is one of the signs of healthy community. According to our Heinlein, people's opinions guide them in the community. The one who does not form an opinion is ever making mistake and has no fulfilling life. There is the way out. If you wish to have high quality of life, evaluate each situation, look ahead and form a clear opinion. Then your mistakes turn into your useful experience. To have an opinion means to know your arguments, take your stand based on your personal convictions and facts. It is not a hard thing to do for those thinkers and people responsible for their every word. What does it really mean to have and express your opinion? Let's look at an example. Due to this situation in Ukraine, many people are afraid of speaking their minds out. They are afraid to be judged by people. One family took a train from Ukraine to Russia. A girl dared to discuss Crimea annexation. She boldly said that she did not support the aggression of her country in another country. However, her mother, who also took part in the discussion, kept snubbing her. She asked her daughter to keep quiet and keep her opinion to herself. Several times she even brought her out to door portal and tried to tell her what she has to do. However, Our Lady did not keep quiet. She knew how to express her opinion and took her stand. She was free in her speech. When they finally arrived to their destination, the mother told her daughter that she was afraid people would take them off the train and turn to the police as rioters. Whether your opinion is good or bad, if it does not fall in line with the government's opinion, it is wrong. The fear of punishment suppressed people's opinion and bereft them of the ability to express it clearly. That is why if we wish to change our minds, we need to get rid of the fear to speak our thoughts out regardless of the consequences. This is a hard work in the animal farm type of community. In order to win, one has to gain knowledge. If you know and understand the situation, you get rid of fear of discussing it. There is the way out. It is self-education we've talked so much of. Learning makes people wise, so people say. Wisdom casts out fear. Once you get the knowledge, starting speaking your mind out. In an unhealthy community, the opinion of majority is the only right opinion. If you disagree, it means your personal opinion is a priori is not the right one. Alexander Podrabinek in his The Sunset of the Freedom of Speech article indicates that every person has to stand up for his or her freedom of speech. If someone takes away your freedom of speech, they take away your right of the free citizenship. Here is what he says. Federation Council approved the law, which enforced the control over Internet information, including control over bloggers and journalists. A week earlier, State Duma has approved the law of so-called counterterrorism batch. In my opinion, this law is the perfect match for today's trends, freedom of state and bondage of citizens. The next step might impose criminal sanctions against opposition meetings and for the false information proclaimed there. Finally, they will get the common people, who publicly disagree with the government's position or even at home. Criminal Code would have a new clause providing punishment for spreading of the false information, which discredits government and social system. No one would be surprised by such a thing, because we already had it in the past. 14. By forbidding people to speak out their minds, government bereft them of the freedom of thought, word, and of their very life. They are forced to live in constant fear, and this is not a true life at all. There is the way out. We have to have our own opinions and know how to speak them out. We have to support them with the knowledge, unless we wish to go back into our bright past. In the Healthy Principles community, contradictory opinions help people to gain a full picture of what is going on. They can single out community problems and find the solutions for them. The society does not suppress people's opinions. On the contrary, it is formed by these opinions, conclusions, and convictions. Below you can find excerpts of U.S. Justice Secretary Thomas Perez on community transformation and human rights legislation. In order to attain parity, United States had to preserve the freedom of speech. Civil rights are not kept sacred in USA just because of the Congress law on the civil rights, although it was an important step to make. Far more important is the fact that Americans daily would turn on their TVs or radio and hear the words on civil rights of Martin Luther King and other freedom leaders. Their words and actions convinced many Americans that we all are different but equal, and that is what maintains parity. The time has come and the situation has changed. Many considered King's words dangerous and tried to stop him, because his would misbalance communities where the majority attempted to preserve racial segregation. One of the high-profile cases was the case of New York Times against Sullivan, taken up by the Supreme Court of the United States. The court decreed that Alabama state magistrate may not persecute civil rights defenders for publishing announcements which negatively depict police. The First Amendment allowed the civil rights defenders have public discussions. 15. Concerning the First Amendment, we have to understand what it guarantees. The meaning of it is that USA Congress will not 1. Support any religion or make it an established religion. 2. Ban religious freedom. 3. Encroach on liberty of speech. 4. Encroach on liberty of press. 5. Limit the freedom of gathering. 6. Limit the nation's right to approach the government with petitions on settlement of grievance. This is what the healthy community is about, and its responsible citizens, who make sure that this amendment works. If you take a look at our community, you can see how people are trying to get around a law and drive a coach and 4 through. Oftentimes you may hear such words. I had no idea I broke the law. However, the lack of knowledge does not mean you go unpunished. It never stops us, and we still find that solutions. Talking of community transformation, USA Justice Secretary said, "The freedom of speech can be painful, it can be disturbing. However, our experience proved that it is one of the essential components for attaining true national harmony. The same as in music, everyone does not have to play the same pitch. We do not demand for people to support the same ideals. The harmony can be attained by respecting our differences and disagreements, as well as making sure we all abide by the law created after our common principles." 15. As you may see, Western cultures are based upon the law of difference. Which states that each person differs from others and each of them have the right to be unique and accepted by other people. So, being united, the civilized countries accept the peculiarities of other cultures without judging or blaming them. They respect the uniqueness of every culture as their national asset. However, if you take a look at the animal farm type of community, you would see that the majority of people there are affected by the opinions of others without even gaining a personal understanding of the situation. If they disagree, they just keep quiet. Let's take a look at the things that lead to the lack of personal opinions in the unhealthy community and why people with the opinion keep it to themselves. 1. Fear is one of the major factors that stop people from speaking their mind out. It is the fear of not only being punished for their opinions, but the fear of rejection by the community. This fear was mostly formed during the USSR times, when others would write denunciations on people and squeal. People had no chance of saying things, because such free thinking could lead to late-night arrest and prison. The parents would watch their kids and shut them up. You could see fear in the eyes of those parents when their kids would tell things. We cannot remain the same, as we were created by this system. We have to realize how wicked it is. It is a communism relic, and we need to move on and create free personalities within ourselves. The community, where people cannot speak out or even have their opinions, is sick and constrained. It has to be admitted. You might have heard such things as, "Even kitchen wall have ears," or, "No good deed goes unpunished. Less secrets to keep will get you good sleep." These sayings are the part of dependent and limited people. 2. Second thoughts about truth. If people keep quiet because of their fear to be rejected, it means they lack confidence in their opinion. The lack of confidence is mainly based on the lack of facts. Sometimes these facts come from unconfirmed sources or from surface analysis. As a rule, each of us has something to say. However, we do not say it always. We speak our minds out in the presence of not so important people. For example, people at work may discuss certain information with their coworkers, but they would not say a word when their boss is around. People in authority may have more arguments to lie out. This is called the flexibility in opinion. It comes and goes. Does it remind you someone? Maybe it reminds you your own self, or a person whose opinion changes as often as weather forecasts. This is a sign of an unhealthy community, and it manifests the lack of firm position and character in people. We have talked about them before. 3. Unwillingness to break the bounds of propriety. This is one of the key reasons why people do not have their opinion or are unable to speak it out. A person creates his or her image and manner of speech acceptable to the community. Such person is not free. They try to predict the reaction of other people before they speak their mind out. For example, a person might create a thinker's image, although inside that person is a merry fellow and life of the party. However, he cannot behave in the natural way in certain communities and just keeps quiet in order not to ruin his image. The dependence on people's opinions is so great that persons cannot be who they are. People start enacting, and they may even end up with schizophrenia. 4. Kitchen heroes. Many of us know such heroes. Do you know them? Are you one of them? Kitchen heroes. This great title is right for those who do have their opinions but are afraid to speak it out in public. Such occurrence is one of the signs of unhealthy community. These people find their listeners at the kitchen table and tell their speeches. As a rule, they speak boldly, they discuss various political decisions, give advice as they know the right and wrong, or they talk about other people in their community. They look like heroes and no one can say a word against their opinion. They do not take up the responsibility for their words. These people enjoy such conversations. They are convinced of the truthfulness of their words, and happily go to sleep. 5. Susceptibleness to the group opinion. These people may have their own opinion, but when other more eloquent speakers state their opinions, they suppress their thoughts and start supporting the group opinion. As a rule, such behavior is developed in the early childhood, when people hear such things as, "Chuck it. I do not care what you have to say." Or they may have expressed their opinions in the past, but were made fun of. Such people easily agree with the opinions of others only not to be laughed at again. There is the way out. Speak out your mind. People may correct you or teach you how to properly share your opinion. Otherwise, you may never learn it. 6. Waiting for the right decision. This is about people who do not wish to think. They are so lazy that they do not want to develop their minds and grow their intellect. That is why it is so much easier for them to hear ready-made opinions through media, in their community, or through the internet. They do not take the trouble to learn the truth. They just take what they like and use it as their own opinion. Their motto is easy life, easy thought. 7. People who think the thoughts of others. It also comes from the laziness of mind. In this case, instead of personal preferences, people pick the information depending on who it produces and how much of authority this person has. People do not care what they hear, they care who they hear it from. For example, if they hear a person who takes a lower social standing or someone they hardly know, his words are not counted to be true. However, if the same things are spoken by an important or successful person, his words are taken for truth. Nothing is more conducive to peace of mind than not having any opinion at all. Georg Lichtenberg, German scholar and publicist. A person without an opinion does not reflect on things and does not strain his mind creating his position in life. They have the peace of mind because they remain indifferent to life. Their peace is dead, as good as dead. If you do not wish to be dead, then shape your opinion and stop being as quiet as the grave. As we may see, a person who grew up in an unhealthy community has many chances to fail. If we know what diagnosis, we should assign the treatment immediately and make a decision to change. You should create yourself, your freedom, and become a transformed and civilized person on the inside through expressing your opinion. Proper treatment for shaping the freedom of spec. 1. Each and every circumstance in your life has an explanation. Just think about it in an attempt to create your own reality, based on the current events. If you experience financial hardships because of crisis, think where you have made mistakes and look for the opportunities in your life. Analyze things and find people who are able to overcome such crisis successfully. Ask them to give you an advice. Study the stories of great people who created themselves through such crisis situations. 2. First, start speaking your mind clearly in front of smaller audience. The key is to stop keeping quiet. Find arguments and speak them out. 3. Learn how to analyze any situation from different perspectives. Once you hear someone's opinion, imagine just the opposite. Do not limit your mind and make it work. 4. Remember all you hear, but ask a question. What is my opinion on that? You will get the answer. 5. If you do not have an opinion on something, but people ask you about it, you may just say, I do not have enough information, but I'll get it and tell you my opinion on it if you want to know it. Do not be afraid to differ from others. We have talked about what it means to be your own self and to be a celebrity, a star. We acknowledge that our community is unhealthy and is based upon the false ideals. Now I would like to point out the healthy community foundation, such as spiritual values by which a person gains inner freedom. The freedom rules where people have no fear of circumstances or of other people. Back in 2013 on Maidan, over 500,000 people came out to take a stand for the freedom of their country. Here is what the freedom means. The personal fear is of no importance any longer and it does not affect our convictions and position. One of the major freedom aspects and the cornerstone of American mentality is the freedom of conviction and consciousness. Thomas Jefferson, one of the USA fathers, said, "One of the precious blessings we have is the freedom to honor our Creator the way we understand it and the way He likes it." Our first president, George Washington, wrote in his famous Jewish letter that the freedom of religion is the essential right of every person, rather than the privilege given by some people to others. 15. This country was based upon the freedom, which defines the level of life and shapes the community, the freedom, which brings about the harmony between the community and personality. Freedom of speech manifested through media. A survey carried out in 2002 in USA by the First Amendment Center together with the Freedom Forum organization showed that 42% of respondents believe that the USA media has too much freedom. Such assessment is subjective, but it is doubtless that USA legislation provides the best media protection in the world. As the result, intellectual freedom of this country is impressive. USA legislation, which protects the intellectual freedom, mainly consists of freedom of speech and freedom of media laws based on the First Amendment. The USA Constitution passed in 1791. A person gets all the information from reliable sources and the law of the country guarantees 1. Its credibility, 2. Accuracy, 3. Impartiality. The famous USA Constitution First Amendment bans the Congress to pass laws which limit the freedom of word. First Amendment authors have created protection for the media. It was done to allow the media to play its crucial part in the development of our democracy. Media is not to serve the rulers but rather citizens. The right of the government to carry out censor supervision is annihilated. The media is protected, so that it has the ability to disclose state secrets and inform people about them. Only free and uncontrolled media can effectively disrobe governmental lies. 16. Freedom of speech for media is not just about stating someone's opinions. It is the responsibility it carries for spreading any type of information. Also, the freedom of speech for the citizens provides them with the reliable sources of information. As a rule, in an unhealthy community, all the possible information sources are controlled by totalitarian authorities, holding on to the principle, information rules the world. Newspapers, internet or TV become the sources of information. Oftentimes all these sources are subjected to private companies. This means, he who pays the piper calls the tune. That is why in the unhealthy community, media many a time provides false information, which is not based upon the true facts. Thomas Jefferson believed that political freedom of the nation directly depends upon the freedom of media. That is why the state has no right to limit it. Saying it in other words, media is the only real guarantee of our security. In our community, the freedom of media is limited. This means we have no reliable source of information. As we stated before in one of our examples, people are unable to shape their opinions because they rely on the information obtained through media. It is a tricky thing to do, as media can provide false information. Healthy community principle is about carrying out the freedom of speech through the media and spreading out true information in the community. Every word of it has to be true, and false information leads to penalties. This is what the responsibility means, not only on the personal level, but in the society as well. The ability to ask questions. Healthy community. Unhealthy community. Asking questions and finding answers. Lack of initiative. Unwillingness to ask questions. Such questions as what, where, how, but without the search for information. The knowledge comes to those who have questions. Hans-Georg Gadamer, German philosopher. Another healthy community sign is the ability to ask questions. Asking right questions helps us discover the solutions, because solutions come through gaining knowledge. If we do not ask questions, we do not obtain the knowledge. In the unhealthy community, questions are rarely asked because they indicate the initiative taken by people, which may lay extra responsibility. People try to avoid such things. How often do you meet people who wish not only to talk or listen, but to gain more knowledge? For example, I teach on a subject, and after every point I make, I ask people who has any questions. Sometimes among 50, only one may ask a question. People just keep quiet. There are several factors which do not permit people to ask questions because they are limited by their inner deficiencies. 1. Fear of judgment for uncannily asked question. It is always better to ask a funny question than to sit there and keep it quiet. This problem is inherent to people retreating into their shells without thinking of those who talk to them or ask them things. Instead of analyzing things, they do the navel-gazing. They ponder their looks in the eyes of people around them and worry of what those would tell them. They are alone in the center of their lives. That is exactly what the lack of respect means. These people see no one but their precious selves. If they have no questions, they gain no knowledge. How self-consumed they should be. What would others say about me and my question? How will they take me, not to hear or see the things they really need? This is pure and simple egoism. There is the way out. Do not live focused only on yourself. Learn how to gain knowledge through asking questions. 2. Shiftlessness. During the last century, shiftlessness has been shaped in the minds of people in order to get rid of all the rebels and self-willed people, and the consequences we've talked about in the beginning of this book. As a rule, shiftlessness is imposed through such words as "no good deed goes unpunished," or "why do you care so much?" Keep the happy medium. Be humbler than the dust. When people are offered to ask questions, they act as if they never heard it. The shiftlessness annihilates their leadership abilities. That is exactly what the totalitarian government tried to do. If there is no personality, there are no problems in the society. Do you catch sight of yourself when being offered to ask a question and think, how did this come around? You do have something to say, but still keep quiet. There is the way out. If you have something to say, just say it instead of waiting for a good opportunity, or might miss it altogether. 3. Low self-esteem. This is how we express our emotions. Nothing good would come out of me. We underevaluate our abilities, comparing ourselves with others. You limit yourself and take the downward path in the community. It is always better to try and say something than to keep quiet and feel sorry about it. 4. Inferiority complex. Oftentimes people have questions, looks, and do not allow themselves to have a fulfilling life. They are afraid to draw attention to their inferiority. There is the way out. What is more important to you, your inferiority or your opinion? Just speak it out and let yourself free from all inferiorities. 5. Between hay and grass. These people hardly care for the things around them. They are not interested in gaining knowledge through discussion or conversation. They have preferred ways of gaining knowledge. For instance, they hear that love means accepting someone as they are. So, they expect such attitude towards themselves, but do not apply it to others. There is the way out, even two ways out. You may get blown up by all that knowledge you get and keep, and you may end up in trouble. Or you may start acting upon your knowledge, freeing up some space for the new one. In the animal farm type of community, asking questions is bad, especially if they are about the most crucial moments of life. People mostly converse about gossips, they pass judgments on various situations, they chit-chat about people and do ask many questions when they want to know all the details of other people's lives. However, asking this type of questions, where, what, how, with who, or when, is not the right thing to do. These questions only clarification questions. A good question is the one that enables you to deepen your knowledge of the subject. For instance, I hear this information and I have a question. What do I do to stop thinking only about myself and learn how to ask questions on the topic? This is the right type of questions. Here are the following possible solutions. 1. Do not store all the information in chaos in your head. Start shaping up questions for sorting it out. 2. Write down the questions you have, so you do not forget to ask them. 3. Do not live by the opinions of other people. Instead, pursue your goal and ask how to attain it. 4. When you ask a question, you get an answer. This saves you time for the search of the answer. If you ask the question publicly, you get several answers and possible solutions. If we limit ourselves in asking questions, we limit our abilities in life. We have no idea who is sitting next to us. This person might be looking for someone to share his or her ideas with, or looking for the partners for collaboration. A good question is, why are we so poor, if we are so smart? Do you blame your poverty on the society? You should take a closer look at yourself to find the one to blame. There is a joke, if a person answers your question with a question, it means his is a Jew. People say that Jews have such a peculiarity. Yes, people do laugh at things like that, but this is a special twist of those who want to know why people ask questions. A joke. John, why do the Jews always ask questions when being asked about something? Abraham, and why do you need to know that? It's a great example of what you need to know. You need to launch this search on the inside of you. If someone answers with a question, he wants to know why you ask it. They wish to provide you with the best answer and learn something new, because such people are always eager to learn new things and get solutions. What would you say about yourself? Are you like that, John? Most times we keep quiet and try to figure out how to solve our problems. It's easy. All you need is to ask a question and forget about what people might think about you. You do get the answer, even if you ask just one simple question. Few words on the power of asking questions. Judge a man by his questions rather than his answers. Voltaire, great French writer. The easiest way to get an answer is to ask a question. Irish saying, not only the answers got outdates, the questions got outdated too. Ernest Hemingway, American writer. If you want to become famous, ask questions. Jewish saying, do not hesitate to ask questions. It satisfies your curiosity, begets new thoughts and helps creating. Olga Inina. A human is all about questions and the world around us is all about answers. Sort your questions by importance. Start with the most important ones. Then tune up and get the answers. They are everywhere, in all the events and in all the things around you. Boris Akunin, Russian writer. As you may see, the questions are important for the community. The search for solutions resolves problems. For example, if parents had no problem dealing with various addictions in their kids, no one would have created rehabs. And no one would have discussed prohibiting alcohol and cigarette ads on TV unless it would have negatively affected young people. The search for answers has helped to solve many problems. It happened through and different people, who actively searched for answers and asked questions. In an unhealthy community, the personality was suppressed by punishing initiatives. All active people were considered to be social climbers. It is difficult to subdue such people. There is the way out. If you would like to become a man of marked individuality, ask questions and hold on to them till you get answers. In a healthy community, there is the question of the hour. Who do I ask my questions and how do I find answers? try to develop lively and sociable personality instead of collecting knowledge without acting upon it. Developing self-examination and self-criticism. Healthy community. Unhealthy community. People develop self-examination and self-criticism. Every person evaluates his or her actions and motives. Self-criticism and self-examination are undeveloped. Instead of fixing up their mistakes, people tend to justify themselves and be defensive. However, the same analysis and criticism is practiced on others. Blaming people or circumstance for your own mistakes is childish. The refusal of an adult to take up responsibility for their actions takes you one step closer to individuality decay. Bruno Bettelheim, American psychologist. Spoken word proverb. A young man came to a respected elder and confessed that he has belied him. This youth has confessed and asked for forgiveness for telling lies and evil things about this person. In order to teach this young man on how bad gossips, the elder decided to illustrate his deed to him. He said, "You go home and take your feather pillow and cut it in the middle. Then you should go up on the roof and throw the feathers down and come back to me." The young man has done everything he was told to do. When he came back, the elder gave him a new assignment. "Now you go there and pick up all the scattered feathers." The youth blushed. "How can I do it? The wind has scattered them away. They are all around the town now. I cannot do what you bid." "See, my dear friend," said the old man, "you really cannot gather those feathers. We have no idea where they are or what to do with them. They float all around the town and people we do not know step on them. So the words of our mouth are, they get carried away by the wind and we have no idea where they get or who passes them on. We know just one thing, they would surely do their business and we would never be able to get them back. So, my dear friend, take heed of what you say and watch every word that slips your mouth. You can never bring back the words you say. People carry them away and spread them the same as the wind carries away the feathers. Then we say this phrase, "I did not think about it." Or, "You got me all wrong." People who watch their mouth keep on wondering how such things may happen. People who lack self-analysis and do not think ahead are limited in their lives and actions. How often do you turn red because of your words or actions? This is caused by the lack of analysis and self-criticism. We have never been taught these values. We look to blame it on someone else but not ourselves. What if we always act without thinking? What results can we hope to attain at work, in our families or in the community? It would be zero result with negative consequences. We seek out a guilty, as those in the animal farm. The only goal we pursue is to avoid the responsibility and blame it on someone else. Only strong people are able to admit their mistakes. Only sane people take up the responsibility for their lives. Life is the gift and it should not be wasted on justifications. You should evaluate yourself and your life to change it and become a better person. Think about those times when you made a mistake and tried to justify it. Sometimes you would blame it on the lack of experience or you would find someone else to blame. Let's look at an example and talk of the Chernobyl plant catastrophe. April 26 of 1986, the whole world has discovered Ukraine and its small town Chernobyl. Suddenly the Northland countries pinpointed high radiation level. They asked Americans to turn their satellites to the Soviet Union territory. They have found the source of radiation and demanded USSR government to provide explanations. 17. As you read, we have used the words demanded the explanations. It tells us there was no analysis of the situation. Locals did not take care of this catastrophe in their country. No one reported it to the neighboring countries. 3 years before the Chernobyl, during the starting up the reactor at Ignalinsky plant in Latvia, a similar situation has taken place. Moreover, it has reoccurred at Leningrad plant and at Chernobyl. During the fourth reactor start, a critical situation emerged, but at that time the danger was over. The plant workers have put together a report on it. The papers were sent to Moscow to the major designer manager DSA-How. They knew that pressing emergency button A35 could lead to increase in the reactor capacity instead of its turning off. However, they have never come up with a solution for this problem. At that time Chernobyl plant workers have come up with a technical solution on how to turn off the stop button A35 for the lower reactor rods. They have done all the work there in the first 3 reactors. They have offered to make certain corrections in the documents and plans of the 4th reactor. They got the papers back with no corrections made. The chief manager might have forgotten about them or did not pay attention to the technical solution part of the document. 17. Superficiality and lack of desire to study and analyze the situation in search of solutions lead to irresponsibility, which leads to consequence a community has to pay a dear price for. They have gotten another technical solutions for the 4th reactor and sent it over, but did not obtain a timely answer. If the decision would have been timely, there would be no explosion. This tragedy took place, but instead of liquidating it and saving people, they have been hiding this catastrophe for several days. They have searched for the possibilities to hide this massive explosion and decided who to punish for it. This is the community of unhealthy principles and false values. Many people knew about what happened. They all tried to justify themselves and to find someone else to blame to get off with a whole skin. This is only one example on the state level, but how massive it is. Have you ever thought that your undesire to analyze things may end up in both community and personal problems? You may say, no, I am not like that. But we all are like that in different situations. The lack of healthy self-criticism and analysis leads to worldwide problems. Now you know what these seemingly safe words mean. I did not think about it. They lead to actions, results and consequences. There is the way out. If you want to become a person with transformed and civilized qualities, you should understand the value of analyzing things before you take actions. How will it happen? What are the consequences? How will my today's decision affect my community today and tomorrow? This is what it means to be a transformed and civilized person. In an unhealthy community, the fear of responsibility overpowers the value of human lives. As a result, the community and people suffer from it. If we were to take up the responsibility and analyze our actions, events and decisions, we would attain a higher quality of life and avoid many tragedies, wars, conflicts and crises in the world. Healthy community principle is about taking up responsibility and not searching for others to blame. Shakespeare has clearly defined it in one of his quotes, "Forbear to judge, for we are sinners all." Do not look at what others do, judging their actions. Instead, look at yourself and at your own actions. This would bring you closer to the personal changes. Paradoxically, but the animal farm community lacks self-criticism, self-analysis. These ideas are not popular. They are not considered to be useful for the community. On the contrary, people develop self-pity and criticism of others. They criticize and judge everyone around them, but only not their own selves. In the place of self-analysis and fixing one's mistakes, we seek justification and self-protection. This is how people brought up in the unhealthy community usually act. Kathy and Barb are the best friends. They go together like salt and pepper. They grew up together and shared all their secrets, their successes in the school, their friends and their first love. That is when it all started. Kathy was a timid girl and less talkative. She remained in the shadow of her friend. Barb was the life of the party. She was very emotional and easy, falling in love with all who would tell her compliments. She was always in the focus of male attention. When she got her first boyfriend, she realized that he was her destiny. She believed they would be together for good and develop strong relationships. He promised her to get the moon and a star. Barb had a choice to make, to have sex with him or not. He insisted on sex and she asked her friend for an advice. Kathy told her not to do it because if he loves her, he would understand that. On the other hand, if he wants to use her, he would keep on insisting. However, Barb was afraid to lose his care and attention and consented. They have spent some time together, but soon he met a new girl. Barb was left alone to moan over her love and to pity herself. She has blamed him in all her sins and tried to revenge him. She was so ruined about this incident. Besides, she would imagine all kind of bad things about him and threw mud on him. No matter how hard Kathy tried to comfort her friend, she was met with a desire to revenge him. And she started to racket to prove he was wrong and to show him what he has lost in his life. She would have affairs with men and enjoyed herself. Many guys in her town liked her. Finally, she has made a reputation for herself. After a while, Barb has all forgotten about her friend Kathy. She has found new friends, who treated her like two Bob-Tart. She was irresponsible for her life and her decisions and lacked self-analysis, which led her to self-pity due to her own faults. No one made this girl ruin her life and steal from her future. The community did not push her to such a way of life. Her decision was motivated by self-pity, revenge, and emotions. As the result, she lost it all being led by that sense of pity. Only if she had some ability to analyze and criticize, she would have taken lessons from this situation and moved on with her life, learning from this first experience. There is always a choice to make, and it mainly depends on our ability to analyze the events. As we may see, there were only few people in the animal farm type of community who criticize themselves and take responsibility for their mistakes. In most cases, people try to wiggle out the responsibility and hide head in the sand. They blame it on someone else, and that is the typical behavior pattern for those who do not share the values of a transformed and civilized nation. Anyone can tell the truth, but to tell something logical and reasonable and timely is the talent of a few. Michel de Montaigne, French writer and philosopher. Logic and reason reveal the talent of a person it uses to attain success and goals. Such abilities shape the ability to analyze the situation and take a look at it at a different angle. Healthy community is not just a name, it is the development. If you have decided to create a transformed and civilized personality within yourself, start with self-analysis and think what has made you live like that and what does not suit you in your actions. Start developing the ability inherent to healthy community to search for the reason within yourself and not to blame the whole world in your failure. Here are some of the principles we have discovered in this chapter. 1. The unhealthy community has created such conditions where the majority was always right. If your opinion differed from the majority, it was wrong. Healthy community principle is about shaping and taking a stand for what you believe regardless of who you talk to. 2. In the unhealthy community, media can provide false information based on the untrue facts. Healthy community principle is the freedom of speech through the media and true information provided to the community. Every word there has its source, and false information is a crime, punished by the state. 3. In the unhealthy community, a personality was suppressed by punishment of the initiatives. People got trained out of being self-starters and active leaders. In the healthy community, the urgent question is, who do I ask questions and how do I find answers? 4. To find someone else to blame is the main principle of the animal farm type of community. It is done to avoid taking up the responsibility and blame it on someone else. Healthy community principle is to take up the responsibility. Oksana Golovko, books co-author. I go on with my story, and it is hard for me to realize how deep this animal farm community has gotten into me. It is manifested in my mentality, when I set my desires above the desires of others. I blamed my parents, who did not teach me how to live a successful life. I demanded the community to provide financial support for my studies, for my baby and for myself. I blamed the government for their insolvency and thoughtlessness in regards to people's needs. When I analyze my actions, I realize that I have conformed to those circumstances in order to justify my inactivity. When I was a teen, I focused all my attention on my looks. I cared only of my hairstyles, shape, outfits, and believed they would help me to become a successful woman. After having a baby, all this was gone, and for the first time I was forced to face with the facts of life. After the pregnancy, my former shape was gone. I had nothing left. My body refused to serve me. It has become a source of my frustration. For 2 years I had a postnatal depression. I could not understand how those valuable things which had to help me to become significant got lost. For a while my body served as the foundation for my personality. Even then I could not see that the problem was not in what I lose but rather in what I failed to develop. I did not have any desire to work on myself. I did not know what to do and what to change. I wanted to be successful and decided to become a pattern wife. We will talk about it later. Here are my main conclusions. 1. Animal farm mentality would not go away just because you got knowledge and realized some facts. To attain changes, one has to work on his or her personality and on shaping of the character. Character is about thoughts, analysis, goals, and taking up the responsibility for your decisions in life. All our resources should be used for attaining your goal. 2. When you look for someone to blame in your faults, you blame others, but the problems would not go away. Your irresponsibility can be easily blamed on others, or on the government. But no one can be responsible for my life, but me. I am the one who made that decision. 3. Making your looks the foundation for your life is just an illusion. Sooner or later it would get ruined by your own life. When you have no firm foundation in your character, you get easily frustrated and offended, you become egoistic. All your goals and plans get limited by your looks. 4. When there is no firm foundation built on values, a person faces problems and sees no way out. He starts pitying themselves or feeling guilty. Life becomes full of stress, depression, uncertainty, and lack of sense. If you go on with your self-education and building up of your personality, you can avoid the frustration. 5. Self-improvement is oftentimes neglected by the animal farm community members. From our very childhoods we are taught to work hard to study, but self-education is of no value. As the result, people know how to work at their jobs, but they have no idea how to cope with their own selves, their habits, thoughts, and their behavior patterns. When we think of the community, we need to realize its effects on our personalities and the environment you were brought up in, on what you heard and seen, and on what your parents or friends have taught you. You were brought up by that community, but you have the opportunity to change both your own self and the community as well. In the next chapter we will talk about people's inner resources in the healthy community. However, first of all, we should keep in mind that such things as having your own opinion, lack of fear to state it, freedom of speech through media, as well as self-analysis and self-criticism are inherent to the healthy community. 1. Freedom is the ability to be free in one's mind regardless of the opinion of other people, their reactions and view of the situation. 2. The community, where you are afraid to speak your mind out or to shape your opinion, is an unhealthy one. It is not free, and this fact has to be acknowledged. 3. Transformed and civilized countries accept any culture peculiarities without condemning them, they respect the uniqueness of any community. 4. Kitchen heroes are the ones who have their own opinions and standing, but are unable to speak it out publicly. This is one of the unhealthy community signs. 5. Freedom of media is the only true guarantee of the human safety. 6. When we limit ourselves in asking questions, we limit the opportunities in our lives. 7. The lack of healthy self-criticism and analysis leads to worldwide problems. 8. Healthy community principle is to find this cause within oneself and not to blame the world for one's faults. Psychological test: the freedom within you. 1. Can you speak out your mind? 1. Sometimes 2. No. 1. 3. I tell others what I see. My goal is to speak it out. 4. I learn to say what I really think. 3. 5. I speak my mind out, but people do not always take it well. Not everyone is willing to accept the truth. 4. 2. If you were about to tell a different opinion, what would think of before speaking? 1. Would I be able to defend it? 2. Would they condemn it? 1. 3. Who is there to hear it? 4. How should I word it the best way? 3. 5. I think of the arguments to support my opinion. 4. 3. Do you ask questions during the conversation? 1. Sometimes, when I need it. 2. Rarely. 1. 3. No. 4. Yes. I always have questions. 3. 5. I always ask questions. 4. An important person asks for your opinion, but it contradicts his words. What would you do? 1. I'd change the topic. 2. I'd take a neutral stand. 1. 3. I'd lie and suppress my opinion. No. 4. I'd say something to support both my opinion and his. 2, 3, 5. I'd tell what I really think. 4, 5. If you do something, how hard it is for you to acknowledge it. 1. It depends on the results. 2, 2. It is hard. 1, 3. I am not the one to blame. It is the luck of the draw. 4. Yes. I acknowledge it, but it is a hard thing to do. 3, 5. No, but if I do, it could help me to improve. 4, 6. Self-criticism is 1. The ability to tell people about their shortcomings. 2, 2. The ability to see your own faults. 1, 3. The ability to see your own accomplishments. 4. The ability to see your own shortcomings. 3, 5. The readiness to change yourself. 4. Test results and evaluation. 0 to 6 points. Unfortunately, your understanding of free opinion and freedom of speech community has not been shaped. As a rule, you are guided by the opinions of others. You do not shape your own opinion and do not analyze the information because you think it is of no importance. Start creating yourself by creating your own opinion. 7 to 12 points. You are informed and gather this information from a variety of sources, but as a rule you do not share it. Your fear of condemnation is so great that it suppresses your desire to speak. Being accepted by the community is more important to you than your personal opinion when it contradicts the opinion of the majority. By overcoming yourself, you can also overcome the opinions of other people. 13 to 18 points. You have been able to create inner freedom. You have no difficulty speaking your mind out and you do not tune it up to important people or circumstances. You have the chance to teach other people to do the same by explaining them healthy community principles. Recommendations for your practical assignments. 1. Take your time to meditate upon each point of this book after reading it. Think over the things that touched you the most, the things you have highlighted. Remember your thoughts and write down your future actions. 2. All the decisions you make have to be implemented in life immediately. You have just 24 hours to implement any decision. 3. Set some deadlines to do the practical assignments. This would help you to put them to practice. Practical assignments. 1. When do you keep mum the most? Define what stands in the way of being you. 2. What 3 questions would you ask a person in authority? 3. Why are you afraid to acknowledge your guilt? Did you ever had that fear and what was it motivated by? 4. How do you understand Shakespeare's words, "Forbear to judge, for we are sinners all," when discussing healthy community principles? 5. What new decisions have you made after reading this chapter? Write down at least 3 of them. Chapter 4. Human Character, the Foundation for a Transformed and Civilized Nation. Every person is the reflection of their inner world. The way he thinks, so he is. Marcus Tullius Cicero, ancient politician and philosopher. In the previous chapter we have discussed how transformed and civilized community is shaped through the freedom of speech, opinion, proper mentality and communication. It is not an easy task to be free in one's words and thoughts because we were brought up in the community limited by various stereotypes and dependent on the outer factors. Never limit your will, because humans are limitless. Who you become depends only on you and your personal changes. Take a look at Martin Luther King Life and Freedom. He was a black preacher during the discrimination era and he became the first active public person and campaigner who stood up for the human rights of Afro-Americans. He did not keep his dream to himself, he spoke about it everywhere and revealed this dream. He dedicated his life to his dream. Here is what he said. Dear friends, regardless of the difficulties, I still have a dream. My dream has deep roots in the American dream. I dream that someday our nation will raise and stand up to the words of its bearing. We believe all people were created equal. I have a dream that the day would come when the red Georgia hills would see how former slaves and former masters sit together and become brothers. I have a dream that the day would come when Mississippi State, the desert state suffering from injustice and oppression, would become an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream that someday 4 of my kids would live in the country where a human is not judged by the color of his or her skin, but rather by who they really are. I do have this dream today. I have a dream that the day would come when small black boys and girls would take the hands of small white boys and girls and would go together and become brothers and sisters. I have this dream today. I have a dream that the day would come, when all in every valley shall be raised up, every mountain and hill made low, the rough ground shall become level, the rugged places a plain. We will see the greatness of the Lord, all the mortals would see it, such is our hope. This is the faith I carry back to the south. This is the faith we can use to chop the stone of hope out of the mountain of despair. This faith would help us to turn timid voices of our people into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. This faith would help us labor together, pray together and fight together, go to jails together and stand up for our freedom together, but someday we will be free. 18. He did not dream about his desires to come true, or the dreams of his family. He did not dream about making himself happy. He dreamed about the whole community, state, and the whole world. Martin Luther King made the history and laid the foundation for all dark-skinned people in the world. 85 years after his birth, Barack Obama became the president of USA. This Afro-American preacher's dream came true. He spoke the words of faith and lifted up the value of every person in the community. He did not use someone else's dream, he created his own dream and had the inner pin and opinion. Dear reader, it is a raw thing to do, to live for you and to dream of a new car, of repairs in your apartment, etc. Such person would never become a key person in the community. No investors would be interested in such a person and his dreams. If you dream to get a new car, you would get it sooner or later, but that is all there is there. In civilized countries, worthy people are the ones with nuts dreams. That is who people want to work with because they can attain something important and deliver several great ideas. Here is one of such examples. A 33-year-old Kevin Wynn from Massachusetts wished to take a position at some prestige university. He literally took one step further. In the morning, his might-be teacher found a box with buns, a CV and a note on his table. The note said, "Some things, such as Krispy Kreme buns or a good PR manager with engineering and technology experience, are very hard to find in the New England. Today you got both of them." At first it may seem like he has done nothing special. He just tried to draw the attention of this person. It is only the nearest store where you can get those buns is located some 350 miles away from Massachusetts. It is in New York. Kevin started his ride 2 o'clock in the morning to deliver these buns to his boss at 9:30 a.m. No wonder he got the position. 19. Our hero really wanted to take this position. He was willing to go one step further. He did not sleep that night. He risked because he had no idea how that person would take his surprise. But his desire was greater than his inner fears. Living in a civilized nation means that each and every one of us should not have civilized look, but rather should live the way transformed and civilized nation do and strive for success, attain the goals and have dreams. Do you have dreams today? Can your dream come true if you keep it inside your mind or your apartment? You have a choice to make. Take those limits off your mind and become a free, transformed and civilized personality, or agree to live in the animal farm community and live as everyone else. The choice is yours. You are not what you look like. The real you is on the inside. Healthy community. Unhealthy community. In the healthy community, people are not defined by their looks but rather by their inner qualities. Looks are very important. They create your reputation and no one cares of the inner pin. Just few people in the world are smart enough to discern and mindful enough to notice and interested enough to see what is behind the outfits. In most cases, people judge others after a superficial acquaintance and do not have any desire to dig deeper. Philip Chesterfield, UK government leader, diplomatist. In this chapter we will talk about outer and inner personality resources in healthy and in unhealthy communities. I think many of us recognize ourselves in different examples. According to government leader Philip Chesterfield, just few people look behind the outfits. This means the value of people to them is not measured by their inner resources. This problem leads to superficial attitude towards others and to indifference in the community. Have you ever heard in your childhood or in life, when parents or grandparents say, "Stay the pace"? You look is your trump card. Beauty is the passport to success. Fine dress helps to impress. I would like to point out the last one to you. The inner beauty is not that important in the healthy community. People mostly emphasize the importance of the looks. You look at people and see fine outfits. They do the hairstyles, wear fine clothes and brands, fashionable shoes and expensive watches, etc. But does it show at all who we really are? Fine dress does make a good impression on people, but it does not guarantee they would want to meet you again. A person looks fine and neat, but if you dig deeper, there is not much there. Let's clarify how important the look is for you. 1. Does your clothes and their color stand up to the occasion? 2. How much time do you spend on hairstyle and haircuts? 3. How much time do you spend on picking accessories or shining your shoes? 4. How much time do you spend on outfit shopping? 5. Do you do manicure, pedicure? Do you go to beauty shops and gyms? Now, let's ask you some questions on your personal development. 1. How much time a day do you spend on self-education, if you do have to do it for your job or studies? 2. How much time do you spend on analyzing your actions? 3. How much time a day do you spend on shaping your character? If you provide honest answers on these questions, you would understand that your look is more important for you. Yes, maybe these questions are more urgent for women, but men also have things they spend their time on. Do not lie to yourself. It may not be your looks, but it is not your self-education or personal growth either. In the animal farm community, outfits are crucial, while the inner richness of the soul and mind is not. The looks are deceptive, especially in the world of modern technologies. Sometimes you may not understand who you are dealing with, a girl or an adult woman, or, what is worse, a woman or a man. But the most valuable parts of human being are hiding behind the outfits. Those are the thoughts, words, opinions, logic and presumptions. A smart person can determine just after few phrases how smart is the one he talking to. Henry Ford, when he already made his millions, came to England. At the airport information desk he asked for the cheapest hotel in town. The worker there knew him. Back at that time all the newspapers wrote about Ford. Here he was in his old coat and asking for the cheapest hotel room. The worker asked him, "Am I right, are you Mr. Henry Ford?" "Yes," was the answer. The worker wondered. "I read the news and know that your son stays only in the most expensive hotels and dresses well. And you wish to find the cheapest hotel and wear the old coat. Are you trying to save some money?" Henry Ford answered. "I do not have to live in luxury hotels. No matter where I stay, I remain Henry Ford. I am still Henry Ford in the cheapest hotel, so there is no difference. My son is young and inexperienced. He is afraid people would think of him badly if he stays in a cheap hotel. Yes, this coat belonged to my father and it does not matter. Why do I need new things? I am Henry Ford no matter what I wear. The rest is of no importance." For Ford the looks had no value. He was a successful man and he knew the real value of his success and his riches. That is why he answered, "I am Henry Ford no matter what I wear or where I go. I am who I am and the rest is of no importance." If you get rid of all our possessions, such as cars, house, apartment and say just the same words, could you still say who you are regardless of where you are or who you are with? Or do you change depending on who you are with? Only those people who know their own true value can be themselves. There is the way out. You can build up your inner beauty through the self-education. This is what we have regardless of where we go or what happens to us. We are who we are. In the healthy community, inner qualities of a person is what really matter and not his or her looks. The power of words, manifoldness of interest, generalism and positive thinking are important. In the unhealthy community, the maximal accent is placed upon the outfit's prestige and presentable appearance. If you live by your looks and reputation, you may lose the key element, your personality. Healthy community principle is not based upon your looks but on what's inside. People fail to understand it and live by their temporary illusions. They degrade and get depressed. You may ask who this happens. How will you look in 40 years? Your looks would be gone by that time. What happens to female body after the childbirth? It loses its shapes. What happens when your hair turns gray? People misunderstand these things and fail to invest in their own self, in their inner qualities. They do not work on themselves. Finally, we have to face the reality of time and have hard time reconciling ourselves with the fact that the looks are gone and our personality has never been shaped. When Clara met Paul, they decided to spend together their whole lives. Clara was a student of pedagogical university. She was the life of the party. Everyone wanted to be her friends. Paul has never met such a sunbeam. She had her style and a distinguished look among her friends. Tall, blonde, very shapely, that is how she viewed herself. Paul was a handsome guy. Tall, raven-headed guy, and they made such a beautiful couple. Things started to roll, flowers, romance, the big question, I do, in pregnancy. Clara was shocked. She had no time to realize how limited her options are. She could not reconcile herself to a mother's role in life. She could not sleep for several days, talked to her husband, and he promised to be supportive and caring. The pregnancy went well, but Claire saw the changes in her body and they were pretty scary. She was not happy to have that big belly and swollen legs. As months would pass by, she had a hard time enjoying the life. Right before the delivery, she could hardly look at the mirror. Her face was swollen and her nose looked like some potato. She would not go out and count days till the delivery date. After the childbirth, she could not believe her belly remained almost of the same size. Her breasts grew big. She was not happy about her child and still could not look at herself in the mirror. She blamed it all on Paul, who stopped taking her as a woman and cared only about the child. They had a daughter, but Clara had no joy in her life. She refused to take her daughter out for a walk. All her friends would tell her how many pounds she gained. As a woman, she became so unconfident. She retired into a shell and limited her world. Clara blamed it on everyone around her. She blamed her husband in ruining her life. This example shows us how people build their lives on their looks. Then they lose the looks and their freedom, too. They miss the opportunities and limit their success. A person becomes a slave to his or her looks, which change with age or because of other factors. They become real invalids on the inside. Such people lose the ability to accept themselves, their lives, or other events around them. The lack of values limits us and we become unable to be useful members of community if we live by our looks, reputation, and status alone. Just think of Oprah Winfrey. This woman is the icon of success. She has a strong personality and she has created herself. She had many hardships in her childhood, but she had never limited her abilities by her looks. She could have found many excuses and be miserable. In the childhood, she was raped by her cousin. She was a young mother and her child died. She had all the excuses to be depressed. But she has chosen to build up her personality, not relying on her appearance alone. She does not have a model appearance, but her personality is free with limitless mentality. She is the most popular woman in the world. In 2005, Forbes journal set her among the 10 most influential women of the world. In 2007, she became the most influential one, and in 2009, she was acknowledged the most influential persona in showbiz world. In 2010 and 2013, she has become the most influential celebrity. This is what it means to be a healthy principles personality. You do not live focused on your precious self, but you pursue the goal. Oprah did not limit her life by her appearance. She had the goal to help others. She had much pain and frustration in her life, but still she was able to help millions of people to go through life and to believe in themselves. And to get the proper view of the situation. She has made herself able to impact the community and change it. She did not wait for others to come and help her or pity her. Instead, she became a helper to others, even if this help came on TV. There is the way out. Do not focus on your problems, start helping others and you stop noticing your trouble. In the principles of a transformed and civilized community, people do not like to hear about the problems, they want to hear the solutions and hints on solving the problems. healthy community possesses the ability to present its inner beauty to the world. People of a transformed and civilized society. 1. Do not live by their deficiencies. 2. Do not get stuck in their past failures. 3. Do not pity themselves. 4. Do not limit their abilities by looks and appearances. 5. Do not view success as the gift for selected people. In the unhealthy community, people value looks, reputation, and flossing. All these things are temporary, they do not carry any true values. Today you may have a trendy hairstyle, but tomorrow it will come out of trend. There was a time when people were proud to have black and white TV sets. Today there are so many new models that no one really cares what you have. Trendy things pass away and we call them the relics of the past, but the knowledge never comes out of fashion regardless of when you obtained it. There are people who are as fashionable inside as they are outside. Berthold Auerbach, German writer. Inside fashion is the ability to remain trendy and active in any sphere of life, having useful opinion on everything and being interesting to people. No outward pleasure can create you or make you confident. You may borrow money and buy an expensive smartphone for $1,000, but that would not help you get admitted into the new community. Besides, in just few years your smartphone would get outdated. As the people in Apple say, we make billions on youths flossing. Wealth does not define our belonging to the transformed and civilized country. Your social standing purely depends on how much you have invested into your knowledge, intelligence, and life resources. Enrich your individuality trust fund, because this fund would never be at risk of any crises. It would keep on bearing dividends and offering you meetings, opportunities, helping you overcoming the hardships. This investment can make you a free person indeed. A sign of healthy community is the acquisition of inner resources, not the outer ones. The uppermost value is to change you. Healthy community. Unhealthy community. Self-development and character shaping is one of the healthy community qualities. In the unhealthy community, people are trying to change others but not themselves. They pay much attention to their well-being rather than to self-development and self-improvement. You should have your own virtues to see them in others. Madame de Pompadour, French King Louis XV's favorite. As we have told before, no one can define your success but you. If there are no personal changes, do not count on luck. We daily miss our chances in life and in destiny, if we remain the same. You cannot see more than you can perceive. When you grow your personality, you become able to see the greatness of your goal and your imagination starts the work. If you remain an emotional farm community slave, you would never even come close to greatness, regardless of how many visas you have in your passport. There is no use expecting the revolution to change Ukraine without the changes in people. This is self-deceit. We had more than one revolution and they changed nothing. We are still the same. Look at some of the former USSR countries who wish to enter Europe. They did become part of Europe geographically, but have they really transformed and built a civilized nation? Baltic countries lead in Europe in their inflation rates and second economy. According to Johannes Kepler University, Austria, 29% of Lithuania economy, 28.6% of Estonia economy and 26.5% of Latvia economy are in shade. The second economy is formed when people do not pay taxes, hide their income, use contraband goods, drugs, do unlawful business, etc. After joining the European Union, Baltic countries experienced rapid unemployment growth, budgetary deficit and national debt. The youth of Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania leaves these countries and goes to more prospering EU parts. Even country leaders have acknowledged the irreversibility of this process. After entering the European Union, Baltic countries had to cut down their state expenditures in the area of restoring economy, social welfare and wages, including the ones paid to civil servants. 20. As you may see, it is a pretty sad picture. People did not change, they did not understand that those changes are not about words but about deeds. People remained the same, only the names have changed. Speaking of Ukraine, we have to realize that it is not about changing our mottos or convictions, it is about changing the values which affect the actions. Do not put it off till tomorrow. You have today to become a better quality person. For instance, you see how they sell beer to youth. You have seen it before, but today you may start acting in agreement with your values. The law of Ukraine is being broken and you can tell them so. You can stand against such a lawless thing. This is what it means to change today. Many people say, I wish I could go and live abroad, but what would really change if you remain the same? Our heroine Mia thought the same way. She married a person from a civilized country and believed she would move to a new country and become a prosperous and successful woman. However, a month later after her move to another country, she realized it has not delivered the desired impact on her. Here is what she said: regardless of the location change, I moved to that country unchanged, just the same I was for the last 25 years. You can change the location, but unless you change your mentality and culture, you remain the same old Mia. She had to work on herself and her behavior in order to become a transformed and civilized person. It's not just about language. She had to learn to smile regardless of her mood. She had to become active and stop making an excuse. I forgot, it's not my fault, it just happened. Her husband could not understand such things. It was unnatural to him that she could not be responsible for her words, actions or deeds. Mia works on her habits and qualities to become a part of the transformed and civilized community. Today Mia changes herself and develops new actions to fit into that community. She had no hard time understanding something was wrong with her only after she got into that community with different values and attitude towards life. You may not see any reason for change and you may want to be accepted as you are, but it is wrong. Yes, people can accept us for who we are, but they would not want to deal with us. Do not expect to change by just changing your location. Your heart and mind have to change to help you change your country. If you cannot succeed in your own country, how do you know you would do it abroad? Hillary Clinton is one of the American politicians. She said this when she was speaking of economic development of her country. This is the essence of a truly rich country. The path to richness starts in one's head. Have you ever thought of the fact that our country richness does not make us rich? When we change, we enrich our country. There is the way out. Set yourself free from the poverty of mind and stop thinking of the external goods only. Start gaining the richness of knowledge even today. Healthy community principle is all about self-development and character shaping. For the animal farm community, the most commonly heard phrase is, "Take me as I am." It reflects the lack of desire for people to change. But they still hope to change the attitude of others towards themselves. Here is what the Change, Fear and Undesired to Change article says. Take a closer look at elderly people. We live in the 21st century, but their thoughts are focused somewhere in the past, in those old good times back in USSR. The world has changed, but they remained the same. We all are like that: the doctors, teachers, politicians, architects. We guard the knowledge, even if it is false or enforced to us. People unable to change are doomed to try and change their environment. We are not really looking for an opportunity to change, rather we wish to find a creephole to get away. Today many ask, what do I do? We ask doctors, but only when we get sick. We ask this question of our parents or boss, but only after we get fired. We ask it our friends when we get in crisis. We are so eager to find and pursue a good plan. 21. A creephole of life. This is just the type of community we live in. We try to find a way out of situation to keep us as comfortable as possible with no pain, with no loss. And still, we dream to live like in Europe. It's nonsense. Just take a look at Portugal, Greece or Italy crisis examples. The production has stopped, people demand for higher wages, but they are unable to compete with other countries. They are too slow. They should be blaming it on their approach to work, but they have no desire to change anything. For example, such thing as siesta or day rest is incurable. Of course, it is good for those who work on the fields under the burning sun, but what if the entire country lives in the siesta mode for the whole year around? How could this country grow? Siesta is a traditional lunch break time and rest. Spanish politicians offer people to get rid of this tradition and start working the regular work hours 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. They have even put together a special parliament commission and discovered that a workday broken into several parts becomes longer and much less productive than in other countries. 22. But people are not ready to conform with these requirements for their country. They want to go on living as before and hoping that Europe would pamper them. If people need someone to give them a plan, they are not willing to take up the responsibility even for their own lives. Let's get back to Churchill and mention the phrase he used to say, "There is no one else to be responsible." He knew there is only him and he is responsible for many things. Live as the next man. During the Soviet rule, people got pretty comfortable and had no reason to change. They had to live like the next man. In a while, personal desire to change died down and it does not really matter where such a person lives. Owen, 52 years of age. For the last 6 years I go and work in Poland. It's a seasonal work at the fields. I see no changes in my life. I am who I am. I have to pay for my kids' education, so I got this job and ruined my health to provide for these needs. Helen, 46. I go to work in Italy. I am a governess. For almost 6 months I had to live in horrible conditions and only then I found a nice family. I really wanted to go back home, but my family is in need and I had to stay there and look for new opportunities. I see no way I could go on living here. Sooner or later I'd go back home. Daniel and Chloe, we worked in UK for 5 years and got deported. We handled all kinds of jobs. I cleaned at a local cafe, worked in the garden, and cleaned the floors in the hotel. We have made some money, but the price was too high to pay. Our son spent 2 years without us. We got humiliated. Both of us went to college, but we had to wait on people with no education. People who do not wish to work on themselves and their character, who do not set the goals to attain success, remain the same wherever they go geographically. Here is what happens to those who leave the country and find jobs but do not change their level of life or their personalities. Sooner or later they get back home and remain the same. Hillary Clinton is a wise woman. She said that the poverty has to end in our mentality first. Speaking of the Slavs, we have to notice their ability to work hard regardless of the results. They work for the sake of work. The state uses them as workers and offers plans. Here is a parable which demonstrates the irrationality of labor unmatched with the ability to think and plan. One hunter met a lumberman in the forest. The latter bowed down and sawed the tree on the ground. He was sweating and working hard. The hunter came closer to see why the work went too slow and hard. "Your saw has become dull," he told the lumberman. "Why would not you sharpen it?" "Oh, don't say that," answered the lumberman with a surprise. "I have not time to do it. I need to cut down 20 more trees." And he went back to work. It happens that we work much but have no time to sharpen the saw of our knowledge, character. We have no time and no desire to do so. Here is a good question: if we are so smart, then why are we so poor? There is no answer for it. People in the free countries greatly value the personal changes of character. While in the animal farm type of community, people try to change someone else rather than themselves. They may provide their advices on things they have no idea about and still consider themselves knowledgeable. Before you say something to others, say it to yourself. These are Seneca's words, who was a politician. You may ask, how can I do it? The onlooker sees most of the game. How can I tell something myself? It is so much easier to tell it someone else. People oftentimes say, I have a word for you, or, I know this could help you. Take me for who I am or change. We see everyone around us but not ourselves. This also means we do not take up the responsibility for our own lives and wait for the hints from outside. This is how the community starts living, following someone's instructions and ideas. It's pipe dream to expect someone to come and help our country to have a better life. We can fall into that same bondage again and become slaves, even though our masters may have a different name. It may be even the so coveted Europe. The mind poverty phenomenon is so obvious in the villages, where many people still have Soviet type of mentality. The houses are nice and well tended, the yards are clean and neat, but people are so limited in their opinions. If you ask them what they think, only few would provide an adequate opinion on things. Mostly they would feel embarrassed to answer a question. These people are limited in their minds, but are well taught to work with their hands. I do not mean the limited ability to converse. No, these people are limited in their intellectual development or perception of the events. Most of the time, they would use well-learned phrases or TV information or even gossip. There is such a phenomenon. During the soap opera time, all the village streets become empty. All the villagers are watches the movies and feed by what they see on TV. If we like discussing events without making conclusions, we limit ourselves by the obtained information. We do not think of how we can change the events. Certainly we have grown up in an unhealthy community limited by our lives. This means the changes first have to come from insides. We have to change our personal qualities. This is so common in our society, and this fact has to be acknowledged. Besides, our authorities are very much interested in developing such limits in people. They aim to create a certain measure of comfort and cut people out of true information from other countries and their principles. It is enough to keep people within the animal farm type of community. They have no desire to leave the farm. It is so easy to rule such people. One has to only threaten them with removing the comfort, and the majority would agree to anything. We should also mention one thing Hitler said about the ability to rule people. Authorities are lucky to have thoughtless people. The lack of those able to think allowed this small man with many deficiencies to impact millions and impress them with his smart actions. It's easy. In the unhealthy community, people did not really think or forecasted the situation. They just blindly believed his words and were used by those who knew how to rule the ruck. One of the healthy community principles is the ability to analyze everything around you and in your own life, as well as in the lives of other people. Do you always take time to think before you make a decision? Do you make a conclusion and forecast for a situation in the future? Most of us are guided by our emotions rather than by analysis. It's been a year since Maidan of Dignit, as it was called here in Ukraine. Many things have changed during this year. We have lost part of our country. Some people have lost their sons, husbands or fathers. Some people have lost their houses or moved to another region. But what have we gained? That is what Mary thought about in a shuttle bus getting to her workplace. There was a woman sitting next to her. She spoke with a man. Both people were in their 70s. The old woman complained, "Nothing has really changed. We still live in poverty. I am 65 and still have to work to support myself. My pension is so small and the prices go up every day. Those civilized countries are doing well. They have high pension, free medical care, while I have no means to buy medicine. I have watched a program on TV about the developed counties. Their cities are clean, they try to make people comfortable. This is truly a transformed and civilized life. Our streets are littered, prices are high, and we have a bad life. People are frustrated and angry. Soon might have a new Maidan, but nothing would change." Mary thought these words were so true and meaningful. Nothing really has changed in people's expectations or on their understanding. It is impossible to change a country without changing yourself and your attitude towards others and community we live in. Dear reader, we should not be expecting things just to happen. If we become a transformed and civilized community, we would not start expecting other civilized countries to pamper us just because of our difficult situation. We need to attain civilization as a legitimate country ready for changes and reforms, and first of all these should take place in our values and mentality. Let's look at an example of a successful person and see how the desire to change and grow can break us out of commotion and unhealthy community. Yes, this is a hard path to wend, but no one has promised that the path of success would be easy and paved. No, you would have to pave it with your efforts and painful changes of your character, with your willpower and self-discipline. But only your own efforts would allow you to become a transformed and civilized person inside of your heart. The life of famous Walt Disney has started back December 5, 1901 in a family of carpenter and teacher. He was the fourth of out 5 children. At that time, Chicago was known not only as a key industrial city, but also one of the most criminal cities in the States. The policeman murder has become too much for the Disney family and they moved to their father's brother to a small Mercerland town, Missouri. Disney bought a farm there and his son was just 4 years old back at that time. The family had no money for paper and pens, but Walt had a desire to draw. He has found some tar and a stick and drew a house. One of their neighbors, an elderly veteran Dr. Sherwood, paid Walt 25 cents for this picture. The boy drew a horse on a small strip of paper. Walt was not limited by the lack of money in his childhood. He refused to put aside his dream to draw. Nor his family, neither the community could change that. He searched for the opportunities to do what he loved the most. He did not sit there and waited for the opportunity to come his way. All he had was just a desire not supported by the resources. Still, he was able to learn daily. When Walt turned 8, his father started to load him up with the work. The boy would have to distribute the letters and ads of his father's farm. Regardless of the weather, and mornings and at nights, Walt would run around in his old boots and deliver the mail on time. His father would take all the money he made. Walt never complained. He would just take twice as much work and keep part of his wages in his pocket. The desire of a better life pushed our hero to work harder and in such a way that he would get some money of his own. Diligence is the sign of healthy community. Soon his family decided to move to Kansas City. Most poor families would endlessly tour around the America in a search of a better life. There was a huge and rich house in the Kansas City hiding behind a high fence. All this luxury belonged to a private owner and all the local boys loved to get in there. They all wished to find some secret path into that garden and play there. Some of them even wanted to get into the house and walk through its huge halls, scrutinizing the old paintings. Walt has made several attempts to get into that private property, but they all failed. Then he made a promise to grow up and build a huge house with a range of fun activities for kids in a huge play garden. Obviously, that is how he came by his dream, and in 40 years this dream came true in his Disneyland. Analyzing Disney's life, you may see you should not be afraid to do things to make your dream come true. Of course, there were many hardships on the way, but they should not stop us. Our hero dealt with the limited capabilities of his family, lack of money, but that did not stop him in making his dream come true. He proved the community that a person with a goal can do anything. From a boy, our hero did not wait for changes to come his way. He developed his talent and shaped his desires and goals. The fruits of his life are over 100 movies, 26 Oscar awards, Disneyland, and 212 million of his cartoon admirers. Walt Disney did not expect something from others. He changed to become successful and rich. He lives no more, but everyone knows about what he has done. A healthy community is not just about people. It is about people who follow progress and innovations. They change throughout their lives. The backbone of a person is made out of his or her match of the inner qualities with the outer ones. For instance, besides having a fancy car, you should also have nice manners. A glam hairstyle and outfits should be accompanied by a well-developed personality. An expensive smartphone has to be coupled by a person who knows how to keep his word. Create yourself from inside out. This is what you keep forever, when the outer things become useless and degrade. Let's get back to the principles defined in this chapter. 1. In the animal farm community, outer attributes of a person are more important than the richness of soul and mind. The healthy community principles are based upon what inside rather than outside. 2. People in the animal farm type of community live by what they see and take care of their appearance only, forgetting about what's the inside. Healthy community principle is based upon the ability to present your inner beauty through your looks. 3. Self-development is inherent to a healthy community. People aim to develop their characters. In the animal farm type of community, people oftentimes say, "Take me as I am." Still, they expect others to change. 4. People in the animal farm community try to change others. Healthy community principle is the ability to do self-analysis of your own self and of the events that take place in your life and in the lives of others. In this chapter we have defined that healthy community motivates people to carry out personal changes. The success is not only for the rich and good-looking. Every person can become who they wish to be. The personality is the endless well of capabilities. The one who starts putting together this puzzle can see all these chances and create his or her character. That is how the transformed and civilized nations are formed. I go on with my story. I would like to remind you that in order to succeed in life I have made a decision to become a model wife. It was the easiest thing to do. My body failed to serve me. My baby has become an obstacle on my way to success. However, my husband accepted and loved me and I decided to dedicate my life to him. There was no me, nor my personality in these relationships. I have exalted my husband and refused to see his negative qualities. I had no other interests and I lived solely by my love to him. Such situation went on for 4 years and I went to work, brought up my child and served my husband. I was happy and glad to be a part of a model family. I loved being a wife and did not take heed to any signs that should have warned me in our relationships. I just worshipped my husband. I have not placed any efforts into developing my own career. I had no time for it. I had a handsome husband. This funny story had a sad end. I had the only fear in my life, to lose my husband because of my bad looks after the childbirth. I gained 40 pounds. In my childhood the only success accessible for a woman was to marry well. The divorce was never an option. I did all I could to preserve my marriage. Still, when the crisis came, my ideal picture fell apart. My ideal family existed only in my imagination. I started to see some things and realized my husband was not ideal. During the 8 years of my marriage we did not change. I did not grow and remained the same with a bunch of deficiencies and unfulfilled hopes. I was invited to visit a church and agreed. First of all, I realized inside that this was the biggest decision in my life. I have discovered a chance to change my life. I did not really want to work on myself and let the Lord do everything. I went on with my life ministry and believed that the changes would somehow come into my life. The time went by. I had my church work and family. I got into a new vicious circle and got pregnant again. I quit my job and my husband was often time away from home. I was all alone. Suddenly I realized that I do not exist. My personality does not exist. My life consisted only of things placed into me by others. I was really frustrated and decided to change. I decided to become a self-sufficient person. I did not want to stop on my way to success regardless of what happens to me or what comes to my life. There is me and my responsibility for this precious life. Only I can change myself from within and stop living by those outdated values and priorities placed in by my family or people around me. Here are my conclusions. 1. Family success is an illusion. This is how you lose your talents and gifts. Family self-fulfillment is the goal of unhealthy people who have chosen to serve each other instead of serving the community. 2. Ex-tax collector and gospel writer Matthew said, "If you love only those who love you, what is the reward of it?" 3. If the only person becomes the main priority of your life, it loses sense. Besides, your top values are soulish and not spiritual. They make your mind blind and your eyes stop seeing things around you. You fail to see the lack of development, the actions of the one you serve. 4. The most important meeting in your life is meeting with your own self. If you wear the rose-colored glasses, you may not see the true picture of yourself. Still, you may find many years and resources wasted without pursuing your goal in life, without the success. You need to be honest with your own self. 5. Do not hope for someone to come and change you or your life. You may go on wasting your life, or you may start working on yourself and start living. People keep expecting without acting. When you study the lives of great people, you realize that they have become life that due to their actions, personal efforts, pain, mistakes and difficulties. 6. The inner freedom is not a quick thing to get. You have to create it within yourself. You can be free and have your own opinion if you deal with your deficiencies in thoughts and actions. These are not the obstacles on your way. They are the steps that take you up closer to changing the lives of people around you. What good is it to live by your deficiencies? You destroy yourself and get infected people around you. If you cannot be free in your mind, no one else can. In the next chapter we will discuss the healthy community in regards to having quality relations with anything you come in touch with. 1. In the healthy community, any person bases his or her life upon the inner qualities rather than the looks. 2. If you live by how you look and by your reputation, you may lose your own personality. 3. Apple, we have made billions of dollars on young people's flossing. 4. Healthy community sign is the position of gaining inner resources instead of the outer ones. 5. Do not expect your geographical location change to bring about some magic changes. Let your mind and heart transform you to gain a valid change. 6. In the animal farm type of community, people try to change everyone around, but not themselves. 7. Your efforts would allow you to become a transformed and civilized person inside of your heart. Psychological test, healthy community within me. 1. Do you live fulfilling your dream? 1. I am trying to revive the dream of my life, but it is not working for me yet. 2. I am done with dreaming. 3. I had a dream, but it is gone now. 4. Yes, my dream motivates me to attain results. 2. Is your main emphasis made on the looks to attain the success in your life? 1. Yes, it was like that in the past. 2. It surely is. 3. Yes, my looks is my business card. 4. No. It is just a temporary resource. 3. What is the key element to bring the changes about? 1. Discovering my weaknesses and doing self-improvement. 2. I am fine. I have a good life, knock on wood. 3. I have never thought about it. 4. Gaining the backbone and personal character. 4. The inner beauty is 1. Diversified interests. 2. Beautiful thoughts. 3. Great looks. 4. The ability to evoke interest in people. 5. How important to you is to gain new knowledge? 1. Yes, it is, especially for my work's sake. 2. Rarely and only for my personal use. 3. No, it is boring. 4. Yes. This is one of the key things in my life. 3. Test results and evaluation. 0 to 5 points. Your life is limited by your interests. Unfortunately, even the community changes would not help you without the personal efforts. Applying the healthy community principles, which state that the looks is not the main personality characteristic, may help you change. 6 to 10 points. You do try to change, but oftentimes you stumble over your own illusions. Do not live by theoretical knowledge, get some practice. Write down your goal and start attaining it by shaping new habits in life. 11 to 15 points. It is not an easy thing for you to see your own shortcomings, but by analyzing them and re-evaluating your actions, you go forward. Do not stop there. Study the transformed and civilized personality qualities and become successful in the community. Recommendations for your practical assignments. 1. Take your time to meditate upon each point of this book after reading it. Think over the things that touched you the most, the things you have highlighted. Remember your thoughts and write down your future actions. 2. All the decisions you make have to be implemented in life immediately. You have just 24 hours to implement any decision. 3. Set some deadlines to do the practical assignments. This would help you to put them to practice. Practical assignments. 1. Write down the main goal of your life. Carefully study it and start attaining it step by step. 2. What stands on your way of becoming who you want to be? What outer factors determine your status? 3. How much time a day do you dedicate to self-education? How do you plan on developing yourself? 4. What main decisions have you taken after reading this chapter? Write down at least 3 of them. Chapter 5. Kite mark. One of the hallmarks of the transformed and civilized nation. If you work for the present, your work is meaningless. You have to work focusing on the future. Anton Pavlovich Chekhov, Russian writer. We have already discussed healthy community principle, talking about the personal growth in the community. It has to take place not because of your looks but rather because of your inner content. In the healthy community, this quality is highly esteemed in people, free from deficiencies. They build up their lives upon their inner convictions and principles. Transformed and civilized nation. Uncivilized nation. If you do something, do it well. People take work responsibly, even when not being monitored. The key goal is to get it done, and the quality is of no importance. People do things in haste. People are negligible and superficial. I would like to touch on another important healthy community principle, the attitude towards work and its quality. A joke. I miss my former job. Where did you work? I didn't. This joke is about those who wish to be rich and independent without doing anything at all. If this joke is about you, it is not that funny. However, things can change if you want them to. Let's take a look at such a country as Swiss. The quality of labor is one of the top values of this country. It has become its brand identity in the world. Is there anyone who does not know the price and reputation of the Swiss watches? However, the main value is not in their design, but rather in representing the most treasured human resource, the time. In Swiss, they do not sell time, they sell its value. Paulo Coelho said, "You may buy the watch, but you cannot buy the time." The Swiss pointed out by setting high price on their watches and highlight the preciousness of their time. The old-school Swiss tradition is expressed in their attitude towards work. A bank clerk or a hotel administrator would do anything possible and even more to keep their clients happy. They would get them on the phone or communicate via computer to get them posted on all the details. Saying it in other words, they will take it to their heart and take care of things until they completely solve the problem. So, if you ever get in touch with the Swiss workers, be sure they would do anything possible and go an extra mile to please you. Moreover, in this country people have a high level of trust. Oftentimes you may see money boxes where you put your money after making a purchase. For instance, you can do it buying some flowers. In Swiss, people greet each other regardless of personal acquaintance. 23. Here is the type of attitude one develops in the healthy community. If you do something, do it well. It is hardly possible for them to develop a more responsible attitude towards work, and they keep it even when there is no one to chat them up. At the same time, what type of labor attitude is there in the animal farm community? Just get it done. It does not really matter how you do it, just get the result. We have lost the value of the work quality. The volume has become our major priority. We aim to do the 5-year plan in 3 years. As the result, we have negligence in work and a lack of quality in the produce. Are you familiar with the sayings, never do today what you can put off until tomorrow? Care killed the cat, since they believe they pay us well. Let's make them think we work well. Are you familiar with such a thing as negligence in work? Yes? Have you ever done things like that? If you have, think about the fact that all work is equally important. It all really depends on our attitude towards it. Why do you expect to get high-quality job from your dentist when you pay him? However, if you are, let's say, a bookkeeper, you may let yourself be negligible in the work you do. In the unhealthy community, people take casual approach to work. All they want is to get it done as fast as possible and get the pay. Why do people have double standards? Maybe this is just the old habit, when people were ashamed of not stealing things at their workplace. Workers would steal from factories, while their photos were up at the Roll of Honor. We had empty shelves in the stores, but filled up fridges. This is our community paradox. In the healthy community, it does not really matter who you are or where you work. You can be a street cleaner or a director, it is all about your choice. In the healthy community, people develop responsible attitude towards work. No matter who you are, you do your job well. If a man is called to be a street sweeper, he should sweep streets even as Michelangelo painted, or Beethoven composed music, or Shakespeare wrote poetry. He should sweep streets so well that all the hosts of heaven and earth will pause to say, "Here lived a great street sweeper who did his job well." Martin Luther King. This is what the quality means. You work as if everything depended on you. If we are willing to do so, then even today we should start working well, and not only when our boss is around, but also when there is no one to see us. Regardless of how people treat us, we should take quality approach to any work: cleaning streets, doing our job, taking care of our homes, or helping others. There is the way out. If one becomes a person of quality and the one who keeps his or her words, it would cause your company and your entire community to prosper. Dedicated work brings profit about. Everyone wants to partner with such workers. They gain money and city budget grows, meeting the needs of people. If the entire country forms such an approach to work, it would become the richest and the most influential country in the world. Diligence in work is one of the key elements of success. Let's take South Korea example to see the link between country values and its economic development. Economy. Christianity. The amazing economic growth of the Korean Republic began in 1962, when this country accepted 5-year economy development plan. At that time, gross income part of each person amounted to $82 and export volume was insignificant. In the period between 1962 and 1992, an average economy growth rate amounted to 9%. Presently, Korean Republic takes 10th position in the world by its economy scale. After the Korean War, the number of Christians in Korea rapidly increased. In 1940, only 2.2% of the population confessed Christianity. In 1962, the percentage increased to 12.8%, and in 1990 to 23%, about half of the Korean are non-religious. The significant fact is that in 1952 to 1962, the number of Christians among Korean smart-set government and generals amounted to 41%, 32.5% were Protestants, and 8.5% Catholic. At the same time, the number of Christians among the general population in 1960 amounted only to 5.3%. Former Korean economy development was attained due to strong government support, growth increase, export, technology development, and large number of highly qualified and educated people. Even though in the beginning of the century, the number of Christians in this country was insignificant, 1.5% in 1911, they played the key part in the multiple changes which took place in Korea. 24. As you may see from the example above, people's spiritual values are not guided by their desires solely. Their lives now follow such principles as, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not covet your brother's possessions. Saying it in other words, when the community is not based on human principles but on the truth of God, its economy rockets up. In a healthy community, people take responsible approach towards work and its quality. We may look at the example of China. Chinese are very diligent. They hardly have any days off. There are no such words as vacation or weekend in their language. Their only durable holiday is in October, when they celebrate the foundation of PR China, and in February, when they celebrate the Chinese New Year. How about us? Sometimes our vacations are so long we cannot even remember what day of the week it is. Here is just one example of the holidays in Ukraine that took place last year. In 2013, Ukraine government set aside 7 days, the 1st to the 7th of January, to celebrate the New Year. Social Politics and Labor Ministry of Ukraine. Country is made out of people. This means the diligence in labor is our responsibility. It has to evolve in our approach to life regardless of where you work. You may be a courier or a parliament deputy. It really does not matter. Julia worked in 2 companies to provide for her 12-year-old daughter. She planned to fix her apartment and saved some money for this purpose. Her daughter spent the summer in the village with her grandmother and she kept on working. She has found some builders, who made the calculations and started the work. The repairs took longer to do than she planned. Her daughter got back home, but the builders went on with their work. Julia thought, fine, I hope they do it well. Finally they finished the work and she paid them the wages. These guys offered the guarantee on their work and left their phone number. The flat owner got really frustrated when the ceiling started cracking, and just 6 months after the repair, the wallpaper started to unglue. Julia gave the workers a call and asked them to come over and take a look at what happened. They did come and made a new calculation. Julia was surprised because they promised to guarantee the quality of their work. It had to last for years. Now she had to pay more to fix things up. She refused to pay and said that they had to do it for free. They just made fun of her and said, "No money, no honey." They just left. The woman tried to call them up again, but they kept on being rude to her. She could not comprehend why paying high rates did not guarantee her the high quality of work. Have you ever dealt with such attitude towards work, seeing it in your coworkers or friends? Honestly speaking, this is not a great thing to happen. You can deal with it if you sing an agreement and make people work legally and be legally responsible for their work and its quality. However, in an unhealthy community, being honest is not fashionable. People just keep on complaining, instead of solving the problem. There is only one reason for that: they do not wish to scrape the bottom of the barrel, so to say, and let things drift. It is a hit-or-miss approach. If you do business honestly, you have to pay tax and no one wants to do it. Then people keep asking why we have such a bad life, why we have a hell of a mayor in our city, or why we have such a horrible president. Still, they keep on living in a selfish manner. To gain a deeper understanding, we should take a look at our own selves and lives. If we let our responsibility drift, all our dreams break on the general irresponsible attitude of our community. Speaking of labor, I would like to mention that one has to have a quality attitude to anything else he does. It applies not only to physical labor, but to intellectual as well, because its value may be higher than that of the physical one. Oftentimes people study to get their diploma. Some people even buy their diplomas and degrees. They enroll into a university, but only few people really study there. This story I heard from one of the students. We have 34 people in our class, but only about 20 of them show up for the exams. And only 6 of them really pass the exams, write term papers and pass tests. The rest of them buy everything, starting with papers and ending up with their graduation work. Now, let's imagine such doctor or lawyer you turn to. Do you suppose they can provide you with quality services? It is similar to Russian roulette, luck or no luck. In the healthy principle community, there is no such things as buying a degree. People just do not understand such things. They pay lots of money for the education, and if they are too lazy to study, they get dismissed out of the university. Elizabeth Murray was born September 23, 1980 in the family of HIV-infected parents, who lived in Bronx, New York City. This area is mostly inhabited by poor people and by junks. When she turned 15, she became homeless. By that time her mother passed away and her father was taken to the pauper asylum. She really to survive, but at one point Elizabeth's life got radically changed. This happened when she started to attend academic course of Chelsea University. She had no home and she started going to school much later than her coevals, but she kept on working and studying. At this she even managed to support her sister. She took classes for 2 years and obtained a grant from New York Times for needy students to enter Harvard University in the fall of 2000. Liz had to quit her studies to take care of her ill father, but she went on with her education in the Columbia University. She stayed with her father till the end and nursed him till he died of AIDS. In the May of 2008 she returned to Harvard and obtained her higher education degree in psychology. 25. Nothing in the life of this girl opened up any opportunities for her, but her hard work and attitude towards her studies have defined her destiny. She did not focus on her problems and hardships, as well as her limited abilities. She just pressed on with her studies. Do not try to find any excuses for your inabilities. Improve the quality of your character, work hard and attain success. Self-education and gaining new knowledge in different areas is one of the healthy community principles. This process does not depend on your age or opportunities. It is never too late to learn. 3 envelopes parable. A new director comes to the company and the old one lays 3 envelopes on his table. If you get in trouble, open up the first envelope. When things get even worse, open up the second one. When things go terrible, open up the third one. Sometime later he gets in trouble, but there is no one to take action on him, because he is new in his position. Still, the time comes when he has to take up the responsibility, but he was not able to attain any positive results. The director opens the first envelope and gets a note saying, "Blame it on me." So he does. The situation remained the same and the director did not prove to be efficient. He opened the second envelope and got a note saying, "Acknowledge your mistakes." For a while, this advice worked well for him. The time finally came to take full responsibility for his work. He had no other way out of the situation, but to open the third envelope. It said, "Get ready 3 new envelopes." This parable demonstrates that hardships are inevitable, but the willingness to take up the responsibility depends on each and every one of us. If you do not know how to handle it in the very beginning, the day would come when hardships increase like a snowball. That is, if you let things drift in your life. Then, as the hero of our parable, you would just have to go and get ready 3 new envelopes for your successor. In the unhealthy community, only few people take up the responsibility. In most cases, people blame others but not themselves. Always pick the hardest path, there is the lowest competition there. Charles de Gaulle, French general and politician. The hardest path is the most impossible decision we can make, the one we would never pick because it demands too many efforts and labor. However, this is the path that leads to success. Keep in mind one simple wise saying, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Anything worth gaining has a price to be paid. In order to raise the quality of your work, you need to pay with your time, efforts, labor and invest even more than you expected. In this chapter we have talked about such healthy community principle as diligence and responsible attitude towards labor, not only the physical one, but intellectual as well. We have discovered that diligence allows you to succeed in any area. Let's go over the main principles stated in this chapter. 1. In the unhealthy community, the approach to labor is superficial. People try to get things done quickly and get their pay. In the healthy community, approach to labor is highly professional regardless of where you work. 2. Responsibility for your work and its quality is one of the major healthy community attributes. In the animal farm type of community, quantity is more important than the quality. 3. In the animal farm community, gaining knowledge is limited by the state educational system and the value of self-development and diligence is absent. However, in the healthy community, people go for self-education and gaining new knowledge in new areas. We all have a choice to make. What you invest into yourself delivers the fruit in your life, in your environment and in your country. Oksana Golovko, co-author of this book. When I was 27, I viewed myself as being empty and unsuccessful person. I thought about my childhood dreams which God denied when I was a teen. Back then I realized I was a part of a poor village family and went to a regular school. I also realized that I have no chance in life. When I turned 27, I grew bitter over the lost time and over not taking any attempts to change things and become a person. I did not even try to break out of this rush and create myself in my dream. All my early years were spent on pursuing false values and outward looks. Now I had to change from within. I cannot say I completely let myself down or degraded, or even limited in my mind. I just wanted to be like everyone else. For a while it felt good, though. But soon this was over, when I realized how fast the time goes by and how life is changing. I started thinking of what would happen to me if I lose my husband. How will I live without more kids? Who would I become if I retain the university level of knowledge? So, I made some important decisions. 1. I do not wish to be as everyone else, I want to become better. For this purpose I decided to get to know myself and what I really have. By that time I have graduated from the university and had a chance to apply my knowledge in the real life. First of all, I analyzed my personality. I wrote down some facts that answered the following questions: who do I want to be? What character traits are dominant in me and which ones are absent, but necessary for life? What is more, I analyzed my abilities, skills, knowledge, the ones that I had and the ones I needed to develop. I have also defined my personal goals and dreams and wrote down some steps to take to attain them. The second step was to live by this system and carry out small goals. 2. I learned to be active anywhere and not only at home or in my kitchen with my family. I learned to be active at my work, which led to various conflicts. People did not like my activity, especially if I openly shared my opinion. I have made a decision to stop being quiet, to generate ideas, ask questions wherever I got. This way I got noticed and it saved my time when pursuing my goals. I stopped living my fake stories. If I did not understand something, I asked the person with first-hand experience or found other reliable source of information. This would build up my relations with people and stopped all the gossip and false information. 3. I stopped living for my kids alone, meaning the change in my mentality. Here is what I mean. I had a hard time planning my own life. Most of my plans came crushing on the fact, I have kids, I can't do it. I was able to perceive myself as a person. Instead of playing one of the social roles, the mother, wife or daughter, I started perceiving myself as a person and formed Oksana dreams, independent of my family, kids or husband. I started to break down this psychological bond, which still imprisons my parents. They have the solo goal in life, they live for their kids, providing for them their food, clothes or houses. 4. I set a goal to go on with my self-education. It is not an easy thing to do. All my life my knowledge was rather limited, first by my school curriculum and then by me, when I studied only the things I liked. Then I got limited by my university program, even though I never paid bribes to pass exams and crammed to pass them. But I have never done anything outside the curriculum. So, my self-education was a challenging endeavor. I read a book that taught on the proper mentality. It was called How to Learn to Think, but I had a hard time applying this knowledge. I would reread the book in a while and it felt as if I have never read it before. These things got deep inside us, the animal farm mentality, which makes it easy to work with your hands, but so hard to adopt new ideas and apply them. I keep on reading. I set a goal to read at least 3 books a month. The subject I need the most I apply to my personality. I ask questions. Do I have this quality or opinion? What do I lack and need to gain? How can I practically do it? Further on we will discuss the personality and its relationships with other people and how this knowledge can help us in our interpersonal relationships, make us free and successful. 1. Who you become depends on your decision to do things with high quality. 2. Quality is not defined by the speed of the process but rather by responsibility and time spent on the task. 3. No matter what your job is in the healthy community, your attitude towards labor should be maintained on the high professional level. 4. When the community is founded not on human desires, but upon the truth of God, the country starts prospering. 5. Do not look for any excuses of your failure. Keep working on the quality of your character, be hardworking and attain success. 6. We all have a choice to make. What you invest in yourself brings forth the fruit in your life, in the life of your community and your country. 7. Healthy community principle is the responsible attitude towards labor and its quality. Psychological test. The quality defines success. 1. Is your work productivity 100%? 1. I try hard, but spend too much time talking to 2. Almost 1. 3. No. 4. I focus on my work and do not get distracted. 3. 2. How do you treat people who have unpopular jobs? 1. They have the right to pick their jobs. 2. I do not understand them. Can't they make things better? 1. 3. They are humiliating themselves. 4. It is their choice. The main thing is to develop the proper attitude towards work. 3. If you have a choice to stay extra time and finish up your task or to go home earlier, what would be your choice? 1. I would stay, but keep thinking about my home. 2. If it can wait till tomorrow, it does not really matter. 1. 3. Of course, I'd go home earlier. 4. I try to finish the things the day I plan to do so. 3. 4. How hard it is for you to deny yourself some pleasures. 1. It is hard, but it all depends on the motivation. 2. I do not want to think about such a thing. All I have is well earned by me. 1. 3. I have a comfortable life. 4. It is hard, but I understand that these temporary things do not determine the quality of my life. 3. 5. If you get extra work without extra pay, what would be your first thought? 1. Why should I keep on being a volunteer? I should reconsider my work agreement. 2. They got me again. Who is going to pay for this? 1. 3. I am sick and tired of such things. I'll get quick and dirty. 4. I may agree and do the work well or refuse to do it. 3. Test results and evaluation. 0 to 5 points. Unfortunately, your attitude towards work is superficial. You do not really care what you do. Your main ambition is to secure your ego and get the pay timely. This approach to work would not lead you to success. Even in the well-developed country, you would remain who you are, the hired worker. 6 to 10 points. You realize that success really depends on your working ability and your responsibility. However, it is only until things get personal. If you have your desires or your job to pick from, you pick the desires. You have to realize that success is the consequence of your efforts, so you need to plan them from ahead of time. 11 to 15 points. You are a man of your word. You do what you promise to get done. It is not only about the speed of your work, but about its quality as well. You realize that only hard-working people responsible for the quality of their work attain success. You build up your skills and ready to teach others to do so. Recommendations for your practical assignments. 1. Take your time to meditate upon each point of this book after reading it. Think over the things that touched you the most, the things you have highlighted. Remember your thoughts and write down your future actions. 2. All the decisions you make have to be implemented in life immediately. You have just 24 hours to implement any decision. 3. Set some deadlines to do the practical assignments. This would help you to put them to practice. Practical assignments. 1. Write down the major goal of your life. Thoroughly consider all the aspects of attaining it and start carrying out this plan step by step. 2. What hinders you on the way to becoming who you wish to be? What outer factors define your status? 3. Write down the times when you did the work carelessly. What do you plan to do to change your attitude towards labor? 4. What new decisions did you make after reading this chapter? Write down at least 3 of them. Chapter 6. Respect for people, a notable culture of a transformed and civilized nation. Being in love with your own self is the romance that lasts the lifetime. Oscar Wilde, Irish philosopher. In the previous chapters we mentioned that in the healthy community people strive to shape their characters. Such personality is always open for the changes and ready to change behavioral standards, the quality of work and to take up the responsibility. It is not so important of how we look on the outside, but how we can combine what we see with the things we do not see. You cannot stop and get focused on your looks only. It is the lifelong romance Oscar Wilde talked about. You need to build up yourself from within too. Everything about a person should be in harmony. That is why our inside should look out through the outside and affect our qualities and the freedom of our lives. In this chapter I would like to talk about the healthy community principles in regards to relationships with other people. All our life is about relating to people. Wherever we go, we find people, and the way we deal with them may lead us either to success or it may limit our abilities. Tolerance. Healthy community. Unhealthy community. Deep regard for another person. Tolerance, tact, gratitude for all acts of kindness, even for the smallest ones. Nothing is taken for granted. People know how to honor, appreciate and praise others for their uniqueness and help. Superficial attitude about anything we see, hear or do. We do not see the key details. We do many things automatically, tell compliments, thank people, etc. Thus, we miss many opportunities in our lives. Tolerance is large-mindedness and acceptance of other styles of life, behavior and traditions. Tolerance is not indifference. It does not mean the acceptance of strange worldview and style of life. It means giving other people right to live in accordance with their ideas of life. Only recently our community grabbed the idea of tolerance. It has become popular here. Many people started using this new word in their lexicon. However, they do not support it with their actions. For instance, how often can you accept someone's opinion if you disagree with them? What about people with a different color of skin? What if their style of life differs from yours? How do you react then? At least you may think some bad things about such a person, or you may even judge them and talk about them in your community. So, at the first glance we seemed to fall in line with the healthy community, but in real life we only do the talk but do not live it. For example, let's say your friends got a new car and you have your old one. Of course, you seem to be happy for them, but inside feel heavy-hearted. You start counting their money, trying to figure out where they got the funds for the new purchase or who helped them to do so, etc. And your face stays as happy as possible at the same time. This is what we do. This is the Animal Farm type of approach. Regardless of our desires, our community has developed such an approach. It's not that we are bad people. Simple people are of no value to us. We have not been taught to have such values and to respect others. The respect for other people. Respect is deep esteem, reverence and bone down. Many people in Ukraine still view such concepts as terra incognita. We do use the word respect, but it means something different from esteem. It is more official. That is why we have trouble being reverent and do not know how to do it. Still, we can learn it. If we wish to live in a community without fear, we should learn how to respect others, understand their choice and style of life, and be open to provide help instead of judgment. In the healthy community, people deeply respect others, express tolerance, tact, gratitude for all things, even the small ones. In the healthy community, nothing is taken for granted. People do not believe things just happen on their own without others doing them. In the healthy community, people honor others for taking part in their lives and treat others without arrogance. They understand that a person next to them, or the one who shares their lives, helps and supports them, may agree or disagree with them. In every person they see something special, some special trait of character. They point it out to esteem that person. The community hardly distinguishes important or less important people. Everyone is special. They know how to esteem people and honor them for their uniqueness and labor. For example, when they come outdoors and see a street cleaner, they may come up to him and thank him for his good work. They express their gratitude. People in the healthy community do not just attend to the words others say. They perceive them as whole personalities and try to understand them, and only then they come to some conclusions on what is being said. Here is a small part of Regina Brett's book called Be the Miracle. Her heroes are the people with an unusual approach for life. No woman who has ever stepped foot into Valerie's Happy Restroom never forgets how she does business. "Welcome to the Valerie's Happy Restroom," she exclaimed. "My daughter met her in the airport of Charlottetown in Northern Carolina. Valerie's job is to clean toilets. She always hums and her face shines with a big smile. You are my son, you are my only son." This song welcomes in every woman that comes in there. We have enough room for everyone. No lines, no waiting. No lines, no waiting. That's what she says, flying around the restroom, opening cabins' doors and inviting ladies in. If you do not enjoy your job, do not go there. It's a VIP place. You have to find room in the Valerie's Happy Restroom. People come here to pee and to be happy. This woman daily cleans toilets. She might complain about being on the lowest social ladder step, but instead Valerie knows how to esteem every lady that comes in there, regardless of who this lady is. 26. This woman appreciates her job and her clients. She works hard regardless of her humble position. What would you say about yourself? Do you treat as reverently those who use your services? Your social standing does not really matter. You may be a company CEO or a pizza courier. It does define you who are. On the other hand, who you are makes your job better. Just remember how you took those of little interest to you. Let's talk about the animal farm type of attitude towards tolerance and respect for other people. We develop superficial attitude for anything we see, hear or do. We trim what other people say and hear only those things that are of the interest to us. We accept only such things as fit in within our mood and erase the rest of it. In the unhealthy community, showing respect and tolerance mainly depends on person's state of mind. How often do we tell our friends or family, "I am not interested"? How many times will you repeat this? "I am not in the mood for this, let's do it later." This is the obvious disrespect for a person who needs your help and acceptance. Of course, there are people who want to waste your time for empty talk. In this case, you should take a stance and tell them you are not going to waste the time, if it would help them in solving their issues. However, when your family or friends really need your time and attention and you ignore them being too busy for them, it is sheer irreverence on your side. Being a pastor, I do not have much time to give it out to everyone. Still, when I come home, I am always open for the guests, and every Sunday people come over to my house and have fellowship for 5 to 6 hours. I offer my time to win more people for the Lord. Plus I do one-on-one consultation. There can be 4 to 5 of them every day. When I talk to people, I see their personalities. First of all, I look them into the eyes and try to understand what has happened to that person. Secondly, I try to discover the uniqueness of this person and tell them about it. Thirdly, I always find something I can learn from that person. I never just sit there and listen to some information. I try to perceive every person as if they were the only person in this world. That is why to admire a person you need to learn to 1. See that person here and now, instead of thinking my own thoughts. I need to hear what people tell me instead of living in my own reality. 2. Discover the uniqueness of this person and tell them about it. This works as an icebreaker and opens up a way for meaningful conversation and enables me to help that person see their worth. 3. Find a strong quality you wish to learn from that person. These simple hints would help you building up good fellowship with people and perceive the value of every person you come in contact with. This means many of these people are going to remember you. You will leave an imprint on their lives. Who knows, maybe they will want to follow you. This means the value of respect has to become a part of our community. Healthy community principle is the ability to see the uniqueness of another person and point out their value to that community. The main goal of any communication is to find a solution for the situation and to help a person. If we do not perceive a person as someone big, new and meaningful, we become unable to see the details, which in their essence hold the solution and the answer. This type of attitude towards people provides confidence and stability not only in relations with one person, but in the community as a whole. The lack of respect is conditioned by us doing things on autopilot. For example, we tell compliments, thank people, etc. Thus, we miss many opportunities in our lives. How often have you heard those words of gratitude and answered with the formal phrase, "Not at all"? We do not really value the words thank you anymore. If we devaluate these words, we diminish the level of thankfulness in our lives. We should not be blaming our failures on others. Stay alert to the words you are using and their meaning in your life. Unfortunately, in the animal farm community, people do not know how to honor others. The words thank you is just a cliche, and most of the time people do not really feel what they say. They do not honor others in their hearts. We do not know how to praise others and hold it within. We do not realize this. I acknowledge what you have done for me and I praise you for that. We should praise others not because we get something from them, but rather because we honor their labor and their greatness. We do not tell people, I admire your soul. I see how loving your heart is, how smart you are and what great mentality you have. I just asked a small question, but you showed me many answers and solutions. We do not value people who do all they can to change our lives. It is so much easier to be a consumer in life, but will it get you where you want to be? That's the question to ask. Consumer mentality is the foundation of our community. It used to sit and wait for the changes to come from accidental meetings. We expected the good to come to our lives with no efforts made. There was no real distinction, because everyone in our community had to be the same. For example, not so long ago people could get an apartment just by standing in a line. You just had to work for the good of your motherland. If a neighbor would get it sooner than you, people got upset and expressed enmity. We even have a saying, nothing makes one gladder than the failures of their friends. It should be just the other way around. We should be rejoicing with those who are glad, but we get upset when people are doing fine. There is the way out. We should honor and bow down before every person we meet in life. Without the respect value, people cannot be free within. They put on the hypocrisy masks and show off their gladness, but deep inside they do not really feel it. If you do not have it within, you would not have it in your life. We have a hard time seeing personalities of others because it is so hard for us to acknowledge their worth. We think of ourselves, we see only ourselves, and we shut out the opportunities for gaining new qualities. All we can see in others, we can gain for ourselves. Only when we humble ourselves before others, we change and truly gain our own selves. As a person, I should not leave anyone without a compliment. I try to find what I praise this person for and grow the self-esteem of the one I am talking to. In many cases, people see my example, but do not follow it. They learn from me, but they do not copy me. Oftentimes I see women leaving my home carrying heavy bags, while men just walk along chatting with each other. I go out there and give those women a hand, while my students just stand aside and talk. It does not really matter what your social status is. You may be a pastor or a businessman, but you should always remain a man in all situations. Do not put your life on pause. Do not live with the focus on yourself and your life. Daily look for the opportunities to thank and honor others. In the animal farm type of community, respect is more official and is not viewed as some kind of value. If you take a look at it, you would see such things being a norm of life. For instance, we get up from the table and thank our host, but we do just to check a box, so to say. The community gets transformed and changed when it is based on respect. Could you put down a person you respect and this respect is not related to something special? You respect this person for who they are. Could a man hit a woman if he respects her? It does not really matter what she has done. How would he feel about it? These things become obvious. We would honor each other with the words regardless of acquaintance. We would be open to help others whether we know them or not. We would have stopped locking our homes and would invite out our neighbors to visit us more oftenly. We would smile as strangers and admit the value of other people. Are you still puzzled by the question whether you need to gain this value? I think the answer is obvious, that is, if we truly wish to transform and build a civilized nation. Relationships with people based on respect and praise. Healthy community. Unhealthy community. In the healthy community, people do not chaff, sneer or tease each other. They do not make fun of others. Instead, they cover, accept and esteem others. They make fun and put others down to look better on their account. They do not honor people and look only for the things to make fun of. Even when a person does something good, they tell him or her, "Good job," mockingly. When someone tells a person they love them, even the most evil person's face starts blooming. This means, it is what makes us happy. Lev Nikolaevich Tolstoy, Russian writer and philosopher. It is true, that no matter how awful we feel or how upset we get when we hear tender and loving words, we become cheered up. We feel good and realize that we are being loved. Why then we expect such things from others, but remain stingy to give it to those around us? In a healthy community, people do not set their personal feelings or moods above anything else when they deal with another person. Even during a tragedy or funeral, no one gets focused on personal pain. People talk to each other and support each other through the words of respect. You are such a strong person. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. These people are not solely focused on what's inside of them. They care for people next to them and try to meet their needs. In the healthy community, others are esteemed higher than one's personal interests, feelings or life. In the unhealthy community, everything spins around one's mood, personal problems, difficulties and pain. They all have to serve me. So people live consumed by their difficulties and worries. When they come together and someone refuses to listen to their problems, they say, "This person does not know how to love. They do not understand how I feel and suffer." If something happens, people usually say, "I have no time for you. I have my own bundle to deal with." They have no use for honoring others. When a person lives focused on his or her precious self, they fail to see the things around them. When Natalie was on her way home from work, she thought only about one thing. How could this happen? How could he betray her? Her relations with Peter lasted for 2 years. They had romance dates, words of love. The girl waited for the peak of their relations and was getting ready for her wedding day. She has even taken time to pick her wedding dress on the internet. When Peter called her and said they are going to have a serious talk, she has left the work earlier and went to a beauty shop to get her hair done. This is the big day and she has to look her best. He asked her out to a restaurant and Natalie flew there as on wings. Peter did not go straight to business. He told her he knows how much she has done for him, how much love and care she has given him, and he is so thankful, but there was this but: he does not want to keep up their relations because he is not ready for the serious step. Natalie never expected these words. How could he be not ready? How about her feelings? She could not stand it and ran away breaking in tears. In a while she realized she was walking down the street weeping among the people. She had all these thoughts of her misery in her head. She has been looking for the reason in her own faults and knew she could not live it down. She got into the subway and saw no one else around her. Suddenly she glanced at a girl sitting opposite to her. She carefully looked at Natalie and smiled at her. Natalie did not respond, but something in that smile appealed to her. In a moment this girl moved to her bench and told her how wonderful the life was and that every moment of it has to be appreciated. Her smile was so special, sincere and alive. Natalie realized that the smile and words of this girl in the subway helped her to avoid making a huge mistake. They talked for a while and Natalie thanked the girl for seeing her condition and supporting her when she needed it the most. Have you ever met people like that? Have you met people who supported you with their words, love and kindness and helped you to regain the confidence? Are you attentive enough to others, or do you remain focused on your own problems when they talk to you? If it's so, you are way too focused on your own life and unable to fit in anything else. The community becomes only the worst for it because people remain emotionally dull and indifferent to the pain and problems of others. That is how people develop indifference for everything around them. For example, someone may insult or abuse other person right in our presence. At first we react, but it is none of our business, and in a while we stop noticing such things. If we do not notice it, such behavior becomes a norm of life and our community develops a range of problems, such as violence, stealing, lies, cruelty, insulting, etc. In the healthy community, people do not make fun, do not insult or put each other down. On the contrary, they uplift, esteem and honor others. Regardless of people's faults or insufficiencies, they still respect them. This type of community is operated by the law of difference. We all differ, but we all are unique. For instance, some people are uncomfortable speaking in public. They cannot possess themselves and stumble on every word they say. But this same person may write awesome poems, prose pouring out their souls in words. In Europe, people look for differences in each other and for hidden treasure. In order to be unique, one needs to find the uniqueness in others and allow them to single out. The world around us is a mirror and every one of us sees it through the prism of our eyes. Some people see its beauty, because they are beautiful, while others see evil and aggression. It is what they are filled with. The law of differences is the opportunity to accept a person's peculiarities, such as his or her physical distinctions, and biological differences, such as age. One woman visited Shanghai and told the local old men there how lively they were. You can see the elderly people everywhere in Shanghai. They hardly ever sit on the benches in sad solitude, as their European co-eds do. They oftentimes take walks in the park to do some special exercises. It looks like they are slowly changing their body positions. In the Chinese culture based on Confucian view on elderly people, they are treated with love and care. If you enter any Chinese hospital in Europe, you would never see lonely elderly people. They all come to visit a doctor accompanied by their children or grandchildren. Just imagine this common life Shanghai situation. You are in a hurry to get to your office but the elevator is busy. It takes the elderly people to the second floor. Or, just think of what might say the citizens. When in the subway during the rush hour they have to let the elderly people go first and only then try to squeeze into the busy car. Did you imagine it? You are wrong. In China people never say anything bad about elderly people. They take pleasure in showing warm feelings for them. 27. This is a peculiar attitude towards elderly people developed by Chinese. They all esteem elderly persons, while in the animal farm type of community this value is absent. In Russia the majority of retirement villages are terminated. The elderly people are moved out of their land and move hundreds of miles away to newer and larger town concrete retirement institutions. As a rule, these people die there fast in solitude. They are not needed. It is a very scary thing to grow old in our country. There is no cure for age, and our every morning and our every step takes us closer to the eternity. It is so hard because in our country elderly people are not respected. They have been used and thrown away as garbage and no one esteems them, including the state. Russian orphans still have some measure of protection from the state, but there is no protection for elderly and sick. 28. The esteem for people greatly depends on the country they live in. Such difference is created by countries' spiritual values. The scriptures tell us, respect your father and mother, to live long on the land the Lord your God gives you. This value has to be the foundation for our health care, education and social system. It all depends on our respect for parents, elderly people and those who need to be thanked and esteemed. This is how the young generation obtains God's blessings, health and longevity. There is the way out. If you wish to have a long and healthy life, you need to start helping elderly people everywhere you go or everywhere you meet them. At this, they do not have to be your relatives. Start with small things. See to sit in public transportation to an elderly person, offer them your help if they need it. In the animal farm community, people are not used to seeing uniqueness of others and esteeming them. They put people down, insult them to look better. Ukrainians put down Moldovans the same way Russians put down us, Ukrainians, etc. We do not honor people and only make fun of them. Even if a person does something good for us, we tell them, well done, but only mockingly. These jokes are how we try to gain more self-esteem and highlight our good qualities by highlighting the weaknesses of another person. In most cases, making fun of others is conditioned by several reasons. We will take a look at them. 1. Our personal failure. A person limits his or her abilities and has no way of becoming successful in the community because of his or her laziness, lack of self-discipline and organization. At this, they can hardly esteem the success of others. This can be clearly seen in school or in college, where the most successful students are being mocked by the less successful ones. Once Bill Gates said, "Go easy on wonks." One of them may become your boss after you graduate. 2. Inferiority complex, which you try to compensate by those jokes. Everyone has faults, and by making fun of others we try to refocus the attention on their faults rather than on ours. As a rule, this compensation process prevails over the mind. Oftentimes such people are cruel and aggressive. They use jokes as their weapons, and the more they hurt others, the better they feel. 3. The way to gain self-confidence. The lack of self-esteem and inability to suppress pride makes these people ego trip on behalf of others. This can be clearly seen when they show off in public. Such people takes themselves as some sort of celebrities. They gain authority by making fun of others. They can mock their looks or personal qualities. 4. Self-defense approach. These people live in fear and have hard time accepting themselves. They pretend to be somebody else and thus gain acceptance in their community. By focusing attention on others, they stay masked up. In most cases, these people live on the verge of schizophrenia. They try hard to be like everyone else and end up suppressing their personal uniqueness and qualities. 5. Nothing makes us more miserable than the success and joy of others. This is the saying we have, and it uncovers our desire to be the best and climb the top of the social ladder. We have hard time accepting the success of others and envy them. Such qualities as pride, arrogance, and envy turn people into beasts. Only strong and free personality can accept and esteem another person, the one who has cherished these qualities inside and the one who has shaped his or her personal values and principles. This power is attained by following simple rules. 1. Treat others the way you want them to treat you. This is a simple and widely known rule, but not all of us live by it. Mostly people expect such attitude towards them, but do not apply it to others. If you only realize that the life is lived by certain rules and principles, you get a chance of obtaining what you want. It's that simple. Tell and do to others what you want them do to you. 2. Love your neighbor as yourself. This is one of the Bible commandments. We all know there is the Creator who set the rules of life. I do not understand why people get so focused on loving their own selves only. We have some rules to follow. If you wish to have a fulfilling life and to be loved, first love your neighbors. Do not get misled by this word. Neighbors does not mean you need to love only your relations. Those are all the people who surround you in your daily life. Love is the precious gift. It is the only thing we can give away and still keep it. Lev Tolstoy. 3. When you become a step that leads up another person, you become a foundation. To become a step means you bow down low and help another person who needs a hand. By acknowledging the uniqueness of others, you stop thinking of yourself. You get focused on another person who needs to be esteemed by your low position. However, by lifting up others, you get strengthened and build up your inner self and your character. You become stronger and build up the foundation of your personality. There is no greater victory than the victory over your own self. Erasmus of Rotterdam, scientist. By applying the principles of a transformed and civilized community, you get the idea of how to become civilized. You stop living for your own self only and learn how to esteem those around you, be it your coworkers, your wife, or your parents. It does not really matter. What matters is what you do for them today and how you honor and esteem them with your words and actions. Are you able today to rise over your difficulties and your own interests? Can you make a decision to stop limiting your life by your own business and start building up your personality and others around you? Let's get back to the main principles stated in this chapter. 1. In the healthy community, people have natural deep respect for others, as well as tolerance, tact, gratitude for everything, even the smallest favors. In the unhealthy community, respect and tolerance depend on people's moods. 2. Unfortunately, in the animal farm community, people do not know how to honor others. The words thank you do not mean much, and inwardly people do not honor and esteem others. In the healthy community, people know how to see the uniqueness of others and show them their value to that community. 3. In the animal farm type of community, people are not used to seeing the abilities of others and helping them to become successful. They make fun and mock others to look better compared to them. One of the healthy community principles is not to make fun or mock others. Instead, people accept, cover up, and esteem those around them. In this chapter, we have talked about the relations with other people and about how the healthy community respects people and finds their uniqueness. People lift each other up and help to succeed in life. Oksana Golovko, co-author of the book Keeping Up My Contradiction with the Animal Farm, I would like to point out, I had to put much effort towards changing my personality to move on in the right direction. I had to deal with the things on the inside of me and with what my parents, friends, community, or coworkers have installed into me. It is useless to buy things, clothes, and try to fit them into your shelves, if they are loaded with the old ones. If you wish to get it done with no trouble, you need to clean up your shelves, free the space for new bright and colorful things. This is what I had to do. The first thing on my list was to analyze where those deficiencies come from and why I cannot be free from the opinions of people. Why these complexes limit me and limit my actions. The answer is simple. At some point of time, my body and looks have become my priority in life. I have managed to create only the good look to catch a man. I have mentioned these wrong priorities and this illusion popping like a soap bubble. I attended female training and realized how precious it is to be a woman. I sensed my limitless femininity, my attractiveness, and that it should not be thoughtlessly consumed but rather used for the good of others. My life and actions became much easier. I lost the fear of rejection, and what is more, I accepted myself and my body. I have fallen in love with myself, and mainly I realized that my success is defined by the strength of my personality rather than by my complexes and social rejection. The main principles I have defined. 1. There is nothing hard about creating great outward look or style. The difficulty lies in creating the inner beauty. The inner beauty is what people cannot see from the first glance, but it manifests itself in your words. 2. Complexes are not real. They do not exist. As a rule, they come into your life in the childhood or during the teen years of your life, and they are mostly based on being unhappy with your looks. In essence, the complexes are not real, but they can affect our decisions and success during the entire lifespan. If you do not deal with them, you would hard time attaining freedom in your actions. The community sets some standards, but you have the right to reject them. Who said the woman should have 35-23 to 35 inches size? No, any woman is unique and created by the Lord. You did not define your body parameters, instead God does it for you and creates you with a special purpose. You are unique in this world and there is no one else like you. Accept your uniqueness as a gift. 3. Happy marriage is not the main goal of life, rather it is utopia for unsuccessful people. Since I turned 12, I failed to live by my own plans and dreams. I thought my real life would start only after I get married. Lately I realized all I gained was outer and inner bondage. No one else but you can help yourself to become who you want to be. 4. Do not live by your old mistakes and do not repeat them. I talked much about the past and noticed that I started living in the past and I look for excuses there. It is just a waste of time. The past cannot be changed. You fail to value the present and you have no future. That is why I have made a decision to live today and to plan for my tomorrow. Today I learn to share this knowledge tomorrow. This is my new motto. 5. I have a moderate love for myself. This means to honestly evaluate both your good and bad qualities. You also know how to appreciate others. First, you break down your own egoism, and then you begin to see the good qualities of others, acknowledge them and tell about them to that person. I always notice a time when this quality becomes a part of me. Unfortunately, I was not used to hearing praise from others and did not realize the need to praise those around me. This is one of the unhealthy community signs. If we do not see other people in their great qualities, we focus only on our own selves and our problems or advantages. However, giving all your life to yourself or your family is sheer egoism. In the next chapter we will talk about the desire for success and quality life in healthy community. 1. Everything should be in harmony. Your inner content should shine through your personal qualities and your free style of life. 2. In the unhealthy community, respect and tolerance depend solely on changing moods of people. 3. For healthy community people, conversation partners are not just ears or mouth, they are people and one has to understand them and make some conclusions based on what they say. 4. Healthy community principle is the ability to see the uniqueness of other people and highlighting their value to that community. 5. When you see and think only of yourself and your uniqueness, you shut the door to gaining new qualities and learning them from other people. 6. The respect for people has to become the foundation of healthcare, education and social systems of the country. 7. There is no greater victory than the victory over your own self. 8. To become a step for another person means to bow down and help up those who need it. Psychological test, acknowledging the uniqueness of others principle. 1. How often do you tell people compliments? 1. Whenever they have something to tell them to. 2. No often, but I am going to change that. 1. 3. No one tells them to me, so why should I? 4. I try to see good things in people and tell them so. 3. 2. When you talk to people, what do you expect in return? 1. I think about what I hear and about how I can help them. 2. I expect to discuss all my troubles. 1. 3. I wish for the conversation to end as quick as possible. 4. I look for the unique traits in another person and the ways of learning some good things from them. 3. How do you treat your parents? 1. I respect them and try to get in touch as much as possible. 2. I use them. 1. 3. I don't. They were of no good to me. 4. I honor my parents with my words and my actions. 3. 4. To see the distinctions between people means 1. To find those differences in everything they do. 2. To tell compliments. 1. 3. To distinct people by their gender. 4. To praise people around me for their uniqueness. 3. 5. Can you humble yourself to esteem someone else? 1. I'll try to, if it helps that person. 2. I cannot do so. 1. 3. Never. 4. Of course. I want to be as supportive as I can to other people. 3. Test results and evaluation. 0 to 5 points. Unfortunately, you have a hard time building up relationships with new people. You also have a hard time dealing with those in your community because you are consumed with your own life. You have your interests you are focused on and you become unable to be free in your relations to others. Just think this way, your community can become the richest resource you ever possess. 6 to 10 points. You realize that people around you open up opportunities. But most of the time you do not think of how you can make someone happy, you stay focused on your own life. Healthy community sign is the ability to esteem and accept others. Apply the knowledge you get from this book to change and gain new transformed and free personality qualities. 11 to 15 points. You know and use the respect law in your life. You have no problem changing to help others be successful. By esteeming another person you gain and change your character. Keep on studying this book and you would become free, unlimited person, a part of transformed and civilized community. Recommendations for your practical assignments. 1. Take your time to meditate upon each point of this book after reading it. Think over the things that touched you the most, the things you have highlighted. Remember your thoughts and write down your future actions. 2. All the decisions you make have to be implemented in life immediately. You have just 24 hours to implement any decision. 3. Set some deadlines to do the practical assignments. This would help you to put them to practice. Practical assignments. 1. Who do you disrespect? Think about some situations when it becomes hard for you to accept people as they are. How do you plan to change that? 2. What unique traits can you esteem in others? Put together a list of 10 people and their unique traits and some things you can learn from them. Make a decision from now on to tell them about these things. 3. What new decisions have you made after reading this chapter? Write down at least 3 of them. Chapter 7. Pursuit of Success, an Inevitable Principle for a Transformed and Civilized Nation. In this chapter I would like to talk about the community, where everyone strives for success and submits to the laws. But first I would like to ask you, do you analyze yourself and your way of life and apply the information you learn? Do you realize in what kind of community you and your parents have been brought up? Do you wish to live on carrying out this ready scenario of life, or do you wish to change? Education is good, but it is not enough if there is no self-education. Karl Lagerfeld, German fashion designer and photographer. The decision we make can remain only that if we do not take specific actions and steps to its implementation. First listen and then act. Do you have a lack of education? Knowledge is what we gain on our own. Can you remember any book you had to read because your teacher made you to? But you do remember at least partially the books you wanted to read on your own. Self-education provides you with a chance to become successful in any community, because this is how you shape your new goals and grow your desire for success. Desire for success. Healthy community. Unhealthy community. The desire for success is high. Wins the one with the biggest desire and the one who lives by this future success in his or her business. Passiveness. Laziness. Finding all kinds of excuses. People do want to live well, but they do not want to make any efforts to overcome their difficulties. 93% of people have their dream, and that dream could be easily attained within a week, but they turn it into the dream of their life. Unknown author. The dream of your life is the outermost dream. If we get hungry, we do not wait until tomorrow or a year later. We just find some food and eat. Why do not we turn our hunger into a dream and satisfy it instead? If we have nothing to eat, we go ahead and buy some food. If we do not have any money, we go ahead and make some money. It is so simple, but even complicated ideas can be made simple. All we need is start acting upon them. In the developed countries, people value the ability to act and not just to dream. No one wants to work with those who only dream about working, or with those who dreams to raise their company profit but does nothing to attain it. Just think about it. You can dream all your life, but never do anything to fulfill your dream. Edison Miranda is the man who changed his destiny, although it was hard to believe he could do it. I would like to tell you the story of this amazing and stubborn boxer, who desired to attain success at any price, working hard for it. To get into elite sport, one has to have outstanding natural abilities. As a rule, such people attain great results from the childhood and they expect to develop a great career in the future. People call lucky. The life has given them an amazing chance to enter elite sport. However, there is a different kind of people who come into elite sport in spite of all the rules. They excel their own abilities to do so. Their achievements are gained by hard work and strong will to victory. Sometimes others film movies of such people and tell stories of them. They become heroes for millions of others and inspire them to dream and attain their dreams. One of such is people the famous professional boxer Edison Miranda. He had no chance of making his dream come true. These people have hard time surviving, let alone becoming professional boxers. Edison Miranda was born in Colombia, January 7, 1981. His mother was a 14-year-old widow and her parents decided to get rid of the unwanted child. When Edison turned 1 month old, he was taken to Tumaco, where he spent the next 9 years. During this time he shifted from family to family and never found favor with people. As this boxer tells, he was regularly beaten up with a rope or a whip. He had to work hard on crop estate in his childhood. When he was beaten up again by his new parents, he ran away. Edison kept dreaming of finding his mother. He wanted to have a happy family, to be loved and cared for, which he never had in his life. This boy had to travel all alone for hundreds of miles. He slept under the trees, walked great distances, sometimes he would travel long arm. He ate what he could find and people would help him and give him some food. When he had nothing to eat, he ate lizards. After a long travel he has found his mother, but at that time she was happily married with a local mayor's office worker. Her husband had no use for a tired and worn-out little beggar. When Edison Miranda arrived at their house, her husband said, "It is either him or me. The choice is yours." He was betrayed once again. This worn-out child just tried to survive on his own. It is hard to imagine what he had to go through during that time. He lived outdoors knowing no love or care. To survive, the young fry gets together in gangs and live by certain rules in blood and iron. Oftentimes he had to stand up for himself, which made his will and character strong. Daily hard work has made his body strong. Once Miranda had a chance to watch some boxing on TV. He watched it in amazement. I wondered why these people beat each other up and no police showed up to take them. At the end of it, the whole arena stood up and cheered to them. Later on he discovered who the boxers are and how much they make. He could not believe they made enough to have a good life with no need in it. Since that time he got a dream to become a boxer. He dreamed to go to America and live in a large and cozy house, instead of dirty and uncomfortable street. But he had little time for dreaming, because he had to survive first and only then do something for the dream to come true. Edison has taken any kind of work he could find to survive. One day the life has taken him to Barranquilla City, where he worked as a butcher and started to do something to make his dream come true. There were several boxing schools in that city and he came to one of them to get some lessons. But they were too expensive for him, although the trainer liked the boy. Edison had to leave his apartment and move to live in the gym. He got a night janitor job there. He had to donate blood and take part in the street fights to pay for lessons, and still he could not make enough and almost starved. His way to attaining his dream was really hard, but he pressed on regardless of all the trouble. He had just one dream, to become a boxer. In April 1997, Miranda participated in the first serious contest in his life. The fight went on for less than a minute. Edison rapidly attacked his opponent and sent him into knockout right away. Over time his opponents became stronger and more experienced, but still none of them could match Miranda. He has gone through 132 fights in the amateur boxing and won 128 of them. In 1998 he became Colombian favorite, and during the next year he strengthens his position. In 2000 he was the official Colombia sports champion and said, "The Lord has a wonderful plan for me. Soon I will become the champion of the world." Miranda had to move to America first. In March of 2009 he moved to Dominican Republic, where he fought in professional sports and got his chance to move to America in 2004-29. The history of dream and perseverance, the desire to win and amazing strive for success has given this orphan boy a chance to become a famous boxer. The success did not come out of the blue sky to him. He had to act, work hard and strive to become who he is. If we are willing to suffer pain and attain success in your life, you can do it. However, if we keep on whimper and complain about our lives and the lack of help, nothing would happen. This does not really depend on where you live in Ukraine or in USA. Strive for success is one of the traits that single out transformed and civilized nation. In an unhealthy community, people are passive, think come what will. Passivity is a manifestation of the irresponsibility in the community and the lack of initiative in personal lives. What motivates you to actions today? I talk to many people from different backgrounds and notice that those with a communist background do not truly understand what success is and how to strive for it. Therefore, I come to a conclusion that they view success as absolute giveness and do not believe that can change anything in this respect. You can change everything, not just a part of it. Not only what you can do, you can change everything. I am telling it to you as a black pastor, who grew up in a poor environment and in poor town among poor people. However, I understood this principle of life. Life is predictable and your history can be changed. If you trust in God and start managing your own life to change it and gain things. Are you familiar with the saying, "You can't jump over your head"? It is not true. A man can do anything. Nikola Tesla, inventor, engineer, physicist. Can't jump over one's head mentality was either created by you, or it was planted in you by other people, who kept repeating this phrase to you on and on. If some of the people were able to do it, such as Ford, Lomonosov, Edison, Michelangelo and others, this means anyone could do that. But you need to have the strive for success and be hardworking. Here is a good example of a man who is guided in his life by the saying, "You can't jump over your head." Peter is 44 and he grew up in a good family. His mother and father both worked at the factory, and he and his brother finished school and got into vocational school. They followed the regular Soviet life route. Parents got a 2-room apartment in Kiev. They could not afford a better facility. They had a little hut in Kiev suburb and their life seemed to be okay. Their sons have grown up to be good factory workers. Presently their parents have passed away, and the brothers live together in the hut and rent their Kiev apartment to make some money. Neither of them got married. They have no children. All their life their mother took care of them and did not let them engage into any meaningful relationships. Peter makes around $100 a month and he is just fine with this level of income. Mostly they live of what they make by renting their flat. I talked to Peter and asked him why he doesn't even try to change his life. Here is what he told me. Why should I change something? I am fine. I told him of all the possibilities he misses, but he replied, I cannot do it. I have hard time hearing such things from grown-up men. What did Peter do? He just agreed and talked himself into putting up with the circumstances. He gave up. If he is unable to change his own life, could Europe really change it? No, the change can come only from his personal desire to do something about it and to accept healthy community principles, but it is a hard work. Analyzing Peter's life, we can come to a conclusion that those who allowed others to make decisions for them for the sake of their comfort become unable to live a successful life. Success is not something meant just for special people, it is for everyone. When we talk of a successful person, we say, he just got lucky, or his parents provided it for him. Thus we limit ourselves in our minds and become unable to realize that success is not a prerogative of gifted people alone. Rather, it is attained by those who take up the responsibility. Most people in the animal farm type of community wish to have a good life, but they do nothing to attain it. They do not want to deal with difficulties and just accept their circumstances. So, before you start blaming someone for being too successful, stop and think of the price they paid for their success. The success is not an inheritance and it is no luck. Success is a well-used opportunity. Besides, isn't it confoundedly easy to think you're a great man if you aren't burdened with the slightest idea that Rembrandt, Beethoven, Dante or Napoleon ever lived? Stefan Zweig, Austrian writer, critic. Let's take a look at the students. Oftentimes, young people enter colleges just for one reason: their parents want them to do it. They get enrolled, but they do not study well. The only time they get the desire to study is during the exams. In many cases, they bribe the teachers or use cribs to pass exams. When I just came from Africa to study in Belarus and entered a college there, I thought I would have high level of competition to deal with. However, I mainly faced passivity and undesired to study, and the students, they had no gumption to become the best. Obviously, I had a conflict of what was on the inside of me with the things I saw in reality. There is a widely used student saying, have all the fun you can in between the exams. During the study time, these people become passive and have no strive for success. That is very true. I used to spend over 6 hours daily in the library, while other guys just hang around and had fun. However, I never had a need to bribe my teachers to pass an exam and was able to become the best student in that university. If you go to Europe and tell people you are not interested in becoming successful, they would not understand you. In order to enter a university, you have to deal with tough competition and pay high fees for your tuition. After the graduation, you again face with the high level of competition to get a good job. Let's talk about jobs. When people are getting jobs, they have no desire to become the best of the best. They do not bother saying, I am not satisfied with what I have now and I can do better. Instead, people just take what is offered to them and become offended with the management. Since they think they are paying us well, let them think we are working well. People do not wish to work as freelancers because they know they would have to work hard. They would make only the money they really earn. However, in the healthy community, people strive for success and challenge themselves. They set bigger goals to work more and do a good job. In Europe, most people do not work for their pay. They get paid for great results and volumes of work done. They pay mainly depends on your abilities. For instance, once a man came to me to discuss his business and I asked him, how much do you want to make for this job? He said, $250, but I have made a calculation and realized he could have gotten at least $500. How do we evaluate our labor? That is how much we get. Animal farm community people have low self-esteem and they are unaware of the possibility of becoming successful. People confine themselves to small insecure situations, having the undesired to endure difficulties and hardships and still hoping to get good results, but that is how we limit ourselves. If we follow this rule, bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, we are having hard time attaining success in life. That is why a healthy community principle is about doing your best even when it is hard to believe you can do it and make your dream come true. Most people believe that one day they would wake up rich. They are right about one thing: someday they will eventually wake up. Thomas Edison, worldwide known inventor and entrepreneur. Let's discuss marriage. In Europe, people get married when they become successful and well established in life. People there realize that getting married means dealing with more problems and stress. That is why they get married late by our standards. They do it around 35 years of age. The family is an opportunity to bless someone and let them share your success. In our community, marriage, especially for women, becomes a step to success through picking the right person. A woman aims for a rich husband, someone who can pave her path to success. This is the key assignment for any woman here. Just tell me this: what qualities do you possess able to enrich or make happy your partner? First, you need to become rich yourself. Build up a rich personality to find a suitable partner who would appreciate you, and not your short mind and long legs, so to say. In many cases, the lack of strive for success starts in your childhood, when parents limit their kids and their abilities. Your key task is to get married or get a job at a factory or to get a good family. Married or having kids. Set higher goals, go for something new and create a successful, transformed and civilized personality first. Naturally, a community which consists of successful people becomes successful. So, each and every one of us has something to contribute to the success and attractiveness of our community. Emotion-based life versus truth-based life. Healthy community. Unhealthy community. People know the principles life is based on and their actions are based on the truth. The life is based on emotions and instincts. In the transformed and civilized community, a free-thinking individual does not be. Person is based on truth and on the understanding of good and bad things. This way people are not guided by what they want to do, but rather analyze their actions and base them on truth. The truth is the ability to evaluate actions and measure them up against the values of life. This requires an ongoing control of what you say and what you do. As Henry Ford, great American entrepreneur, said, thinking is the hardest job of all. That is why so few people do it. In the uncivilized community, people are limited by their mentality. Surely, it is much easier to do anything you want. People not always express their desire to take up the responsibility for their actions. As a rule, people live without thinking and are moved by their emotions. These may be bad or good. Typically, such people rejoice when they feel good, but get offended and express pain when they feel bad. The entire life of such a person is based upon his or her emotions and on the opinion of others. What would people think about me? What if they do not understand me? People live following their emotions, and this is a sign of an unhealthy community. They feel bad because someone may hurt them, say something they do not like, and they keep on feeding by those emotions. Such emotions affect their actions, and a person becomes bonded inside, becoming a slave to his or her own feelings. In the healthy community, a person is based on their inner character and the power of the spoken word. They do not make excuses, instead they search for the opportunities to change themselves and the situation around them. Having this inner you should not neglect others only because you do not feel like helping them. Past things should remain in the past and you should live here and now. For example, in the Western countries, even if someone goes through a tough time or a tragedy, they still see and honor other people and ask them, "How are you? I am glad to see you." It really does not matter what you are going through, you still have others to deal with. Another person should not get consumed or be affected by your emotions. You are with them and your goal is to honor them instead of telling them all your troubles. In the animal farm type of community, emotions rule people's actions, and that is why people in such a community life as they feel, not analyzing their actions. Yes, we have our personal feelings, but our reaction should be based on the truth and values. For instance, you have been hit and you have pain. What would be your true reaction? Love people. There is the way out. Do not live by your emotions, leave them alone. Feelings should not affect our actions, values should. We set aside our feelings and do what is right. How often is your proper reaction gets postponed? Maybe half an hour after something happened. Why did I do it? Why did I say it? Your actions should affect your feelings and not the other way around. Values and principles should motivate your actions. Your inner pin is shaped of values and principles you adopt. The same way your spinal column holds up your entire body, your inner pin should back up your actions. You are in a situation and you set it on a hold. You chose the principle to apply and then you react. There would be no conflicts if we start living by our values instead of our emotions. Healthy community principles reflect actions of people who are not led by their emotions but rather think first and then act. Here is another example. Let's take a look at the marriage guided by principles of true love rather than by emotions. By love I mean the ability to share and give away instead of only taking, the ability to talk through the situation and acknowledge your faults, to forgive and support. For instance, I do not wish to become a millionaire, but I needed to carry out a bigger ministry and attaining bigger goals. I am not guided by my desires, but rather by the understanding of how it would affect other people. The principles are more important than emotions, personal desires or reactions. The principles are stronger than any strong emotions because emotions are fickle, while the principles remain stable. Do not live by your circumstances, keep on fighting to shape healthy community around you, the one that lives by the truth. A person with principles can affect the community by not expecting something of others and not pitying themselves. On the contrary, such a person that he or she is the problem solver on personal as well as on social level. Such a person does not expect getting dotation or welfare money to raise the kids. Such a person takes up the responsibility for their own self, for their family, their kids without any help from the state. Keeping one's word, healthy community, unhealthy community, law obedience and faithfulness in promises. Most people keep their word and abide by the law. Companies do not work honestly and keep second bookkeeping. They easily break the rules and have hard time keeping the law. Only he is free who cultivates his own thoughts, and strives without fear to do justice to them. Berthold Auerbach, German writer. In the culture of transformed and civilized community, personal responsibility for one's words is highly esteemed. The word is the law and not keeping one's word puts you down. It is one of the healthy community principles. If you do not keep your word, you lose your reputation. No one would want to do business with such a person. That is why people take seriously their own words as well as the words of others. Such people live in freedom, they are not bonded as those who tell things in haste and in emotions. In the uncivilized community, people can give their words and take them back easily. One of the European businessmen, who came to work with his Ukrainian partners, shared his impressions on the negotiation process on their joint venture. The parties have discussed all the details and planned the next meeting for tomorrow and set it on a certain time. This person has showed up on the spot 20 minutes before the meeting. He waiting and waited and waited. No one else showed up. Only one other person showed up timely and he also came from Europe. The rest of them arrived 20 to 40 minutes later. The guy who showed up first said, "No worries, people in this country are used to doing such things. It seems like a small situation taking part with a small group of people, but people talk about it all over the world. We should never think our actions have no consequences. It is not true. Everything in the community has certain consequences and our community rules affect the world. People are not committed to their words and they put their personal desires and circumstances over their words. We have one amazing ad slogan, let the whole world wait on us. When someone has no principles, they have no value for other people. In all the Western countries, being on time is the common courtesy. It is not said for nothing that punctuality is a kingly virtue. Yes, you can be late for 15 minutes, but it is no good being later for a longer period of time. If you do come late for some vital reason, you need to be able to inform that person and make your apology. People may come to a meeting earlier, but this type of behavior should also be avoided. You may create inconveniences for the people you plan to negotiate with. They may be having other meetings or events on their schedule and you may press them to change their plans. 30. Why do such things happen to those who do not think about the consequences of breaking their word? If we analyze the Soviet community system, you realize that no words given by the party or the government turned out to be true. All of it got ruined and the Iron Curtain broke down. People realize how elusive those things were and that the words mean nothing. They do not understand the power and energy of the words and just take them for granted. Besides, they have created new principles: no cheating, no gain. The lawyer is the one who knows how to legally break the laws. Who needs unprofitable honesty? If you work without stealing, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Taxes are what we pay for civilized society. Oliver Wendell Holmes, doctor, poet and writer. Do you pay tax? If we wish to live in a civilized state, nice city and clean area, we need to be honest with our country and pay tax. However, we live by the principle, you cheat on the country and win. As the consequence, people do not pay tax and do illegal business. Every other company has off-the-book finances and they pay wages in cash. People ask the question, why our country is so poor? We should pay our attention to the principles and rules we live by every day. Do those companies contribute funds to the state budget or to the social protection funds? We have tons of entrepreneurs. Many people believe they are great in doing business. There is the way out. We need to learn how to pay tax to live in a civilized community. Then there would be no need to ask why our country is so poor. Here are some of the taxes and attitude for them in USA. Most likely only few people enjoy paying tax. Nevertheless, it should be done. This money is spent on fixing roads, building schools, kindergartens, etc. In USA, people have federal tax, which has to be paid annually and locally. In average, it may range from 3% to 10% of the annual income. Tax is one of the major expenditures of Americans. In average, their annual tax comes up to 33% to 55% of their annual income. However, retired people, unemployed or those with low income or students pay very little or no tax at all. Do you still believe it would be easy for you to become a part of a transformed and civilized community? We have to be ready and willing to pay for our freedom and civilizations and cover all the taxes. Supremacy of statute law. Supremacy of statute law is more than just using formal legal instruments and tools. It is the supremacy of justice and protection for all the members of community from the totalitarian government rule. International Commission of Jurists. In 1993 in Vienna took place the worldwide UN Conference on Human Rights. And it confirmed the indissociability between the supremacy of statute law and human right protection. It has been acknowledged that law supremacy can be one of the major obstacles on the way of protecting human rights. Law supremacy is only a foundation for justly relations between and among people, and it leads to alternations. Swiss and Norway have shown the best results by their Supreme Law Index and the Worldwide Justice Project. It grades countries by their governmental rule. If the rulers are held accountable, human rights are protected, which prevents corruption and crime. Annual research of the law supremacy in different countries of the world has indicated low level of human rights protection in China, as well as some serious concerns about Russia and discrimination problems in United States. 32. This is what happens in the communities where the law serves people and people abide by the law. However, for the animal farm type of community, people say, be above the law. We surely resort to the law when we need to deal with others. In such a situation, we like the law and are ready to keep it. We search for justice. But when it is our fault, we start searching for the way to bypass the law. Here is a good joke on the situation. Two women get together and one of them says, "I am so lucky, my daughter's husband does not drink, works hard and got her a new fur coat. He makes her coffee every morning. I have trouble with my son though. My daughter-in-law stays late in bed, does nothing much, he works hard and makes her coffee every morning." Such a hypocritical approach to similar situations leads to accepting it when it works well for us and rejecting it when it does not. The same way we treat the law, if it is on our side, we use it, but if we are the ones to answer, we dislike it. At the same time, in our country we have another extremity. People blame others falsely, not giving them a chance to get justified. When someone is taken to court, people automatically consider them guilty. Presumption of innocence exists only on paper. Oftentimes people hear some gossip and condemn that person in their minds, as if they were to put them in prison mentally. Consequently, we have hard time trusting people. We do not know how to be compassionate and do not let them get close to us. If we hear something bad being said about them, we live our lives full of suspicion and false facts. According to 17th Criminal Rule of Ukraine, as amended on 2012, a person is considered to be not guilty in committing a crime and cannot be subjected to persecution until his or her guilt has not been proven, following all the procedures indicated in that rule and followed up by the court verdict. No one is obliged to prove their innocence in committing some crime and has to be justified, unless the persecutors provide evidence of their guilt. Suspicions and verdict cannot be based on the illegal evidence. If there is any doubt in the evidence, it automatically justifies the person. People who do not have court verdicts proving their crime have to be treated as innocent. 33. Wrongful accusations break human rights and should be put off not only on the country level, but on the global level too. During the last year, USA has discharged false verdicts on 87 persons. Thus states the researches carried out by Northern, Western and Michigan universities, which keep special score, and state that 40 persons were falsely accused of murder. 17% of people discharged in 2013 falsely confessed crimes they never committed. 34. Every member of the unhealthy community is looking for the opportunity to break the law and avoid being persecuted from their offenses. In most cases, people know their wrongful deeds, but instead of taking up responsibility for them, they look for ways to bypass the law. It is true, because most of us do not even consider the consequences of bypassing the law. Let's discuss some minor things, such as breaking motor vehicle code. In many cases, people bribe policemen and then they complain about poor roads. Stealing a ride in suburban trains, subway or buses is a norm, but then people complain about the poorness of the public transportation. People bribe their teachers to pass exams and then complain on poor medical services. People sell their votes during the election time, and then they complain about poor government. Why do we have those laws if no one is willing to keep them? Could a country become self-sufficient and rich if people take easy following its rules and laws? There is the way out. The prosperity in country development depends on healthy community principles which fall in line with keeping the law and abiding by it. Honest life is the major priority. Healthy community. Unhealthy community. In the healthy community, people have conscience and most of them live by it. Instead of living by conscience, most people abide by their own desires, emotions and lusts. One of the greatest and most dangerous temptations is the temptation to do something because everyone does that. Lev Tolstoy, writer and philosopher. Everyone does that is the false value for the entire nation as well as for every personality in particular. When we live as everyone else, we get what everyone else gets and make the same mistakes, only their consequences become massive. Conscience is the ability of a person to criticize his or her own actions, thoughts, desires and to feel bad over not living in line with what is right. Obligation and conscience both are independent of what others think. Conscience is the source, which is used in accordance with the values, innerpin of a person and their character. I have already mentioned that when a person has a strong character, they can stand any storm of life and do not just respond to their feelings. Instead, they evaluate the situation based on their inner self. In the transformed and civilized culture, community conscience is highly esteemed and human decency is not confined to the culture only, instead it is viewed as one of the utmost community values. What does this mean? Your personal relations are of no importance, but your actions are. Let's say two neighbors are good friends. One evening, one of them decided to clean up the yard and burn all the old leaves. The other one sees what he is doing and calls the police to come and deal with him. Then he goes to his house and tells him, "You know, I was worried about that bonfire you made there and I called a special security service to deal with it. Because it is dangerous." The neighbor's reaction was, "Thank you for being concerned about me. You knew it was dangerous and took care of it." They wait together for the police arrival. This even took place in one of the civilized countries, where one of people from our country witnessed it. He was amazed by the reaction of these adult people. He imagined such a situation taking place in our country and realized people could even fight over such a situation or at least curse each other. They would certainly not feel grateful for making such a call and would consider it as a treachery. They would start a local war. In the totalitarian type of community, with the political regimen that tries to control all the aspects of human life, people had to be loyal to their political party instead of being loyal to each other. People had to serve and submit to the party's law, instead of honest and goodwill. For example, it is no secret that children could write a bill of complaint on their parents for speaking their minds out against the current regimen. Such upbringing was installed even in kindergartens, where kids had to be placed when they turned 6 months old. Why did the parents have to give away their kids at such a tender age? 1. To free up the time for parents to work harder and keep up the plans, while the party would take care of their kids and bring up more workforce for the system. 2. To install strong ideology of the party and its laws in people, so there would be no person with independent and criminal mentality. George Orwell has described the dissidents in his novel called 1984. It means those with personal opinion that differs from the one developed by the party become public enemies doomed to destruction. People must abide by those rules and in compliance with the party's mottos. War is peace, freedom is bondage, lack of knowledge is power. Since Soviet children and adults functioned within the party system, we may come to a conclusion that most of the time parents just work hard for the good of their country and had no time to take care of themselves or their kids. Children were brought up in complete isolation from family values. From the early age they got under the system influence and cycle: kindergarten, school, college, job. Everywhere they were taught party's mottos and values. The kids became the slaves of the system without even realizing it. That is why they so easily could add denunciation on their parents of betraying the party. Here is a short extract from 1984, Orwell's novel, where the author uses two children to illustrate how the system's values have become more important for children than the relations with their parents. There was a sound of steps and a door slam and kids rushed into the room. Mrs. Parsons has brought a key. Winston flushed the water and loathingly got a clump of hair out of the tube. Then he cleaned his fingers with some cold water and went to another room. He heard, "Hands up." A nice-looking 9-year-old boy with a heavy look on his face got out of the table and pointed his toy gun at him. His sister, who was some 2 years younger, pointed a wooden stick at him. They both wore Scouts uniforms, blue pants and gray shirts with red scarves. Winston has raised his hands, but he had an unpleasant feeling inside. The boy had too much rage in him, holding up that gun, and this was no funny game. "You are a traitor," the boy said. "You are a mental traitor. You spy for Eurasia. I'll shoot you, I'll destroy you, I'll send you to the salt mines." They jumped around him and shouted, "Traitor! Mental traitor!" The girl imitated every boy's move. It was a scary sight, as if he watched tiger cubs play, who soon would become cannibals. Boy's eyes expressed rude cruelty and the desire to strike or boot Winston. He knew that very soon they grow up and would become able to do it. 35. As a consequence, these same kids later on have betrayed their father by writing a denunciation on him. The system, instead of teaching people proper values, has taught them how to act and serve this same system, putting it above everything else in their lives. Integrity was allowed only for the party and could not be expressed toward personalities. It is no secret that ballet dancers had to have sex with Communist Party members and become their lovers whether they wanted it or not. Besides, their husbands knew it but could do nothing about it because it was done for the sake of the party. Human conscience gets perverted, and it is one of the unhealthy community signs. For example, people worked at factories and considered it a shameful thing not to steal from it. Nevertheless, they taught their children that stealing is bad. Kids were told that lies were bad, but if parents did not want to take a call, they would tell their kids, "Go ahead and tell them I am not home." Words and actions did not fall in line. What type of community did you grow in? Are you familiar with such contradictions? This unhealthy and sick community has made us who we are. There is no reason to get excuses in our past, because the future of our kids and our country totally depends on our present-day efforts and our desire to change. Let's get back to the community principle we discuss in this chapter. 1. Strive for success is so innate to transformed and civilized personality and healthy community. On the other hand, unhealthy community accepts any results, be as it may. 2. Animal farm community members do want to have a good life, but they do not do anything for it to happen. They do not wish to overcome obstacles and give up in various circumstances. In the healthy community, people strive for success, they challenge themselves, they set bigger goals and work more and with higher quality. 3. In the animal farm community, emotions and feelings direct actions. People live as they feel without analyzing any events. In the healthy community, a personality has inner pin, a character, and understands the power of a spoken word. 4. The word is the law. Failing to keep one's word means self-humiliation. It is one of the healthy community principles. However, in the animal farm type of community, people go by a principle. I am the owner of my word and I can give it or take it back any time I want. 5. Every person in the unhealthy community is looking for an opportunity to bypass the law, not wanting to carry any responsibility for the things they do. Healthy community abides by the law. 6. In the transformed and civilized community, people highly esteem conscience. Decency is not just a part of culture, it is a social norm. A sign of an unhealthy community is the perverted conscience. In this chapter we have talked about healthy community principle of the law supremacy and got a deeper understanding of what community conscience. Unhealthy community principles indicate that bypassing the law may be easy. However, this idea will prevent you from understanding what it means to be a transformed and civilized person. I go on with my story, and I would like to point out an important idea I had to deal with in the unhealthy community when I was growing up. First of all, people develop a whole bunch of complexes based on false values I have already talked about. Secondly, I personally had to deal with tons of unapplied knowledge. I got tons of school knowledge totally inapplicable in life. I had to cram tons of things while in college because I had no chance of passing exams for a bribe. I accumulated all this knowledge for years, and all I did with it, I tried to be clever with my friends. It's like a bunch of useless stuff which you move from place to place. You do not feel like throwing them away, but you have no chance of using them. I have kept lots of things in my mind but had no chance of using them for real, because it demands hard work and efforts to do. We all understand that people succeed when they have a goal to pursue, but I had no goal. Success is natural to those who plan things, get organized, and discipline their own selves. I knew it, but I did not do it. You do not need much time to change your lifestyle. You just need to stop living as you used to live. I did not want to go out of the habitual life comfort zone. I had to go through things to get rid of stuff and cast out the animal farm from my life, because it would get more hold of me with every year I lived. I told I wanted a better life, but I did what was more comfortable for me. Thirdly, I had to change my character. I am still in the process because creating an inner pin is a hard thing to do. You have to work on it with your mind, will and actions. I have no problem doing physical work, I am just fine working with my mind, but I find it hard to change my habits and take up the responsibility for my life. I'll be honest with you, sometimes I have temptation to say, it's enough. I am hurting, I am having a hard time, people live like that and they are fine. However, I object myself because I am not like everybody, and my life is unique and full of opportunities. I have no right to give up. There is not a person who cares much for my success, so I have to do it myself. No one but me can change my own character. A person has to stay alone with his or her life and the ability to change it. Here are some of the principles I am guided by. 1. The knowledge I get has to be used. If I am unable to use this knowledge, then no one else can. Knowledge that cannot be used by you becomes useless. 2. Being comfortable is a trap. You get used to it and enjoy your life. First of all, I stopped considering how good it would make me feel and started acting against my desires. It is not easy, but I have to break down certain parts of my mentality and take actions I need to succeed regardless of my feelings. As soon as I start acting, I get a breakthrough. Things happen, which I never expected to happen. 3. Live a meaningful life. It's a fulfilling life, where my actions are not defined by the situation, but rather by the goals I set for the day. I am the one who defines my present-day actions. I am so happy about it because it makes me highly productive. I stay focused at work because I know, if I do everything well, it gives me more time after work. It all really depends on the quality of the set goal and its meaningfulness in my life and my calling. Something that makes me enjoy the process and benefits both me and those around me. 4. My character is my foundation. Unfortunately, for the most part of my conscious experience, I did not pay attention to it. I did not think I needed to change anything or to make it strong. I thought, love me for who I am. If you don't, then get changed. Such mentality has stalled my growth for over 10 years. From my very childhood, I heard people say, you were born like that and you cannot change the way you were born. People pointed out my character faults but did not show me how to change it. Presently, I have to lay a solid foundation for my personality through creating new habits, shaping new reactions, etc. I learn how to take initiative and take up the responsibility. 5. Never, ever give up. This is my life motto. I got it from Winston Churchill. I carry the entire responsibility for my life. How can I give up? It's like giving up and not fighting the most important fight in your life, the one that sets your destiny and defines your future. That is why no matter what happens in my family, at work or in my ministry, I always tell myself that I have no right to lose. My life is at stake and I am fully responsible for it. In the next chapter, we will talk about the gains of healthy community through personal changes. We will touch on transformed and civilized quality of life to learn how to live in civilization. 1. People who let others make decisions for them and held on to their comfort zone become unable to understand how to succeed. 2. In the healthy community, people strive for success and challenge themselves. They set goals to make more money, to do a higher quality job. 3. Do not set a goal of getting married, having kids. Set a goal to conquer new heights and discover your terra incognita. 4. In the healthy community, every personality has that inner pin, a character, and realizes the power of the spoken word. They are not guided by emotions or feelings and experiences. 5. Every other person who lives in our country is looking for ways to bypass the law because they have no desire to take up the responsibility for their illegal acts. 6. When people submit to the political party laws, instead of abiding by the conscience net good laws, they create unhealthy community. 7. The principles should stand above your emotions, desires or reactions. 8. Create your own personality, your inner pin in the future of your country. Do it even today. Do not let someone else set boundaries for you that will prevent you from attaining a transformed and civilized personality. Psychological test personal strife. 1. How do you understand the desire for success? 1. To set goals and attain them. 2. To live as everyone else. 1. 3. To live as I live. 0. 4. To become the best where I am. 3. 2. When you set the great goal, you 1. Start attaining it, but you give. If something does not go smoothly. 2. You do not see how you can attain it. 1. 3. You have hard time acting. 0. 4. I put forth all the efforts I can to get the desired results. 3. Who or what stops you from succeeding in life? 1. My own laziness. 2. I have no influential acquaintance to help me. 1. 3. I have no foundation, such as rich parents. 0. 4. I am the only one to blame in my failures. 3. 4. You are being blamed in something you have nothing to do with. What would be your reaction? 1. I would feel bad about it, but I'd keep on seeking truth. 2. I'll try to offer excuses and try to find the one to blame. 1. 3. What? I'll find something to blame them in. 0. 4. I do not react at such accusations because I know the truth. 3. 5. I forgive people who blame me because I do what is right and am not guided by my emotions. 4. 5. Were you ever able to avoid being caught for your illegal acts? 1. Yes, I did, but I am ashamed of it. 2. Yes, I am innocent until proven guilty. 1. 3. Often enough, but who can prove it? 0. 4. No, if I do, I would have to be persecuted according to the law. 3. Test results and evaluation. 0 to 5 points. You put up with what you have and other possibilities are unreal to you. You are limited by the lack of your motivation and you make excuses, such as, no, everyone is meant to be successful. When you read this book, you get a chance to change your mentality and your quality of life by changing your perception. 6 to 10 points. You are converting your thoughts into actions. You have great desire to change your way of life and find your place in life. Your desire and setting goals is what can help you change and start acting. By reading this book, you make a decision to change. You have good grip on the situation. 11 to 15 points. You are fully responsible for your life. You are full of motivation and you know that success does not come easily. It is attained through hard work and self-change. Do not stop there. You can find new opportunities every day. Learn how to use them as well as possible. Recommendations for your practical assignments. 1. Take your time to meditate upon each point of this book after reading it. Think over the things that touched you the most, the things you have highlighted. Remember your thoughts and write down your future actions. 2. All the decisions you make have to be implemented in life immediately. You have just 24 hours to implement any decision. 3. Set some deadlines to do the practical assignments. This would help you to put them to practice. Practical assignments. 1. Evaluate your personality. How much an hour of your work costs? What stops you from getting this much? 2. What stops you from becoming the best in your business and what changes do you need to make? Write down at least 5 of them. 3. How do you create that inner pin based on the truth? 4. What new decisions did you make reading this chapter? Write down at least 3 of them. Chapter 8. Interpersonal quality is the major priority of transformed and civilized nation. We have talked about how important it is to become not just a part of the community, but to be a part of the transformed and civilized community. We have studied some new healthy community principles and realized those are: 1. Freedom of speech. 2. Expressing your own opinion. 3. Strive for success. 4. Charity and proper attitude towards people. 5. Spiritual values. 6. Freedom from the opinions of others. 7. Responsible attitude for work. 8. Life free of patterns and stereotypes. 9. Deep respect for other people. 10. Well-developed self-criticism and self-analysis. 11. The supremacy of law principle. Our bodies are our gardens to which our wills are gardeners. William Shakespeare, English poet and writer. According to Shakespeare, the will is the gardener of the human personality. Without the strong will, no intention can lead to any results. That is why developing healthy community principles require strengthening your own will. The will is what each and every one of us needs for personal changes. The strong will. The will is the ability to make your desires come true and to attain the set goals. DSA-How Dictionary. Maureen is the pedagogical university teacher. She got her degree in social psychology and has become the director of the psychology department of one of the best country's university. She is a great personal coach and teacher. She is known well beyond her own country. This woman was able to attain great results due to the set goal and despite the circumstances and people around her, who prophesied her just the opposite. Maureen was brought up in a small village far away from the nearest town. She and her smaller sister grew up without the father, who died when Maureen turned 6. Her mother was a school teacher and taught history in the country school, located some miles away from the village. Daily the three of them had to travel that distance to survive and live on a small mother's salary. She tried to give them the best education she could. All the childhood Maureen spent with her younger sister and her granny, who lived nearby. In the evenings Granny used to talk about dreams and each of them would share their dreams of happy future, large and nice house, and life in town. Nice job and opportunities to travel around the country. Every night they had such conversations. When Maureen graduated from the school, she has made a decision to go to town and pass for a teacher. She was supported by her family. She passed the exams and had to travel back home for many hours. The results were a frustration to her. Maureen did not find her name in the list of students accepted for free tuition. She had to make a decision to take her documents and go home to her village or to find money and pay for her education. Her family could not afford her tuition. Maureen did not accept the paid tuition offer, but she could not quit fighting for her dream. Next 2 years she lived in the capital and had 2 jobs. She worked as a waitress and cleaned offices during the night hours. All this time she was up for self-education and had to help support her family. Every year the girl would pass the entrance exams to one of the best country's universities to get the free tuition and get her change to change her life. The 3rd year she finally found her name in the list of free tuition students. That is how she has changed her life. She has become the best student of her class and was listed among the 10 best students of the university. She won President Grant for tuition. All she had to start with was her faith in her dream and the strong will to change the future. The strong will has opened up the way for our heroine and allowed her to attain her goal and become one of the million and the best amongst the millions of people who had similar circumstances. You may say she just got lucky, but why aren't others get as lucky then? Our life is not based on luck but on our strong will and persistence. You need to realize that the community is not being shaped by luck but rather by the change of values which form its foundation. I would like to help you realize that the community and its impact cannot shape us up without the efforts on our side. There are 2 reasons for it. 1. You may be too soft and easy to rule. When a person is not in charge of their own life, they can be easily manipulated by the community. At this you do not have to put forth any efforts and become a mouse trapped in mousetrap. This is how the animal farm community operates. 2. You do not really care of what is going on around you or even in your own life. You have given up and said, be what may. At this you not have a strong will, you have buried your will and given it up. In this case a person becomes like a tree leaf carried away by the stream of life. They go wherever the stream takes them, they are just floating down the stream. In the animal farm community the desire to attain certain results is not motivated, rather it gets limited to sheer luck or destiny. As people used to say, it's not for everyone. When a person creates his or her own self by cutting off all they do not really need and by growing the qualities they do need, as the gardener does, this person also grows socially. The personality gets in the center of their life and people are no longer ruled by the community. Instead, they see the needs and act to meet them. To create healthy principle community, we need to become healthy and fulfilled personalities. Showing these qualities and strive for success along with initiative and activeness, setting up goals, being persistent can lead to community changes. There is the way out. Show interest, be curious, get to know things around you, even those things outside of your personal realm. Being initiative and responsible is the way to personal and community changes. The change of heart is followed by the change of the country. The one who can introduce Christian principles into social relationships can truly change the world. Benjamin Franklin, USA politician. We have already emphasized in this book the fact that if our country fails to satisfy us, this means we fail to satisfy ourselves. If we see poor governmental rule, this means we live in poor community. As the saying goes, the nation deserves its rulers. All we have comes to us because of our irresponsible attitude towards life and the lack of ability to manage our lives. Acting foolishly. Just remember how many times we have consented with things taking place in our country and our community. We have neglected our future and our country's development. Famous preachers Billy Graham's daughter, Hannah Graham, was on a TV show where they discussed 9/11 events. Show's host Jane Clason asked her a question: why did God allow such things to happen? Hannah Graham said, I believe that God, together with us, experiences deep sorrow for what has happened. However, for years we have cast out God from our schools, from our government, and from our lives. I think God is a gentleman and he just stepped out. Can we expect God to bless and protect us if we require him to go away? Let's see. I think it all started when Madeleine Murray O'Hara, she was murdered and her body was found, just recently proclaimed that school is no place for prayer, and we said, okay. Then someone said that school was no place to read the Bible that teaches us, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, and love your neighbor as yourself. And we said, okay. Then someone said, let's allow our daughters make abortion if they want it. They do not even have to inform their parents any longer. And we said, okay. And now we ask why our kids have no conscience, why they have no discerning to tell good from evil, and why they kill strangers, their classmates, and even themselves. Maybe if we think well, we can understand all that. I believe we reap what we sow. One young man wrote, Dear Lord, why did not you save that little girl, murdered right in her class? Sincerely yours, deeply concerned student. Here is the answer. Dear deeply concerned student, I am not allowed into the schools. Sincerely yours, God. 36. This is just a part of her message, but it clearly indicates us when we agree with things enforced on us. When we just follow the leaders, not considering the consequences of our lost values, we lay a foundation for our community. At this, we always find someone else to blame, our rulers, or those around us. Such blames cannot change the situation. We should not thoughtlessly consent to anything that takes place around us. For example, every year gay people try to impose their vision of life and their approach to it upon our country. They do gay parades. Tell me this, do you protest or do you just say, I have no time for this? I am too busy working. There is our thoughtless consent to what is taking place. Soon they would get into our schools teaching our kids about the freedom of choice, to be gay or to be normal. If you think I'll speak out when it gets to schools, that would be too late for that. By the time gay people would have the legal right to do so. It all starts with small things, with just one unnoticed actions. No one else is to blame for how we live and for what our country is like but us. We can say no to things that do not fall in line with our spiritual values, but to do so, we need to be free from inside and in our actions. Those are the principles discussed in this book. When the life is based upon spiritual values, we have no problem changing the world. It is just a matter of time. Dear reader, if you still think that the community has nothing to do with you, you make a mistake. You and I are the part of this community. If we want to change our country and to make it a part of Europe, we have to transform and build a civilized nation. As you may see, over time civilized nations are losing their values under the pressure. They start following patterns and fall in line with the lusts. Weak national will leads to physical, moral and psychological bondage. In some countries this process goes on. When there are no values, people get misrule, ruin and bondage of the unhealthy community. Once we agree to them, we carry them throughout our lives. When people shut their eyes at something that takes place in the community, it ceases to be a collective responsibility and becomes your personal one. Here are the examples of some problems which emerge due to the lack of free and moral people in the community. Poverty. 1 billion people, 46% of the entire Earth population, live in poverty. 800 million live in dire need. 1.1 billion people have no place to live. 2.1 billion lack clean water. 3 billion use poor quality water and have no proper sanitation. 800 adults are illiterate. 850 million have no opportunity to go to school. 1.5 billion have no medical treatment. 500 million are starving. Just in 1 year 20 million people die of starvation. 1.5 billion people starve or regularly do not have enough food. Abortions. 75% of population live in countries where abortions are legal, even though most Christians consider it a murder. 25% of all the pregnancies in the world end up with an abortion. In average, every year people make 65 million abortions and 38% of them are done illegally. Military coups. The possibility of military coup holds in fear 50% of all the countries in the world. Debt. Emerging nation countries' debt amounts to over $1 trillion. The entire debt rises over $1.5 trillion. This way the global ruin is almost inevitable. Human rights. Human rights get broken everywhere. Governments use torments and it becomes a more common practice. Until 1980, torments were used in 98 countries of the world. By the end of this year, this number has raised to 110 countries. Such things are pretty common in South Africa, Africa and Asia, Colombia, Peru, Paraguay, Chile, Syria, Pakistan, Iran, etc. Displaced persons. According to UNHCR stats published in August of 2010, for various reasons of war, violence, poverty and drought, over 43 million people in the world had to leave their homes and become displaced. Horrible criminal situation. International crimes cost us $400 billion per year. Computer crimes cost $4 billion. Illegal production and drug dealing cost $110 billion, which is 38% of all the organized crime, involving 25 million cocaine drug addicts in the USA alone, which costs around $25 million, and 60 million of gauge users. Totalitarian regimes. The number of citizens killed by the totalitarian and extreme governments since 1990 amounts to 130 million people. 1918 to 1953 only in USSR government killed over 40 million. In China during the same span of time, Mao government destroyed 45 million people. In Cambodia in 1975 to 1979 were killed over 2 million people. Over 36 million of military persons were killed in the wars since 1990. Totalitarian regimes are the greatest evil of humanity in our days. 37. These numbers are horrifying for those who live not focused on their family problems alone. They understand that today's smallest problems may lead to country's ruin tomorrow. For instance, when a person throws garbage on the street, you could point it out and teach people around you or your child not to litter. If you don't, tomorrow our streets would be cluttered with litter and we would complain about this fact. It's a small thing, but they start with small actions. This is how we learn to impact our country. It is so simple. Civilized nations are not born like that. They become like that, and every country has to make this path depending on personal convictions of people and their personal changes. To be a part of healthy community means not to lay a foundation of principles in one day. It means you lay it for many generations. We are the people of Ukraine should not let our values be neglected in our own community. We need to gain them through our strong will to live by those values and not to be indifferent. Transformed and civilized personality quality. People of goodwill cannot be conquered. As soon as they lose their goodwill, they become willing to give up their liberty to any inner or outer conqueror. Samuel Adams, one of the American Revolution fathers. Goodwill or virtue is a philosophical term, which means moral character qualities of a person, defined by its will and actions. It is the ongoing willful action aimed to keep moral laws free. Encyclopedia. As we may see, becoming free requires developing certain character and conform it to the healthy community principles. Human character and its moral qualities guarantee keeping moral laws. I would like to remind you of Benjamin Franklin, who created a system to gain virtues. He singled out 13 main virtues and set a certain period of time, during which he had to gain all of them until he could fully use them in his life. Mentioning Franklin, we should point out that he had no education due to the lack of money. However, it did not hinder him from studying French, Spanish and Italian, as well as Latin, all on his own. You may want to know why he needed those virtues, because he already was smart enough. His personal qualities allowed him to impact the events in his country on the government level. For example, he spent few years in France and gained support for the American colonies from the French government. In 1887, through his efforts, they signed Treaty of Union with France. While in France, he participated in the negotiations with the adverse English government representatives. Thanks to his diplomatic efforts, in 1783 they signed the Versailles Treaty, by which England officially acknowledged the independence of its former Northern American colonies. Short before his death, Franklin sent a letter to American Congress, in which he expressed his opinion on the necessity of abolition. This was one of the first bold abolition statements gotten from such an influential person. 38. As we have already mentioned, knowledge does not always help us to gain influence, but gaining proper character qualities can become our carte de visite in any community. Benjamin Franklin worked hard to gain the following character traits. 1. Moderation. Do not eat until you are full. Do not drink until you are drunk. 2. Silence. Say only what can benefit me or others. Stay away from empty talk. 3. Neatness. Keep your things in their proper places. Each task has its time to be done. 4. Decisiveness. Make decisions to do what is right. Stick with your decisions no matter what. 5. Economy. Spend the money only on the things useful for me or for others, not wasting anything. 6. Hardworking. Do not waste your time. Get busy doing something useful. Cut off all the unnecessary actions. 7. Sincerity. Do not lie. Have pure and just thoughts. Stick to this rule in conversations. 8. Justice. Do not harm anyone. Do not do any unlawful acts, and do not ignore good ones, which fall in line with your obligations. 9. Modesty. Stay away from extreme things. Restrain your emotions, as well as you can, when being unjustly offended. 10. Purity. Keep your body clean. Keep your clothes and your house neat. 11. Composure. Do not worry over nothing or over common life and inevitable events. 12. Sexual purity. Do not have sex often. Do it for the sake of your health and for childbirth. Do not allow your lusts make you dumb or weak. A review of your peace of heart or leading to ruining someone's reputation. 13. Humility. Follow Jesus' example. Franklin's endowment into America's development is immeasurable. He is one of few people whose portrait is pictured on the most used banknote minus $100 note. He was successful changing himself. He impacted the entire community by rooting out the outdated patterns and principles. People create their country. If you still have no idea of how you can change your country, start changing your own life, your qualities and your character. Franklin has not done it for nothing. His success had a foundation to be based on. Do you dream of succeeding in your community? Start with intellectual efforts. Read the book. Study history of success of other people and entire countries. Spend time developing yourself, instead of wasting it for empty talk with your friends or watching news. Become the one who creates news through your life and value to the community. When we personally change, we start seeing the ways to change such things as medical care, education, economy, culture, etc. Unless we offer new ideas, the community would go on using the old and outdated ones, which cannot deliver the desired changes. The one who knows how to change the country and how to take up the responsibility can become community reformist. If a person works hard on shaping inner pin and character, they would never end up aloof. They will be right in the middle of things happening in their community. There is the way out to apply this simple rule of gaining values, virtues, or call them any way you like, and bring up a transformed and civilized personality being guided by them. If your community changes, this would lead to the entire country change. Would America remain the same if you move all the people about? No, it is only the land but not the essence of states. Each country is formed by its people and their values. Values shape the national foundation. Ukraine is what it is today because of what each and every one of us does. Samuel Adams, American Revolution father, wrote, "Since people would quit breaking the law, we would not need such large police or justice system. If the citizens become able to manage themselves properly, the legal institutions would have less work to do passing fewer laws." The history shows us that the virtue in people's character is the foundation of commonwealth and well-being. It is necessary for the state to maintain its freedom. When human nature gets perverted, the freedom gets easily destroyed. 37. Here are some of the virtue people characteristics. 1. The pursuit of common good is more esteemed, meeting personal needs and desires. 2. People take active part in local, regional and supreme governing processes and try to correct any errors and faults of the officials. 3. If the need arises, people are willing to risk their lives, well-being and good name for the sake of their country. 4. People diligently do what has to be done and commit to proper behavior both in public and in private. 5. Free economy greatly depends on people, virtue, because such people, 1. Do not steal from their employers and from other people. Such stealing only increases the costs of goods and services. 2. Develop high production standards and workplace productivity. This boosts economy. 3. Stay true to their work and contracts. 4. Save money and invest it to gain more profit. 5. Provide for their children, aiming to leave them nice heritage. 6. Do not fall away commonwealth and live green. When we gain new qualities, we gain new country. Once again we see that country's success greatly depends on the changes each of us goes through. In the healthy community, independence, constitution and human rights are based upon spiritual values. If every person is good, how could the community be bad? Human rights are based on the truth of God's Word. Today they help us to live and find solutions for many global problems. If you think human rights are provided by government, this means the government can reduce them. However, if those rights are given by God, no one can take them away. Here is what Stephen McDowell, Mark Belials write in their book called Liberating the Nations. The power within precedes the outer expression thereof. For instance, communism creates a certain form of community order, which completely relies upon outer factors and makes everyone equal. The inner creative potential of life and personal motives are suppressed and oftentimes are drained by those outer factors. Immense pressure leads to anarchy and eventually ends up in bondage. Freedom for people cannot come from copying a number of outer factors. These outer things have to come from the inner principles of freedom based in human hearts. The way to freedom for any nation leads from inside out. 37. When we realize the essence of national freedom, we understand that it does not depend on any amount of outward actions you copy. It is not enough to proclaim ourselves to be a civilized nation. Each and every one of us has to become transformed and civilized in our characters and not just in our words. If no changes take place inside, the community would remain unchanged. It would cause pressure on us and sooner or later we would become the slaves of an unhealthy community. Such pressure may come through public opinion or through acceptance and rejection. It may come through the limiting of the freedom of speech, through the total absence of authority. Sometimes our needs become the foundation for our community and no one say anything against it. For example, we all kept silent when they voted for abortion in our country. Abortion is the consequence of not giving out proper teaching on relationships. For instance, in Soviet Union there was a famous phrase, "There is no sex in USSR." People had very hard time discussing this subject. There was no sex education neither for children, nor for adults, because there was no sex in the country. What has happened then? These taboos went down and the community and especially youth had to deal with the reality of life, but their parents were unready and unwilling to talk about this. Till this day sex has not been discussed for years and young people mainly use the information gotten from other sources but their parents. Reproductive years are set from 20 to 35, but today we see many kids having kids. Guttmacher Institute discovered that 60% of women had sex at 15 and even at a more gentle age. Most of them were forced to it by men, who are some 6 years older. They admit the most sexual acts at age of 15 were enforced on women. Some girls give birth at 13 and not because they are ready for it, they are unable to take care of themselves. They simply do not understand what may happen after sex. We are dealing with the consequences of believing the phrase, "There is no sex in USSR." Who am I? The change is totally up to me. Who am I? You may say it is a rhetorical question and it does not demand an answer. However, try answering it using healthy community principles. Are you a healthy community person or are you overtaken by the animal farm? If you have the answer for this question, then you may define your future changes or convictions. For many decades Soviet rule has taught you that the community defines your life. Communist Party of the Soviet Union News, 1989, number 3, Lenin has decisively spoken against any attempts to reduce the leading position of the ruling party in Soviet state system. He has proclaimed community party ruling principles and norms of party life, highlighting the key part of collectivism played in the party governing. Even before the revolution, Lenin called Central Party Committee its collective leader and keeper of its high standards and principles. The Central Committee had to keep and maintain party standards in between its conferences. Book 13, page 116. 39. Everything was based on collectivism, there was no place for individuality. False values were created based on the party teachings. People were expected to be fully submitted to those teachings. When someone would stand and try to single out, they were immediately called national enemies. Stalin has introduced the national enemy term. This term requires no proof of guilt or false arguments from those you are dealing with. It allowed persecuting anyone whose ideas did not fall in line with those of Stalin or someone suspected in bad motives or was falsely accused. This person could be executed without any judgment. National enemy term did not make room for any personal ideas or opinions on various subjects. The main proof was the confession of the persecuted person, which does not fall in line with any of the modern-day legal acts. In most cases such confessions were obtained through severe physical torments. 40. I think those brought up in the unhealthy community need to realize that community does not define your destiny. You define it and shape the healthy community around you. This means we are the only ones responsible for our lives. If you have strong will and desire to change past mistakes, this means you are a goal-oriented and free person, who knows how to become a transformed and civilized person. If you fall in line with those mistakes and do nothing to correct them, you become a part of the ruck. You wish to change the world from the comfort of your sofa. The worst mistake one can make in life is to be afraid of making mistakes. Elbert Hubbard, American writer, publicist and editor. Regardless of where you are, you have the change to change. Even now, when you hold this book in your hands, this very moment you have a chance to change. It all is up to us. The question is, do we really want to do something about it? Stop looking for excuses, such as, I am such an unlucky person. If only I lived in a place with other highly educated and intelligent people, they would help me to pull me up and I would get a chance to get rich. My kids would succeed then. Do not blame it on your circumstances. On the contrary, do not be content with the unhealthy community around you and with the fact that you may remain a failure till the rest of your life. Stand against your own self and make yourself over. Let's use moving to opportunity experiment as our example. Scientists have randomly picked 4,600 poor American families who wish to take part in this experiment. They have randomly divided them in 3 groups. 1. Families to be moved to poor areas. 2. Families to be moved to rich areas. 3. Control group, not moved anywhere. 4. NBER published the results of this experiment. Here is what they got. 5. Good neighborhood had no impact on the unemployment rate among the families that have moved there. Neither had it any impact on their kids' success in school. 6. During the 4 to 7 years, the crime rate and the number of arrests did not decrease among the kids in the families that have moved to other areas, when compared to those who stayed in their own places. 7. Moving to richer area did not have any effect on income or education of those families. All it does, it affects the emotional state and happiness. In summary, great neighborhood cannot make a person richer or more educated. It can only make them happier. 41. Without the inner richness and the responsibility for one's life, nothing can change us. Just being in a civilized community cannot do it. Your husband or kids cannot do it. You are the only one who can do it. You can get changed and change yourself and your community as well. I pastor the church with many addicted people going through rehab programs. Many mothers come to me crying over their children who die of drugs and alcohol. Their only desire is to change their kids to get them set free from addictions and save their lives. These parents try all they can, but do not attain the desired results. They move from town to town hoping that neighborhood change would help their sons to get right with life. They pay for expensive medical treatment and resort to various doctors. They create extra comfort for their kids, pay for their education, and buy them expensive cars. They find them great spouses and try to get them married hoping it would help to solve the problem. However, all these things hardly work or even make things worse. It is so simple. You may change the life conditions, but you cannot make the decision to change for that person. You may put on new fancy clothes, but still remain hopeless inside, lacking sober mind and intellect. The first thing I recommend to those mothers who see no way out of the situation is to get changed. This advice works well for many women who eventually gain free children, but only few of them are willing to change. They leave empty-handed, considering my advice to be sheer foolishness. They keep on hoping for the instant change in their daughters or sons or husbands. Still, what they have to do is to change. Those accepting my advice and taking time to do the group lessons for codependent relatives reap the happy fruits of changed lives of their family members. Life is not complex. We are complex. Life is simple, and the simple thing is the right thing. Oscar Wilde, English writer and poet. There is nothing more complicated and more affordable than to avail the personal change. It is complicated because you have to work on yourself. You have to discover this animal farm within you. However, it is affordable because it is all only up to you. When the personal changes start to show, people around you see them. They also are forced to change, otherwise your interests split. The real life shows that both options have some positive effects. In the first case, you attain your goal and affect the life of your dear one with your change. This means you eventually change the community. In the second case, the life protects you from people who are not willing to change, even if those are your own kids. Do not get upset. This is not forever. If you have made a firm decision to change and not to live for the sake of your kids only, the Lord who has given you those kids knows why you have to treat this path. Let's go over the principles stated in this chapter. 1. In the animal farm community, the desire to attain results was not motivated, but rather it was limited to luck and destiny. People used to say, it's not for everyone. However, in the healthy community, people strive for ongoing personal change and every day grant new opportunities. 2. The foundation of healthy community is constitution, independence and human rights based on spiritual values. However, unhealthy community foundation based on material stuff. 3. People brought up in the unhealthy community come to realization that community cannot define your destiny. Every person shapes healthy community around them and shapes their own destiny. 4. You are the one who shapes your destiny. Oksana Golovko, books co-author. Meeting my true self helped me to move ahead in life. I had to deal with some issues and clear up the space for gaining new resources. Now I have to work hard to till and grow my personality. Beforehand I thought I would be happy if I could change the family I was born in. I thought that if I lived in another city or country, I could succeed. This is just an illusion. It's so much easier to find fault with people around you or with the place you live in or in your country. However, it may not be always nice to see your own self as it is. It is not an easy to do to admit that the biggest problems in your life are caused by you. Moreover, you are the only one who do something about it. We are not always willing to overcome the difficulties. That is why we start seeing faults in other people to hide our own faults. Comparing myself to them, I looked well enough. This is one of the Animal Farm principles. When people do not wish to see anything good in others, even in their thoughts, they do not want to see their strong qualities and esteem them. This is not something people used to do in my community. I could see some good things in others, but I could not tell them so and esteem them in front of other people. When I got this knowledge and tried to apply it, I had some very hard time doing so. I felt inner discomfort, and I felt awkward in my body. I realized that the thing I am trying to do contradicts my habits. I pressed on, and this helped me to gain new personal qualities. I noticed some of the new qualities being shaped in my life, and I realized that the things I esteemed in others and talked to them about are the things I start gaining in my own life. Here are several conclusions I've made and used them today in my life. 1. It's either the community affects me or I affect it. There is no other option. I have made a decision not to be pressed down by my community. Instead, I decided to become an independent person. I do not react to outer provocations because I know who I am and I pursue my goal. If my community does not help me to attain my goal, I change it. 2. All the responsibility for my life is on me. If you do not view yourself as the source of all the good or bad things coming into your life, you start blaming others, but these satiations would keep on emerging. When I realized it, I changed myself. Now I know how to change this situation in my life. It can be changed by taking up responsibility, being decisive, and taking initiative. 3. I was never taught to respect people and acknowledge their uniqueness. No one has ever taught me to admire them. I have been taught to see only me in all the situations and take care only of my own pain. To pity myself and to complain over my disabilities or praise my strong qualities. If I look only at myself, I become egoistic and unable to see the life around me. 4. Comfort zone is great, but it can be compared to a slow death. Comfort in your relationships, in daily life, or in your actions is nice, but it kills your initiative. It prevents you from acting and speaking in new ways. It's a sweet life, but the end of it is bitter. No success and no greatness. In this chapter we have tried to realize and accept the fact that personal change is the main road to any country's development. Only our own efforts and decisions can change the destiny of the next generation, of our country and of the world. 1. The will is the gardener of the human personality. Where there is not strong will, no decision can be carried out and no good intent can deliver any results. 2. The community and its influence cannot shape you up without your own efforts. 3. Where there is no values, there is anarchy, ruin, limits which may rob you of the great things of life. 4. It's simple. Civilized nations are not born, they grow to be such. 5. If your community and people around you changed, the entire country would change too. 6. Wherever you are, you have the opportunity to change. Going to your work, waiting in line, you always have the chance to change. 7. Your husband or your kids, your luck is not able to change you, you are the only one who can do it. 8. There is nothing more complicated and more affordable than the personal change. Psychological test. My responsibility. 1. What does strong will means for you? 1. To cut off the things that have bad impact on my life. 2. Not to do the things I want. 3. To say no. 4. To attain the set goals. 2. What can affect your inner changes? 1. A sense of dissatisfaction with life. 2. My surrounding. 3. The community. 4. My decisions and take up the responsibility for my life. 3. What are some of the human virtues? 1. Character traits. 2. Occasional good deeds. 3. Words. 4. Values I am guided by in my daily life. 4. If you have a conflict with some person, who is to blame for it? 1. Both of us. I have my share of blame. 2. Both. 3. The other person. 4. No one, but the one who analyzes his actions and the situation gains the most out of it. 5. Can you solve the problems by ignoring them? 1. No. 2. Temporary, but yes. 3. Of course. 4. Ignoring problems does not solve them. 3. Test results and evaluation. 0 to 5 points. Unfortunately, you do not take up the responsibility. You trust the most valuable possession you have, which is your life, to a chance. You and you alone can change the attitude and change everything around you. Do not live by today only. Tomorrow is important not only for you, but for those around you. 6 to 10 points. You do create yourself. You have a tough way of doing it, but your desire and strife lead you on. Do not expect things to come into your life without you doing something for it. Remember that free cheese can be found only in the mousetrap. Do not trust those who try to control your life. 11 to 15 points. You know that no one else but you can change your life. Your will is strong enough to attain the desired result. Do not quit, it's just the start. Your aspirations and desires will show you the way of becoming a transformed and civilized person in your heart. Recommendations for your practical assignments. 1. Take your time to meditate upon each point of this book after reading it. Think over the things that touched you the most, the things you have highlighted. Remember your thoughts and write down your future actions. 2. All the decisions you make have to be implemented in life immediately. You have just 24 hours to implement any decision. 3. Set some deadlines to do the practical assignments. This would help you to put them to practice. Practical assignments. 1. Is your will strong enough to attain the set goals? How can you tell it? 2. Make a list of your existing virtues and a list of those you need to gain to attain your goals and success in life. Make a plan on how you are going to gain them. 3. How do you understand Benjamin Franklin's phrase, the one who can introduce Christian principles into social relationships can truly change the world, in regards to changing both your life and your community? 4. What new decisions have you made after reading this chapter? Write down at least 3 of them. Chapter 9. Principles, the core of a transformed and civilized nation. In the previous chapter we have talked about such a personal quality as strong will. You have also realized that the country is made by people who live in it. I think we all understand now that there is no one but us to take up the responsibility. That is why such qualities as strong will and ability to improve your own self are needed to transform and build a civilized nation. Now we will talk about the proper principles and how they affect shaping up of the community and the country. People who live in different countries of the world may considerably differ in their looks and by their inner values, culture and actions. This depends on many factors, such as family, its social role, culture and economy of the country, its religion and level of education. Still, life offers opportunities and self-education can help you to create and bring up yourself, your values and grow your character based on the healthy community principles. Francis Shefford, U.S. pastor, theologian, and sophist said, "Person, family, church, community or government with weak foundation can stand, but only until the pressure increases." Foundation is our character, which has to be based upon the truth, values, traditions and analysis of the current events. The pressure is the outward obstacles, hardships and contradictory opinions. These things can either stop a person or motivate them to attain better results. Speaking of inner and outward pressure, we may not avoid mentioning Margaret Thatcher. She was born in poor family. Her father had a small grocery store and her mother was a seamstress. Still, she became the first woman to take Prime Minister's position in the most conservative country of the world, in Great Britain. What has helped this woman to become one of the most influential people in the world? From her very childhood, Margaret and her father attended local library. In 1 week the girl would read 2 books. It's no wonder she successfully passed Oxford University exams. In the age of 20 she participated in Parliament elections for Tory, which was highly unusual. There were no women politicians back in those times. Her bold attempt did not succeed, but still she did not give up and pressed on to her goal. In 1953 she got her legal degree, and for 5 years she was a tax lawyer, a pretty unusual profession for women of those days, isn't it? Just in few years she has become the Minister of Education, and later on she led Tory, and in 1979 she became the Prime Minister of UK. This is how this middle-class lady has fulfilled her dream and became the head of entire nation. In Daily Mail interview, Margaret, the UK Prime Minister, defined her attitude towards work. She said, "I have never slept for more than 4 to 5 hours a day. One way or another, my life is my work. Some people work to live, I live to work." Ambition and determination have to become your loyal friends on the way to success. Margaret Thatcher had a strong Reformation spirit in her. When she became the UK Prime Minister, she took up the burden of the country's problems, which in 70s was on the verge of default. 42. What do you think? Did this Iron Lady have to go through some pressure? Surely, she did. This woman has dared to take up the highest position in the country. Regardless of obstacles, she pressed on to her purpose, and her self-education helped her to fulfill her dream. All things are possible for the one who knows where to go and keeps on trying to attain his or her goal. Today you may be just a porter, but in your soul you are the best chef. You may think nothing will ever come out of it, but if you only start learning how to cook, you can become a great chef. Discussing the social pressure, we read how Francis Schaeffer depicts human relationships and culture. In the past, Romans used to build small arch bridges over the Europe rivers. For many centuries people used these bridges, crossing them in their wagons. However, if nowadays people tried to cross them in heavy trucks, the bridges would go down. The same is true about our life and community system and culture. If they have no strong foundation other than their own weak and limited abilities, they may stand for a while, when the pressure is low. However, as the pressure grows with no strong foundation, they break down as those Roman bridges under the heavy trucks. Without the strong foundation and during the high-pressure seasons, those bridges crush, and it is only the matter of time, and the time is short. 37. Weak foundation affecting our community is our values, our characters, and our inner pin. If we do not build it strong and do not work on ourselves, we cannot stand the pressure of change. We still have hard time understanding that becoming a transformed and civilized person is not just living in a civilized nation, it is developing those qualities and opinions. Our position and character are to remain with us forever regardless of where we live. Our position is 1. Personal convictions. 2. Confidence in our actions. 3. High efficiency in everything. 4. Being responsible for our words, thoughts, and actions. 5. Pursuing goals. Healthy community principle is the responsibility taken up not only by the government but by each member of this community and country. As we may see, community does not define who we become transformed and civilized. Community offers us a choice, but who we become depends on us. Community educational system. A changed nation is the changes that take place in each and every person living in that country. If you expect that change to take place on its own, you are just wasting your time. Different things happen in different countries, but how things turn out depends on the people who made themselves fitted to stand that pressure and not to submit to anyone who wants to rule their lives, make decisions for them, and create their future. Maybe you are unemployed today and complain for not getting a better life in this country, where there is no decent job to be found. If you take this situation from that perspective, nothing is going to change. Just think about it. Maybe you can use this time to provide a job for someone else. Maybe you can become that person who creates a new product needed for the entire community. There is a great story about someone who grew up having no parents. It was a black person with no money living in poverty. He did not complain, though. Instead, he saw the poverty of other people. He saw them dying from starvation and cold, and he made a decision to take up his responsibility. Please meet George Washington Carver, an inventor who dedicated his life to God and to plants. He learned how to process peanuts, making butter and coffee out of it. He has even found a way to make ink and soap and the famous peanut butter we all love out of this plant. He managed to make flour, cereal, glue, paint, and even rubber out of batata. He got this idea of making marble slabs out of chips and sawdust. He started making rope out of corn stalks and making paints out of Alabama clay. Carver patented only few of his ideas and refused to take money for them. He could have easily become a billionaire and an influential person, but he refused to work even for Henry Ford. Carver gave the following explanation of his life credo: important things are not about your bank account, your clothes, or your fancy car. These things are of no importance. What really matters is your service to people. That is how you measure your success. 43. What a great example. Are we willing to put aside our bank accounts to get committed to the communal well-being? Our hero had no chance to get educated or to go to Oxford. However, morning through night he stayed in his lab and invented new products. Self-education is not provided by the school or university. That is something we gain through our personal efforts. For example, in an unhealthy community, work was defined as hard physical efforts. And this was done on purpose. It is much easier to rule an educated, hard-working people than the intellectual and highly educated ones. Here is what KGB general said: never did the intelligence agency monitored plumbers or fitters. They aimed at writers, BAs, and those who have seen the wrong path of development taken by the country and spoke out on it. The animal farm community needs submissive doers instead of leaders. Those who wished to become leaders were condemned and accused of all kinds of things. They got rejected by the community. Let's take a look at Andrei Sakharov's life. He was no simple doer and worker. He managed to become conscience for several generations of people. He was a physicist and one of the last representatives of Russian intellectuals, such as we always wished to see: Chekhov, Tolstoy. He was called a dissident. Nevertheless, his pure and unselfish service and stand for the truth proved he was not alone. Andrei Sakharov was one of the Soviet thermonuclear bomb creators. He took a stand for human rights and was condemned and deported. He believed the politics could follow moral, and both capitalism and socialism had something good to share and learn from each other. He thought that freedom was more preferable to slavery. His ideals were not vain, because he fought for them. In the 50s, he started thinking about the responsibility scientists carry. He was one of the initiators who offered the Moscow Treaty on banning the weapons test in 3 environments. He even conflicted with Khrushchev over this. In the end of 60s, Sakharov becomes one of the key human rights protection leader in USSR. In 1966-1967 he wrote his first letters, containing the request to restore former political prisoners. In 1968 he wrote a Thoughts on Progress, Peaceful Coexistence and Intellectual Freedom brochure. In July 1968 Sakharov was disqualified from classified tasks. I opposed bringing troops into Afghanistan, and that is why they deported me to Gorky. I am proud about this deportation as about some reward, said Andrei Sakharov in 1989-44. Andrei Sakharov is a person who stood up against the government system. He actively and openly fought against it. His actions were not motivated by politics, but rather by his conscience principles, and he took his stand regardless of the price he had to pay. Sakharov remained faithful to his ideal till the end. Dear friend, if you wish to become a transformed and civilized person, do not end under this world and its values. Take a stand for what is right, follow your conscience and your principles. When the pressure grows, remain loyal to your convictions. For example, when you see light, stop it with truth. Sakharov never was just a doer. He was an intellectual person, who could not blindly follow orders. He has made his own decisions both in his personal and in his social life. The only way they could stop him is by causing unhealthy community social pressure on his work and life. Nevertheless, he managed to withstand the pressure and become part of the country's and world's history. In 1975, Andrei Dmitrievich Sakharov received Nobel's Prize for fearless stand for fundamental social principles and for courage in opposing evil government and standing up for human rights. He opposed communists' authority monopoly. He opposed bringing troops into Czechoslovakia in 1968. He opposed dissidents' arrests. Without a second thought, he sacrificed all the advantages of his position in scientific community to the right to speak the truth. Even Nikita Khrushchev, who could not stand being criticized, admitted Sakharov is an honest-to-God person. 44. Officially, this scientist was rejected and suspended, but the government had to admit his honesty and virtue. He was a man who did not sell his convictions for social benefits and comfort life. This is what it means to take your stand regardless of the pressure. Are you ready to be loyal to your convictions? How about if someone would offer money for you to change them? What if someone would threaten you? Would you still be loyal to your beliefs? Healthy community principle is freedom to be who you are in defending other people by their values. Unhealthy community does not need free people and does not encourage self-education. All the education was limited to school and university. People needed their diplomas only to find good jobs. People had no idea they could go on with their self-equation outside of the school. Here are a few sayings that support such ideology. Hard work is honored and you should aim to be first in it. Hard-working people never sit around. Work feeds a man. With time and patience, the leaf of the mulberry becomes satin. No pain, no gain. A joke. My mom can never remember her cell phone PIN code. My father carried his paper notebook in his pocket to write down phone numbers. My grandma uses cell phone flashlight to give some light to the watch and see what time is it. I have a question. How come their generation was the first one to go to outer space? It is a funny joke, but it has some sad thoughts in it. It shows us how people can stop in their development. Such a halt leads to degradation, because no achievement could last you through life. Let's take a look at sportsmen. Any victory is temporary. If a sportsman stops developing and training, no one remembers their one-time victory. The same is true in life. It's an ongoing process, and those who keep on training remain successful in the community. In the unhealthy community, people forget about self-education. They do not do it in their family, in bringing up their kids, or in their personal growth. Do you see your friends or neighbors taking hours to study new books or attending trainings? Maybe you too spend more time on the internet or playing games on your PC? For instance, in the unhealthy community there was no family education. It was of no importance whether people were ready to get married. They need to be busy with something, so let them handle their family trouble. Married people got faster promotion at work or in the party, and their families and kids got their apartments. They have been offered certain social provisions, with no right of choice. People could not choose where to live or where to work. Personal rights were broken and the person became a part of social labor system. In Europe, people can make their own decisions based on their desires. Personalities have the right to choose. Irene and Bob were married for over 12 years and had 2 children. They lived in one-room tiny apartment. Finally, they got so long hoped for new place to live. Their friends advised them to divorce to get the new apartment and keep the old one. Bob did not want to do it. Divorce meant to him the end of his family life. However, Irene insisted on it because she wanted to keep that flat. They got divorced and Irene with her 2 kids moved to the new 2-room apartment. Bob for a time being remained in the old one. However, this time never ended. Bob tasted the unmarried life with its benefits. He could have his friends coming over every night drinking beer. He had no responsibility to handle his kids or wife. In 5 years he lost any desire to stay married. He kept on drinking, not even thinking of his wife and kids. Irene stayed with her children and had a hard time surviving. She got 2 jobs, sent her kids to kindergarten, but she had her 2-room apartment. How do you like the benefits gained through the complete loss of values and relationships? Never ever try to pursue your goal through immoral methods. You would never succeed in this way. If these people valued their family, they would never decrease the value of their relations. Sometimes people marry for the sake of getting those benefits. They never think of delivering value to their partner or making them happy. They only want to look successful in this social system. In the unhealthy community, all the values were diminished and all the principles of God were thrown away. The truth was removed and it was substituted with false principles used to rule low intelligence and inconfident people robbed of their identity. In the West, people do not set the major goal to get married. In the developed countries such as USA, people do not wish to get married and half of the population is single. In the developing countries, marriage is still important and people rarely have kids outside of marriage. In Russia, an average marriage age for women is 25 and for men it is 27. Even though the number of open marriages grows, most Russians prefer to legalize their relationships. 45. In the healthy community, marriage becomes successful not on the account of the state but rather on person contribution to it. Marriage is based on what people can give each other, rather than on what they can take from each other. First, they need to become successful and only then they take up the responsibility for others. Taking up the responsibility means not living for your own pleasure only, but developing into a person able to make others happy. The power of self-administration. A person brought up on healthy community values takes active social stand and takes up the responsibility for coping with difficulties emerging in the community. One of the healthy community principles is not to be afraid of making mistakes, striving for success. All this is based on the ability to manage one's life, which leaves the imprint on the entire country culture. In the animal farm community, people expect someone to manage their lives and any initiative is being punished. If you want to have a good life, stay neutral. It is dangerous to take up the responsibility, because the decision maker is the one to be blamed for it. Have you ever got the situations where you stayed passive because you did not want to take up the responsibility? When you come to work, do you expect to get all the clear instructions? How do you react when being given an assignment with no instructions for it? What if you have something new to try? Do you take up the challenge? If your answer is yes, you need to make a decision to manage your own life, deal with challenges and start acting. For many years, people's mentality was shaped for passivity in their own lives. Unhealthy community has made all the decisions for people. It decided where should they work, where should they spend their vacations, what apartment to live in. When a person has no control over one's life, how can they manage any processes in the community? Such hothouse conditions were created to produce wreck with no inner pin and character and with no future. There is the way out. Do not let others to rule your life. Learn to do it on your own by taking up the responsibility, being active, taking the initiative and showing interest in your future and your country's future. Self-administration can be shaped through values we've discussed in the previous chapter. When a person gains control over their life, they can manage their family, kids, community and government. The 4th President of the United States and its Constitution, author James Madison, said, "The future of the American civilization is not built on the management power. The future of our country and of its political institutions depends on personal ability to self-control. On the ability of each and every one of us to manage our own lives and to control ourselves based on the 10 Commandments of God." 37. When Madison spoke those words, he pointed out that a worthy country is not the one that rules its people, but rather one that allows people to rule their own lives. This is the main principle of healthy community. People rule their own lives to rule the country. When a person is unable to rule his or her own life, they become managed by someone else and get limited by the game rules, which consequently lead to the loss of personal freedom. This is just what has happened during the communist rule, and such a situation continues to take place in many countries of the world. Helen grew up in austerity. Her family controlled her every step. Her mother Catherine, seeing her daughter growing up and becoming more feminine, took her up by the hand and took her to gynecologist for a checkup. She told her daughter she would do it every 3 months, and if she learns her daughter had sex, she would just kick her out of her house for good. Helen could not even think about getting relationships or dating someone. When she grew up, she became a real beauty. She had long and thick hair, beautiful eyes. She was rich both in her soul and in her body. However, Helen had many complexes. She was shy. She was afraid not to live up to her parents' expectations. She could not even talk to boys. When she entered a university, she got a suitor named Peter. They attended the same classes and he really liked this beautiful girl and started making advances to her. However, she refused him and let him know she is interested in her studies only. Now Helen is 42. She lives with her elderly parents and works at a factory as a bookkeeper. She has no family and no kids. She still is afraid of her mother. When she stays long at work, she is afraid to go home and get scolded by her mother. Her life shows us how the community can affect us. No one has taught her how to shape a proper understanding of love, relations, and how to have a family. Relationships are good, but it is very important to base them on the proper values. Unfortunately, her mother frightened and controlled her in her relationships with men. In our country, parents could not talk to their kids about the relationships, love, and premarital sex. Most parents simply debuted such conversations, setting the girl in strict limits, not teaching her simple principles of female behavior. Liberating the Nations book author writes, nations trying to move from communism economical system to free market economy, or from government control to autonomy, have to acknowledge that they would not be able to attain that goal without letting people grow and develop independent character and mentality. 37. Dear reader, we can clearly see that attaining control over one's life requires building up a strong character, inner pin, and mastering getting out of stinking thinking and starting to think big. Do not blame all your problems on government or your teachers in school. Do not look for someone to blame in your community, among your neighbors, or even your enemies. It is the same as throwing the stone at you. If our people were good, then our government had to be good too. In the healthy community, any ruling starts within in the hearts of people with their ability to manage their own minds, will, character, thoughts, ideas, motives, convictions, and relationships with others. Healthy community principle is managing your own personality, which defines your actions, speech, behavior, approach to life, etc. Any change comes from inside out. Hugo Grotius, Danish scientist, has given a brief definition to self-administration in the following quote. A man cannot govern a nation if he cannot govern a city. He cannot govern a city if he cannot govern a family. He cannot govern a family unless he can govern himself, and he cannot govern himself unless his passions are subject to reason. The reason has to become the motivator and mover for everything submitted to it. However, the reason cannot rule unless it is submitted to God and unless it is fully obedient to Him. Do you know how to govern yourself, your family, or your city? There is the way out. To govern your own life, one has to become responsible for the decisions, actions, and words. Saying it in other words, we have to govern ourselves first and then start governing others. All included, best community offer. There is no happiness in comfort. Happiness is paid for with sufferings. Fyodor Dostoevsky, writer, philosopher. Dostoevsky clearly indicated the kind of price that has to be paid for the happiness. This great Russian writer crushes our image of happiness. He says we cannot gain it through comfort but rather through discomfort. If we take a look at the animal farm community, every member of it longs to be comfortable, gaining various benefits and not putting any efforts forward. Isn't that true? However, in the civilized community, living in comfort zone is the most dangerous thing you can do. Those who attempted to attain success not leaving this zone failed. Their names have never been written in history, because comfort zone limits us on the way of attaining our goals. It stops our development and does not take us to the self-development path. Henry Ford once spoke of money and well-provided and comfortable life. Elderly people always advise youth to save money. It is a poor advice. Do not try to save nickels. Invest into yourself. I have not saved $1 in my life until I turned 40. Life may offer us different conditions to fulfill our dreams or attain our goals. Never pick the easy path. Do not grab the opportunity to earn an easy buck, because you may have to pay for this comfort with lack of development. Being born, people become influenced by others. At first they get impacted by their family, parents, grandparents. Later on they get impacted by their teachers, their friends, or other people on their life path. Until a child turns 6, he has no choice who to follow. As a rule, his parents have good intentions, but even here kids get in the middle of conflict. Parents and grandparents follow different life models and use various contradictory motivation and punishment methods which affect the child. This may shape low self-esteem in a child, limit his or her creativity and natural abilities. A newborn baby is an empty sheet of paper. It may become a book or notebook. It may even become a part of great encyclopedia. The resources are limitless, but most of the time unfulfilled dreams and ideas of parents become embedded into the lives of their children. They do not leave them the right of choice and create all-included offer. Those very parents did not make their dreams come true, because they got impacted by their parents. They allowed the community to create them, and now they repeat this same thing with their kids. You might have heard these stories from your friends, or maybe it is your own life story. In your childhood you had a dream of becoming a certain thing in life. Many people would tell you that their dreams never came true. They dedicated their lives to fulfilling someone else's dreams and followed their instructions. Here is a good example of how this process starts at the early stages of human life. 1. At first a child is told how gifted they are in music and that could become a great career in their lives. 2. A child starts thinking this over. After a while he fails to see any other opportunities in life but to pursue the music career. It is a good thing if the child is really musically gifted. What if not? A child grows up being limited in their abilities. They have no idea there are other opportunities in life to succeed. Parents' ideas become too important for that child, because for a certain period of time no one else but parents can fulfill the need of that child in protection and security. 3. Now, what if this child who got the idea of his or her musical talents from their parents could not succeed? They are just not as talented as their parents thought them to be. At the same time, a child may be gifted in languages. First of all, this person needs to find those abilities and come out of the limits set by their parents. They need to realize that success may come from the things they love doing. Here is another example of a child with low intellectual level. The parents could not stand an idea of sending him to a special school. That would feel so humiliating to them. The child started attending a regular school, but had no chance of succeeding there. Every day some kids would make fun of him, putting him down. Local psychologists recommended parents to find a specialized school for the child, but the parents refused to accept their child as it is. They tried to shut their eyes on reality and insisted on their vision of this situation. Only a year later, when they finally relieved how hurt their child was and that he had no chance of keeping up with other kids in school, they decided to send him to a special school. This school is fit for helping these special kids to succeed through occupational therapy. Some kids succeed working with wood, others draw, some kids become handy in sewing. In a year this child learned how to draw wonderful pictures using various untraditional materials in his work: cereals, stones, sand. His parents were so happy. They finally could get over their convictions and help that child to become a success using his own talents and abilities. This right decision was made despite the social pressure or the opinions of other people. It was based on personal talents and individuality of a child and helped his parents to lead the child into a fulfilling life. In many cases, things happened otherwise. A boundless person becomes affected by his or her surrounding and people offer them the all-included packages. They limit their freedom of choice in life. This process often takes place in the unhealthy community, where people do not appreciate individuality and development of personal qualities. How did it used to happen before? People were told the community needed mechanics and most men went to school to get this very profession. When the community needed teachers, all the pedagogical universities would get new students. In the healthy community, people make conscious decisions based on their personal abilities, talents and values. Of course, they have the outer influence to deal with, but the inner one is much stronger. The community cannot define the quality of life of any person. That person creates his or her life. Analyzing the level of life in Germany, we may see that their social achievements are not based on law or politics, but rather on their national mentality. They simply do not know how to have a poor quality of life, because they got used to work hard and live by the law. That is why Germany crime rate is low. You may cross the road with your eyes shut and no car would hit you. Even the night streets are safe despite the fact that the police number is limited. Germans honor private property. That is why you can hardly find a piece of land that does not belong to someone or untended one. 46. Could you imagine something like that in our country? Are we ready to become quality, transformed and civilized nation? As we may see, Europe abides by the law, virtues and personal as well as social responsibility. There is the way out. We need to abide by our country law and by high moral standards to transform and build a civilized nation. We need to honor people and honor the country we live in. Let's talk some more on how the community impacts personalities. I would like to point out another fact: the community can either help develop or suppress human abilities. This happens when people face difficulties or novelties, but as they do not possess enough of experience, they back off, being afraid of making a mistake or making a fool of themselves. This is an inevitable thing. In order to gain something in life, you need to go through things and make your choice, gain new skills. For example, with the computer era, many people refused to master them for a long time. They did think them very useful, but they simply did not know to go about the task. Those who did know how to use them now. Some people had to learn using computers under the social pressure. They had to do it to get a better job. Others did not want to change and they still write their letters using paper and pen. A healthy community needs people willing to change and learn new things. It has no place for those living within their comfort zone. There is the way out. Start your self-education program, master new technologies, stay educated on all the novelties. This would create your pioneer reputation. Accepting or refusing community influence. Many a time people being under the social pressure fail to succeed, or what is worse, become someone they wanted to be. All this is conditioned by the fact of acceptance or rejection of the community influence. You develop your personality as much as you develop your will, ability to overcome difficulties and to analyze the consequences of decisions made under social pressure. For example, drug addiction is not something people dream about in their childhood. In most cases, it is just the consequence of someone's influence upon a person. Unfortunately, unhealthy community shuts its eyes upon this problem. Healthcare department or police file reports on how they handle it and how successfully they deal with this problem. The reality shows quite a different picture. These reports are used for a sole purpose: to control social opinion. It puts us off our guard, so we would not press the government to do something about it. Our system shapes the false opinion of getting everything under control. Such things happen in all the areas of unhealthy community life, where there is no proper ideal of healthiness and stability. How do we transform and build a civilized nation in such a community? Let's talk about a kindergarten or a school. The truth is, those parents' charity payments and financial help supports those institutions. However, every year they get commissions coming over, checking the condition of those facilities and classrooms. Are they in line with their standards? This is a common thing, especially in larger cities and in the capital. Here is a good question to ask: how can they be checking places they do not fund? How can they come there and set demands, if they do not invest any money? Animal farm type of community make such things possible. These commissions write notes with recommendations of how to fix things up and set deadlines. Could this be possible in a healthy community? People wish to have a new life, a modern life, but still they hang on to the old ways of life. It turns out that the unhealthy community mostly consists of deficient and unsuccessful persons, who pass on their outdated and fixed mentality to their children. Generation from generation, such weak mentality is being formed. It hurts these people to change, but the change is necessary to transform and build a civilized nation in our minds and actions. There is the way out to change our community. Each person in it has to change. Personal change is what can change our families first, then they can change your surrounding and make you able to impact the entire community. What kind of community do you live in? Why do we need to assess our community? We need it to understand that you are not happy with it and that you have the ability of self-examination. This means your way of life fails to satisfy you. The community is made of people who take responsibility for their own lives and for the life of that community. If we see this community being not what we want it to be, we can change it. When we see our faults, we get a chance to change. Self-examination helps you understand that the country changes depend on people and their ability to change character, values and culture. If a person fails to see any problems in their own self, the community has no hope of change. We no longer have the all-include provision system, but unless we create ourselves, we would not be able to get all the civilized community has to offer us. You may deny it, of course. However, if this book helped you identify some unhealthy community signs in your personality, you need to work on them and get them fixed by creating new healthy community principles. You need to make a tough decision to become transformed and civilized. We need to be open to that change to follow values and principles of civilized countries. To do this, we need to understand what kind of mentality and culture we grew up with. Do we have the proper foundation laid for our lives, decisions and actions? Answering these questions may help us analyze our activity and the gained values to admit and accept the changes we need. For example, in transformed and civilized countries, people value honesty and justice. How about us? If you drive a car, you may see how other drivers blink their headlights to warn other drivers of police on the road. Why do they do it? They do it to help others avoid the responsibility and punishment for breaking the rules. This way they can hope others to do the same for them. Such things never happen in civilized countries. They value responsibility. You do not know who shares the road with you. That person may be intoxicated or full of drugs, but you warn them. They slow down and pass the police, and few miles further they go into car crash with people getting killed or damaged. How could one call such a behavior responsible? Such things are unacceptable in the developed countries. When people there see those who break the law, they call the police and tell them where those people are. How do you like that? The guilty driver would even thank the person who called the police, because they might have saved their lives. This is what the healthy community is all about. However, in the unhealthy one, such behavior is taken as some sort of treachery. People are trying hard to stay away from taking up the responsibility. This is just one of the examples of situations that may take place in different cultures and countries. In this book we are going to define some values, highly appreciated in the developed civilized countries. We would see how they are perceived in the animal farm type of community. Every person needs to realize such things, and the fact that the change would not come though the change in visa order or with new laws. The change is the ability to focus one's thoughts and style of life on creating new and quality civilized country. We have to become the new generation for our country, which would start shaping healthy community in Ukraine. Let's go over some basic community principles. 1. In the unhealthy community, the position of the government and of its people is ever shifting. They do not hold on to their word. However, in the healthy community both government and the people are responsible for what they say. 2. Unhealthy community does not approve of free people and does not promote self-education. It only benefits from the hard labor of its citizens. Healthy community helps people to gain new knowledge in all the areas of life such as family, career, household and personal growth. 3. One of the healthy community principles is not to be afraid to make mistakes and aim for success. However, in the animal farm community people expect someone else to rule their lives, because any initiative should be punished. 4. In the unhealthy community people get hothouse conditions of life. Such community consists of alike people with no inner character and with no future. In the healthy community people rule their own lives and their country. 5. Healthy community uses its resources and opportunities to shape character, freedom and opinion in people. Unhealthy community imposes its own patterns, mentality and limits to people, suppressing their leadership abilities. Oksana Golovko, books co-author. Since we talk of the healthy community, I have to admit that I have never had it in my life. I just realized this fact when I first heard that people of Ukraine are selfish and care only of their own well-being, guided by the "I am not my brother's keep" type of mentality. I got angry and objected. However, when I took my time to study the subject and compared our culture with a civilized one, I realized that my family is built around the animal farm type of community. We are selfish and have no values. It is hard for me to acknowledge this, but beforehand all my actions were based on pursuing my profit and getting more comfort for myself rather than for those around me. We have consumer attitude for our parents. Most of us have a sense that they failed to provide us with things and pave our path into the future. I had a feeling that the world is my debtor. It has to give its best for me to succeed without me putting any efforts towards it. Since I turned 16, I dreamed of family and of getting married. I dream of being a bride. I hardly thought of what it really means to be married. All I thought was a pretty dress and a veil. I was focused only on the outward stuff and had no idea I would have to deal with the realities and the competition of this world. There are tons of pretty tall and shapely girls around me, and many of them are prettier than me. Life is not about the outfits. It is a competition of strong personalities. To avoid the rat race and have a fulfilling life, we need to create a strong personality and character through setting and attaining our goals, self-discipline and strong will. I gave it a try and gained freedom and enthusiasm for life. For the first time in 30 years I became happy, self-confident, and I know it is just the beginning. Let's move on. But first we will discuss some new decisions. 1. To admit the state of community, which affected our values. Was it the healthy or the unhealthy one? If that community follows the animal farm principles, we need to acknowledge it and admit our limited abilities and perception of life. 2. Defining your resources and abilities take us one step closer to getting changed and acting them out. Do not get limited with the outward resources only, for they are temporary. You may use them wisely, if you combine your outward abilities with the inner ones. 3. Honor your parents and be grateful to them for giving you the chance to become who you are. Their way of life and the bringing up you've got are conditioned by the system they lived in. You have the chance to change using all the principles described in this book. It is all up to you. 4. Strong will paves the path to attaining your goals. If you strengthen your will, you make a shortcut to attaining your dream. Do not pity yourself, otherwise you would jump from one desire to another with no visible result. In the next chapter we will discuss basic values and the reason why we cannot fully govern ourselves, our community or our lives. 1. Do not let anyone to rule your life. Learn how to do it on your own and take up your personal responsibility. 2. If you know how to rule your own life, you can rule your family, your kids, your community and government. 3. Any ruling starts within in the human heart. It starts with the ability to rule your own mind, will, character, thoughts, ideas and urges. 4. Community does not define your quality of life. We get what we create. 5. Healthy community uses its resources and opportunities to shape personalities. 6. Your personal change affects community changes and leads to new and quality, civilized life. Psychological test community culture. 1. What are you guided by when you make your decisions? 1. By my life experience. 1. 2. By my friends' opinions. 3. I base them on my conclusions and the search for the right decision. 2. 4. By analyzing the events. 3. 2. How do you react when you notice illegal acts? 1. I stay away and out of trouble. 1. 2. It does not happen to me, so I am just fine. 3. I tried to find out why such things take place. 2. 4. I do not support such things. 3. 3. When you hear people speak of the happy past and all the things they used to have, do you feel sorry for not having them today? 1. Yes, I am sorry that no one takes care of people. 1. 2. I am sorry for the loss. 3. Not really, but I do need some help. 2. 4. No, I am self-sufficient and I need no help. 3. 4. Your child wants to go in for sports, but you see them as gifted artists. What do you do? 1. Let's try to do all of those things. 1. 2. Why should they waste time on something that would not do any good? I'll pay for lessons I like. 3. I'll try to talk to my child and find out what they like and give them a piece of advice. 2. 4. I will support any decision of my child in their strive for success. 3. 5. How hard it is for you to acknowledge that you were brought up in the unhealthy community? 1. Yes, I agree with this fact. 1. 2. No, I do not agree. We are who we are because of our country's history. 3. It is hard. 2. 4. It is hard, because I have to change instead of blaming others. 3. Test results and evaluation. 0 to 5 points. Unfortunately, you are the product of that unhealthy community and you do not believe that your future is up to you. You blame it on the government or other people, but not you. You have become the victim of the circumstances and the only thing that could help you is analyzing your past. 6 to 10 points. You know you can change your life. You know your inner changes can change the community. You need to plan your future to speed up the change in you. Setting the goals and attaining them would help you change inside. 11 to 15 points. You aim for the inner change. You gain new values which mold your character. Take up the initiative and do it. You can change yourself and your community. You can promote healthy community principles in your country. Recommendations for your practical assignments. 1. Take your time to meditate upon each point of this book after reading it. Think over the things that touched you the most, the things you have highlighted. Remember your thoughts and write down your future actions. 2. All the decisions you make have to be implemented in life immediately. You have just 24 hours to implement any decision. 3. Set some deadlines to do the practical assignments. This would help you to put them to practice. Practical assignments. 1. How much time during the day do you spend analyzing your qualities and abilities? 2. How do you rule your life? Write down at least 5 things. 3. What are the consequences of community impact in your life? What did it shape in your life? 4. What new decisions did you make reading this chapter? Write down at least 3 of them. Chapter 10. Right Value Systems, the foundation of a transformed and civilized nation. In our days, too many people know the price for everything, but they do not know the true value. Ann Launders, journalist. As we have already realized, the country we live in was created by certain events and historical changes which shaped our culture and state values. The community keeps on developing regardless of our desire, and this development takes place in accordance with the human values. We aim to evaluate the cost of everything, but do we often evaluate ourselves and our own values? That is something we are going to talk about. First of all, I would like to point out values and stereotypes are not the same thing. Even though people confuse them, they differ. Community stereotypes. One of the easiest ways to shift the attention away from values is to use stereotypes. Unversed people take them for values and start being guided by them in their lives. Stereotypes are conclusions based on one's position and experience. This information gets digested without the realization. Human stereotypes can impact people's behavior, create false reality perception, and motivate to action. These stereotypes can be shaped by a person or by the community and adopted by people in it. Let's talk about the second case. Community stereotypes are the opinions enforced on the community. Individuals become dependent on these stereotypes and feel forced to change their inner convictions to fall in line with them. For example, a great Soviet poet Paul Gauguin has one unfinished novel. It talks of the upbringing kids got in the Soviet kindergarten. Mary the teacher offered kids to place dolls in the circle and beat them up with the sticks. She said, "Let's imagine they're the capitalists and we are the revolutionists." When one of the kids threw away the stick and started crying, the lady said, "He is a bad communist and a very selfish person. He is a spoiled child and maybe even a capitalist." 47. That is how the community stereotypes come about the place. Certain ideas were promoted and enforced on people from their very childhood. These stereotypes motivated people, and if someone did not fall in line, they got rejected. People were told that the Soviet country was the best in the world and they had to believe it to be so. They have been told that America is the Soviet community enemy, and many people believe it till this day. These stereotypes have been introduced into the community to rule people. For example, politicians get the easy victory once they manage to put down their competitors. Once an old ruler would pass away, people would keep on blaming him in every problem they had. They created national enemies just to put away the focus from their own mistakes. This person used to govern the country and made many mistakes. People start to believe in it and put all the blame on that person. Another community stereotype defines male and female roles in the society. For example, women have to be submissive and admiring of men. Her main duty in life is to take care of her house and to give birth to kids. Men are enthralled to another outdated stereotype. They are the earners. Till this day, both genders try hard to fall in line with those stereotypes. They take for granted their inner desire to succeed first and just follow the stereotypes. As a rule, both males and females are not happy in these relations and in the community. Community stereotypes are the actions repeatedly taken in the community with minimal human resources input. 48. Dear reader, did you ever act against your own values? Were you ever suppressed by the stereotypes? When Helen and Andrew got married, all their relatives asked them just one question: when are you going to have kids? Helen said she felt like a chicken that has to bear a golden egg. 1 year later they still had no kids. This family had a real hard time visiting their relatives in the countryside. Meeting their home folks, they kept being asked the same question: when are you going to have kids? They tried to avoid such conversations. They talked of their jobs and development plans, but no one was really interested in that. Let's talk some more about the stereotypes. One of the national Ukraine stereotypes is the "I am not my brother's keeper" mentality. It did not get rooted there on its own. It came through indifference, disregard, and apathy of people. One of the unhealthy community aims was to suppress people's interest to community life and their desire to help others. Such things were considered as unwanted and unwelcomed initiative. However, in the healthy community initiative, people become successful. If you do not take up the initiative, you have a chance of ending up on the street. We wish to be accepted in our community. We long for gratitude and significance, and that is why we do good selectively. We help those who can help us. Here is an example: we let the homeless die because it's their own fault and because no one is going to be grateful to us for helping such people. While in the hospital, we see how doctors treat differently rich and poor people. Instead of being guided by values, people are guided by financial merit. People get limited in their action by their personal achievements or desires. Who is going to be the best worker of the month? Who is going to get that free trip? Who is going to be celebrated? Such stereotypes are the part of unhealthy community. People are consumed with their own lives and with the desire to get rich. For example, let's talk of those terrorist attacks in Moscow, March 2010, subway detonation in January 2011. At that time cabmen had the chance of helping people, but they immediately raised their prices up to 10 times. Every time we have trouble, someone is trying to get rich on it. Oftentimes someone's greediness may lead to someone's death. First of all, it's the greediness of those who should take care of those people and be responsible for their lives. 49. How do you like this example? It's a typical behavior of people who put financial gain over helping their neighbors. They make money on people's distress and think that self comes first. Until we live by the self comes first rule, we have no chance of understanding healthy community principles, where people value care and kindness above all. In the healthy principle community, people help each other solve problems and share their lives. There is a good deal of examples when businesses showed compassion for people and helped them, not getting any merit out of it. Japan had one of the most destructive earthquakes in the world. Over 10,000 people got killed. Thousands of homes were destroyed and millions left with no electricity. After this tragedy, Phone Japan companies made all the calls free, so people could connect with their families. Right after the earthquake, the cell communication went down and people tried to call their families using street phones. These phones immediately stopped charging payment for the calls because NTT has made all the phone calls free. Subway did not change any payment for the rides, its workers allowed people to come in with no tokens. 49. We need to learn how to stop living focused on our problems alone and stop looking for financial gain when our neighbors are in trouble. We need to learn compassion. I will help you in any way I can. It should be done regardless of the personality or of the person's ability to help you back. This story was told by one of my friends who went to Europe and got a job there. He and his business partner passed by a car standing on the roadside and an elderly man trying to get it started. His business partner stopped the car, got out, took off his jacket and offered that man some help. When they got the car started, the elderly man left and the businessman put on his expensive $500 jacket and went to work. His actions were not motivated by "it's not my business" mentality. He was guided by his inner convictions and desires to help another person regardless of his social status. However, in our country we know that drivers could run over a person on a crosswalk and go, not even providing any help. Self before all. As a rule, unhealthy community does not promote or even accept genuine desire to help others. Instead, people just love to gossip and condemn. When people see a young couple who have been married for 2 years, they would talk behind their back and call them childless. They would not understand or honor their desire to become successful first. Since my culture differs from that of Ukraine, people reject me because I do not fit in and do not feel sorry over this fact. These false values installed on you have become your style of life. You no longer are able to define your values, they get defined for you by the community stereotypes planted here for years. The community based on the false values, stereotypes and patterns, where all the individuality gets destroyed, becomes the animal farm community. Pigs and people are alike here. Yes, surely, such statement can sound offensive. Still, we need to make a decision. Do we let the community rule us, or do we rule ourselves and impact that community? Community values. Once a disciple asked a wise man, "Master, is this world hostile? Or does it offer us good?" "I am going to tell you a parable on how this world treats a person," said the master. Long ago there was a great king. He decided to build a palace. It was an awesome palace too. One of its rooms was all covered in mirrors, even its floor and ceiling were made of mirrors. These mirrors were very clear and a person entering the room could not understand all at once he was looking at the mirror. Besides, the walls of this room creates echo. If you were to ask, "Who are you?" you could hear back, "Who are you? Who are you?" Once a dog ran into this room and stood still in amazement. It saw a pack of dogs surrounding it. The dog bared its teeth and all the reflections did the same. The dog got really scared and barked. The echo barked back. The dog kept on barking and the echo answered back. The dog started running around and biting the air, and its reflection ran like crazy and clattered with the teeth. In the morning the servants have found the unlucky dog dead, surrounded by millions of dead dog reflections. There was no one in that room to hurt the dog. The dog died being chased by its own reflections. Now you see, went on the wise man, people cannot gain good or bad from the outside. Everything around us is just our own reflection, the reflection of our thoughts, emotions, desires, and actions. The world is like a huge mirror. The dog died because it could not master itself. It thought it attacked others, but in reality it hurt itself. This parable shows us that our attitude towards people or community comes back to us. We have this saying, bad penny always comes back. It is true too. Here is another one, do to others what you want them to do to you. We get the reflections, we get what we give. If we thank people, we get it back. We do good and get it back. Community development is the endless change, and it depends on the inner changes of every person in it. Wars, revolutions, or empire crush through the change in government models. We obtain new values which define our actions. Different community development stages impacted development or destruction of individuals. As a rule, countries where people value individuality create solid values and inheritance, laying the foundation for future development. Presently, such countries prosper and promote personal freedom because they manage to create certain values based on love and regard for people. Australia is a wonderful country. Australians have a very peculiar mentality. They are full of optimism and easy to get along with. They have lots of self-deprecating humor. At this they hate foreigners, make fun of them. Australians are friendly and open. They can easily come up and start talking to a stranger. Australian men are gentlemen, they are courteous and open doors for women. A boss may open a door for his subordinates. They are very hospitable people. They gladly invite guests over and serve them the best food they have. The main Australian value is their faith and their individuality. They know they live in a country unlike all other countries in the world. And their amazed guests keep this faith up. Australians are kind and happy people. They are always smiling and thankful. In Australia, people easily start conversations with strangers. For the most part, Australians have no complexes. If you wish to know something, just ask. They are not shy by all means. If they do not like your questions, they would just ask you to shut up. 50. These are benefits of being Australians, but how about us? Self above all is our rule. We rarely pay any attention to strangers, unless they really differ from us by their looks, skin color, or uncanny behavior. Otherwise, Ukrainians would just pass by, not taking any notice of people around them. There are many countries using false values. They do not believe people can shape the community. These values were installed on people for years in order to rule them through unhealthy principles. When we hear or say such things as, "It's not up to me. I cannot do anything about it," we follow false and unhealthy principles. We were brought up to be hard workers, unable to introduce any change. We were shaped through false values. These false values were based on party ideology, system, and people, rather than on the truth. Our future was defined for us through creating comfortable conditions. People got used to stability and became ruck. However, now is the time of change, not only for our country, but for the entire world, and if we hold on to those values, we play no role in this change. There is an article in the internet called "Hunting for the European Values." Its author writes about civilized community values and provides some of the examples. Europeans have a different approach to building up relationships with the state. The human being, his individuality, freedom, interests, and property laid the foundation for such relations. According to the author, free and respectful civilized people are able to create strong state. Moreover, each and every person, regardless of gender, religion, convictions, and other features, has the right to take worthy position in such a community. In Spain, a person with DS can enter college, work, and have a worthy life. I have a friend named Alex, who for many years was a long-haul truck driver. He traveled throughout the entire Europe and told me many stories on what he has seen there. Ukrainian customs is real trial. People have to stand in long lines for hours, they get put down and made pay bribes. They have to freeze in the winter time and sweat during the summer. These drivers have to put up with all such things just to do their job. Alex got really amazed when he crossed Danish-German border for the first time. It took him just few minutes to do so. A local worker gave him an umbrella because it was raining hard. She did not want him to catch a cold walking from his truck to her office. Was it just an unusual accident or coincidence? Or is it a consistent pattern? Underdeveloped and developing countries has a long way to go to acquire transformation and civilization values and make them part of its culture. We need to learn to respect ourselves and others. We need to learn to keep the law, to resist corruption, to freely speak out our opinions and let others do the same. These things are easy to read of but hard to do. It is really hard to break down a system shaped for many decades. 51. It is so easy to read about values and dream about Europe and becoming part of it. However, those changes have to occur in us, not only in our mentality, but in actions as well. When you work, you need to pay full tax. When you visit a hospital, you do not use your connections, you register for an appointment and wait in line. Instead of getting shortcuts, we should act upon the law. Only time can show if we are ready for this. According to French sociologist and sophist Durkheim, the community is the creator and keeper of all the values. At this, each and every community possesses a set of different and at times contradictory values. Set of values of any community is a sum total of the values of people it consists of. 37. In the unhealthy community, people accept its conventional values and tune up their lives to it. For example, in the famous Like a Day, Diamond Hand comedy complex manager said the famous phrase which gained much in popularity among people. She said, "Soviet people do not take taxi to the bakery." This phrase demonstrates Soviet moral and the fact that Soviet people have to be modest and should not try to live better than their neighbors. How could an honest person afford such a luxury? People could not comprehend it and condemned such behavior. For instance, your neighbor bought a new car. This means he is a thief. Our community already possesses certain values and people get used to them and live by them. Whether a person works at a factory or in a company, they pursue similar goal, to steal as much as they can, because one cannot make a good life being honest. Those who disagree with these false and enforced values get rejected by the animal farm community. People oppose them and exclude them from their well-organized and efficient value system. For example, a person works at factory and sees others stealing things. He turns to police and tells about his coworkers. From now, this person becomes the enemy. Even the factory owners would consider him as an enemy. Why would it be? This person has values and follows truth. He sees wrongful acts and stops them. However, in the unhealthy community, people do not share such values and consider him as a traitor. They blame him instead of blaming thieves. Even the owners react the same way, because they know this person has principles, while they don't. Next time he may catch them at stealing. It is spoofing. Where does it take us? People become indifferent. "I am not my brother's keeper" is a very common type of mentality in Ukraine. People are not interested in things around them. All they care about is their own well-being, the rest is of no importance. At this, people complain about bad life or community. The thing is, our values differ from those based on truth and love for people. In a healthy community, a person does not have to fall in line with the community. Instead, they create the values based on truth and offer those values to the community through their actions. Jean-Henri Dunant used to be considered a greatest failure. However, presently he is widely recognized. He had a chance to dine with royal family. He also had a time when he fed on scrapes with the beggars. He used to be one of the most stubborn and sordid people in the world. At the same time, he had more compassion to people than most of his noble coevals did. Even though Dudant was raised in a rich Geneva family, he was not spoiled by riches. His personal spending was rather humble and he never pampered himself. In Italy, Dudant became a witness of the most cruel and bloody battles of the 19th century, the Solferino battle. Over 40,000 people got killed or wounded in that battle. June 25, the sun rose upon the most horrid sight, wrote Dudant. The battlefield was covered with thousands of dead bodies. All around Solferino the ground was spotted with them. They picked up wounded people, bleeding and weak. Some of them do not understand where they are or what is going on, but they still suffer. This is the time when Dudant gets an idea of creating community volunteer medical care centers, where wounded in battle could get some help. That is how the Red Cross Society was formed, and it still carries out its mission around the world. 52. This man could lead comfortable and trouble-free life. However, he saw the need in the community, even though this did not happen in his own town. He had compassion for people and could not go on living for his own pleasure and in the pursuit of his own desires. He left it all and started his ministry. At this, he even did not have a medical education. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself for someone else? Are you willing to become a pioneer among your neighbors? Are you willing to be led by your heart instead of being guided by your mood or by self-profit? Then we have a chance of turning into a civilized community. False and true values. Human life used for pleasure and bereft of sense and moral has no value. Immanuel Kant, German sophist. Unhealthy community has shaped wealth values and erased all the spiritual ones. Wealth values are the things you can gain or buy, see or wish. Those are the things that bring benefit or pleasure to your body, comfort and social standing. These very values suppressed the spiritual ones. That is what Kant means, living for your own pleasure, living in comfort and caring for your wealth alone. Such human lives have no value, although you can clearly evaluate their earthly belongings. Spiritual values define deep connection with God and lay strong foundation for the healthy community, shaping people's motives and desires based on the truth of God. In the unhealthy community, people were taught no spiritual values. Instead, they were rooted out and banned through persecuting Christians, tearing down churches and burning down Bibles, refusing to follow faith. At the same time, wealth values were largely promoted. People followed things they could see. This was done to turn people away from their source of life, from God, and to create dependence from their community. In the healthy community, a person carries full responsibility for themselves, their actions and their success. No one owes you anything. Success is attained by those who shape their personality through self-education and freedom of actions. They do not expect anything from people or from God. Do not think someone owes you something. We have been given our lives, and that is a sufficient asset to make you useful in the community and in the sight of God. The Creator becomes a foundation of healthy community. He created us to be somebody. Speaking of community foundation, we have come to realization that the change comes first in the minds of people, then it gets passed on into the families, into community and on the state level. Every building has its foundation. In healthy community, the Creator becomes such a foundation. He has created this world, gave the commandments for the worthy life on earth. This foundation is the source of values, life and purpose. A person cannot get its resources from the community. A person has to gain the higher truth and get his or her power from the Creator and pass it on to the community. However, a slave with unhealthy principles takes things from the community to get his or her needs met. They live a selfish life and returns only wastes. There is no freedom in the community lacking true values. Such community is based on comfort and making people bonded with the community. They cater and grow the system. Here are some interesting facts few people know of. These facts have hugely impacted the values we've got after the falling apart of the Soviet rule. Communist Party rules. Since 1941 in USSR there was a childlessness tax. Childless people had to pay 6% of their income. It had to be paid by childless males aged 20 to 50 and married childless females aged 20 to 45. A childless family was considered to be inadequate. However, in most cases parents give birth to children early in their lives not being ready for such a responsibility. It's a false value. Live for the sake of your kids. In the end of 1920, SS Professor Ilya Ivanov conducted legal experiments on cross-breeding humans and chimpanzee. However, he had no success in it and did not find any proof for his theory. People do have hard time accepting the fact that God created us. Some people are convinced in being relatives to monkeys and cannot perceive themselves as an independent personality. It's a false value. We all are gods. In 1945, Soviet students gave American ambassador a wooden wall art made of fine wood. It had USA emblem on it. Neither the students nor the ambassador had any idea of a bug installed in the wall art piece. It was hidden so well that USA security agency did not find it, and for 8 years Soviet intelligence could listen to all the conversations in the ambassador's office. There was no such concept as the freedom of word and private opinion. People could not speak out their opinions or use facts. People were afraid to be overheard by intelligence even at home. It's a false value. People fed on gossip and false information. Famous Soviet miner Alexei Stakhanov's name was not Alexei. After he managed to set his record, Pravda newspaper called him that by mistake and he was forced to change his passport and name. People do not value their roots and generations. Oftentimes young people change their names or last names, not showing respect for their parents. It's a false value. Disrespectful attitude towards parents. In 1936 they have developed a new kind of sausage called medical. This new name was introduced to highlight the purpose of making this sausage. It was made to improve the health of those who suffered from hard work done for the imperial rule. People got focused on food. Any fellowship or visiting had to be accompanied with well-loaded table. Instead of having a heart-to-heart talk, people got focused on getting their stomachs full. It's a false value. It's guile. People put on a hospitality show, but their hearts may not be open to others. Great Soviet Encyclopedia published in 1955 had an article on Prague Spring Annual Classic Music Fest. However, the next publication of this encyclopedia of 1968 did not have this same article, because it was published after the invasion of Czechoslovakia by Soviet Army. The fifth encyclopedia volume had a positive article on Beria. They paltered with facts and mass media. Those who paid for the information could have it written in any way they wanted to. People do not analyze such information gotten from newspapers, TV, or internet. Present-day journalists write of high-profile incidents and complete them by made-up facts and stories. However, soon after its publishing, Beria got arrested and executed. Encyclopedia publishers have sent a special letter to all its recipients. They advised to cut out those Beria pages of the book and glue in some additional new pages on Bering Strait. It's a false value. Lies, sensations, made-up events. No one is interested to hear the truth. People rather like excitement. George Orwell, in his 1984 novel, many times pointed out this Animal Farm community rule: 2 + 2 = 5. He thought of it when he heard Soviet slogan, "Let's get 5-year plan done in 4 years." The truth has lost its significance to people. They are willing to accept a variety of options. People blindly trust what they hear or see, not taking the time to analyze this information. This is national feeble-mindedness. It's a false value. Truth has many variations. Galia Markizheva was on that famous picture with Stalin with the motto on it, "We thank Stalin for our happy childhood." Her parents were executed by Stalin government. People become unable to see some obvious things. For example, all the cigarette packages have this note on them: smoking can lead to cancer and death. Nevertheless, smokers ignore it. It's a false value. People do not analyze and discern good and bad things. 53. If you wish to live in healthy community, you need to gain true values based on love for God and for people. Values define our actions. Our actions express our values. If we cheat on people, we lack the value of honor. If we steal at work, we lack the value of honesty. If we do illegal acts, we lack the value, responsibility, and virtue. What are we guided by in making our decisions? Are we guided by our own desires? How would this affect our lives, our community, and our country? All our actions affect not only our lives, but they affect the lives of other people. There is the way out. Have positive effect and show positive example to others. Do not put that responsibility on someone else. You can do it even today. Changed human heart is the path to gaining new community values. I used to say, I hope everything would change. Then I realized that the only way to change things is to change me. Jim Rohn, public speaker and business trainer. Ron pointed out the only way to change our lives. It is simple enough and it has been proven effective by great people. Start the change. Do not wait for things to change on their own. Our goal is to change ourselves and then the things around us would also start changing. Max worked in one of the Ukraine transportation companies. He liked his job. He traveled much and got a good pay. He had very little responsibility to handle. He got the fixed pay. Once he met his coworker. They start talking and that guy told him about the reports, mileage and flexible pay for the job. He remembered filing some reports of his own. His friend told him that he refused to work for fixed pay and offered his director different conditions. Max laughed at such an idea. Why should one want to work more? However, soon he realized how smart his friend was. They met in the office getting their wages. Max was speechless when he saw the amount of money made by his friend. His own pay was much smaller. He started complaining about the fact. The director offered him to shift to the new system, but he refused because he was too busy with his life. Max thought, why should I work more? I have enough to make my living. At this, he had a wife and 2 kids. This is what we get when we have no desire to change or to make more. If a person has no gumption to get a better life, nothing changes. The same is true when people wish to have more but do nothing for it. If you wish to know why your neighbor has a better life, you should ask him how much he works and follow his example. In the animal farm community, most people sit around and wait in vain. They do nothing for things to happen. Real changes that come after crisis or government replacement is not about new laws or new names. No, it's time to realize that the community consists of people and the first real change that has to take place is the rebirth of human hearts. Wise King Solomon said, keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. All the issues of life come from your heart. If you wish to know how to change the community, you should understand what people are guided by in their actions, what their motives and values are. It's not hard to see that in the unhealthy community people lead insulated life. They get consumed by their interests, desires and well-being. A joke. My personal life is so personal that the only person in it is me. The thing is, many of us live like that. Here are a few real-life examples. Natalie is 28. When I am late for work, nothing around me matters. I have no time to look around and to notice other people. I have no time to help them anyway. I need some help too. Victor is 30. My job is my life. I have made some progress in my career. Yes, sometimes I trample on other people. I try to attain my goal by all means. People either have to stay ahead of me, or I'll just walk on them and move on. Helga is 47. All I care is my kids and their well-being. I have 2 jobs and help them as well as I can. They are young and they have many bills to pay. Who else can provide their financial well-being? I do want to look well in the eyes of my friends and have a well-provided life. Considering the change, I would like to ask you, dear reader, did you ever think that a new job or a higher pay could really make a difference? Of course, our needs change, but we remain unchanged. The lack of self-education would lead to personal stagnation. Here is what Doctor of Historical Science and Professor Alex Masharyakov has to say about self-education. No scientist and no intelligent person can exist without the self-education. I tell my students, I cannot teach you something, but you can learn something from me. This means your teachers can only head you in the right direction, but a student has to put forth certain efforts to benefit from his teacher. 54. This means people do not exist without the self-education. There is the body, but there is no personality in it. Dear reader, have you ever had a thought that you do not exist? You do exist as a worker, as a wife or husband, but no one really knows you as a person, as someone attaining success in the community. There is the way out. A person with the ability for self-education can change everything. They pay the price to know more, to do more, and to attain more. Country, nation, and community restoration follows the change of heart and change of personal values. If a person can change themselves, they can change the country, too. When a person becomes somebody and overcomes their own self, their fears, they obtain the power to change others. Just think about how hard it is to change you and count your chances on changing others. Voltaire, French writer and educator. Heart, mind, and intellect generate your thoughts and ideas. If someone makes mistakes and finds an excuse, "I did not think of that," this does not mean they really did not think of that, it just means they have no values. For instance, our community experiences a growing rate of crime and aggression. This is what people do. These people commit iniquity, stay unpunished, and the community has nothing to say to them. How often did you take part in some sort of aggression or public violence? By saying nothing, we allowed it to grow and increase. Politicians pass on the laws and offer programs to cope with such things, but no one really understands that the problems flow out of people's hearts. This is a crucial point for the future change of the country. However, no politician even hints at the change that needs to take place in human hearts. Instead, they give out the promises of change. What are the results of the 23 years of Ukraine independence? We remained the same. The promise is the way to pursue personal interests and gains. Only few politicians keep their word after they win the election. It's not that they do not want to, they simply can't. For instance, we still have a very serious situation with drugs in our country. The government spends millions of dollars. We have volunteers coming from different countries of the world, who teach us on the consequences of using drugs, but it is of no use. According to Ukraine ME official data on January 1, 2011, there are 165,006 drug addicts in our country. According to Ukraine Ministry of Health Medical Stats Center official data on January 1, 2011, our country has 47 free clinics for drug addicts. Additionally, we have 49 day patient facilities with a capacity of 1,493 beds a day. We also have 571 medical offices for adult drug addicts and 17 offices for teenagers, where people can get free treatment without the need to get registered as drug addicts. According to WHO and UNAIDS data, in reality our country has over 425,000 inject drug addicts. According to some other researches, Ukraine has 1 to 1.5 million people using drugs, and this number annually grows by 8 to 10%. 55. This problem cannot be solved by creating more rehab centers or by spending more money. I know just one thing: when a person comes to church and realizes the impact of sin on their life, they make a sincere decision to change their heart and thoughts. That is how many drug addicts gain freedom. There are many Christian rehab facilities. Over 40,000 people has gotten through rehab in our church alone. They got liberated from drugs or alcohol. They got new destiny and new and free life through personal change rather than through some sort of a program. Each and every one of us needs to realize and accept the importance of persona change, the change of heart. There is the way out. We should shift our attention from the outer things to the inner ones. Your personality is your responsibility. Albert Camus, French writer and sophist, said, "Humans are the only ones who refuse to be who they are." Erich Fromm, German sociologist and sophist, said, "A human life is the process of self-birth. Most likely, we get born only by the time we die. Such is the tragedy of many lives, to die not even having the chance to be born." Bernard Shaw, Irish writer and dramatist, said, "People take the most interest in something that has no connection to them. Worshipping one's desires." In the unhealthy community, a person does not consider his or her calling. Many people take what they get in life. How can you consent to be someone when you do not know who you are? In transformed and civilized culture countries, individualism has become such a big issue that people started worshipping other people. Their lives become dedicated to fulfilling their desires and needs, and even to worshipping those desires. Here is how they came to making legal same-sex marriages. People in Africa and in the Middle East reject homosexuality. Nevertheless, homosexuality and bisexuality is widely spread in Western and Northern Europe, Canada, USA, Australia and New Zealand. Many Latin America countries, such as Argentina, Brazil, Chile and Mexico, have accepted sexual minorities. 56. When a person becomes his or her own foundation, it does not help to solve community problems but rather creates new problems, which lead to perverted perception of life and values. Rob Godine, Hastings, UK. It is hard to think of civilization value, because I spent all my life in Europe. Equality is great, but at times sexual minority rights are set above the rights of the majority. Freedom of speech is the constant fight. We love and protect the freedom of speech, but we do not want terrorists to speak out their opinions. We do not wish to hear those who hate homosexuality. The word hatred is illegal because democracy is the heart of England. However, we believe European Union has democracy deficiency and we greatly dislike it. Europe has forsaken its basic values which were formed by nation forefathers. That is why people started pursuing their own desires instead of being led by true values. Only God, who is the foundation of healthy community, can create a person with their values, and that person would not introduce more problems into the community. They become problem solvers instead. Spiritual values must become the foundation of every personality that forms healthy community. Will people remember us after our death? Have we contributed something valuable to our generation? It is possible. We have to become the gardeners of our own life. We need to grow new values, cutting off old habits and false opinions on what we can do. We need to take interest in our own development and goal achievement. There is the way out. Do not consent to be a part of this system. We are personalities who can change to create new, transformed and civilized community based on spiritual values. In this chapter we have discussed main aspects of personality formation through material and spiritual values. Let's go over some of the conclusions we've made. They define these community principles. 1. In the unhealthy community, people adjust to its stereotypes, and material values stand over the spiritual ones. However, healthy community is shaped by spiritual values, based on the highest authority of God over men. 2. Animal farm community can easily come under influence. People do not have proper attitude towards the events that take place. Instead, they rely on luck or hope for someone to come and solve their problems. They do not want to do it. In the healthy community, people do not adjust to the things offered by that community. Instead, they create their own values based on truth and offers them to the community through their actions. 3. In the unhealthy community, people have insulated life. They live consumed with their own interests and desires. They take care of their financial well-being. However, in the healthy community, people take initiative and become interested in solving problems of other people. Oksana Golovko, books co-author. Only when I turned 30, I became able to have a happy life. I started to color my day and every moment of my life and to make them what I wanted them to be. However, this did not just happen in my life. This happened through setting goals and attaining some of them. When I got this chance to help my pastor write this book, I could not believe my own abilities. I said, I cannot do it. Who am I to even try it? Still, I met people who believed in me, and for the first time in my life I stopped being focused on my own self and decided to do something good for others. I had a long path to go. However, this path led paved one stone at a time, taught me how to systemize and organize my own life. This path is my goal and I wish to go all the way through it and shape my character. Using cut and try method, I attained certain small results. That is what makes me really happy and free. Oftentimes when we speak of freedom, I realize that I lack this freedom from my own self in my daily life. Things that used to hold me back were all stored in my head and in my self-perception. I had false values, I did not see any purpose in my life, I lacked self-confidence, I was lazy and indifferent, which kept me within the boundaries. I could not even imagine being a successful person. I was just a wife and a mother, and a good worker. I carried on with my social roles in life. Some people are happy just being wives, but who are you in reality? A wife, a mother, a daughter, all these are just social roles we play. Are you able to play the prime role of your life, being yourself? Presently I study the main role in my life. It does not really matter what country I live in or what family I was brought up in. All that matters is my ability to perform my key role. Here are a few principles I learned. 1. My purpose defines my life. Carrying on your daily life is not life at all, it's mere existence. Purpose makes you self-confident. You can order your steps and master self-education. Purposeless life is consumed by vanity and by the things that would never make you happy. For some people, happiness means spending half a day in the kitchen. However, if those women had choice to be a housewife or to become a writer or a movie director, I believe they would have chosen the career of their life. Home cooking is not all there is in life. 2. It is a hard work to become self-organized. This is what defines our success. You do have your daily duties, especially if you have a family. This means you carry responsibilities. You cannot forsake them, because your family would suffer from it. 3. You need to gain freedom from your personal deficiencies and complexes or false failures. This is how you shape your character. One has to gain inner freedom by appreciating every day of life and being focused on the main goal. We should stop being consumed by our daily life and stop worrying of what people might think or say. What we should think of is how this day draws me closer to my goal. 4. Your social roles are not you. They are just the part of your life, but they are not your true essence. Unfortunately, in the animal farm community, people suppress individuality. Mine was suppressed from the very childhood. However, today I found these inner abilities with the help of other people who believe in me and see them in me. This is what has become a starting point for my individual growth and my strive for success. 5. My development process is of great importance to me. It is based on self-education and on the ability to apply the gained knowledge. I always ask myself, what is my attitude towards it? How this knowledge affects me and what can I gain by applying it? I come to certain conclusions and apply them in life. In the next chapter we will talk about a tickler. How does healthy community handle money? Then we will define how rich people live. 1. The freedom comes through the heart change, through mentality and way of life change, when we dare to act upon our values and gain a fulfilling life. 2. Issues of life flow out of our hearts. If we wish to know how to change our community, we need to understand how people live and what they are guided by in their actions, what their values are. 3. False values are based on the belief that people do not shape the community, instead the community shapes people. 4. Healthy community foundation is the creator, who created our individuals. 5. Healthy community people do not get adjusted to what that community offers, instead they create the values based on truth. 6. Heart, mind and intellect produce thoughts and convictions. Change of heart is the major source of reforms in the transformed and civilized people. My values psychology test. 1. Do you agree with the values shaped in your country culture? 1. Yes, I am a patriot and I believe those values are true. 1. 2. I have never thought about it. I live guided by my desires. 3. I do not like it all, but how can I oppose the system? 2. 4. It's not what I want, but community rejects other values. 3. 5. No. By I shape my personal and family values through by style of life. 4. 2. Who or what impacted the shaping of your values? 1. My parents. 1. 2. myself. 3. My parents and community. 2. 4. My community and its values. Examples and actions. 3. You have a choice either to be accepted by the community or go against it and be rejected. What would you choose? 1. I think my kids and I have to live in this community, so I do not want to go against it. I prefer to have a nice life. 1. 2. I want to be accepted. I serve this system, else it rejects me. 3. I'll try to live up to the truth. 2. 4. I live and made decisions based on the truth and honor values, no matter what it costs me. 3. 4. Your values are based on 1. My personal convictions. 1. 2. My perception of this world. 3. On the gained knowledge. 2. 4. On principles I gained from God. 3. 5. What changes can help you to become a transformed and civilized person? 1. Country economy changes. 1. 2. Community changes. 3. Personal changes. 2. 4. The change of my actions, thoughts and of my heart. 3. Test results and evaluation. 0 to 5 points. You are unable to evaluate and fully comprehend community impact on the shaping of your values. What you have has been shaped by the community stereotypes and habits. You need to decide whether to accept it or to change. 6 to 10 points. You are on your way to realizing the cause and effect. Your desire to understand what affects your actions would lead you to taking up the responsibility for your personality and working hard on your own self and your values. 10 to 16 points. You carry all the responsibility for your life. You understand how great your influence is on the lives of others and you skillfully use it to shape new values in your community. Do not stop. Get developed and gain new values of a transformed and civilized personality qualities. Recommendations for your practical assignments. 1. Take your time to meditate upon each point of this book after reading it. Think over the things that touched you the most, the things you have highlighted. Remember your thoughts and write down your future actions. 2. All the decisions you make have to be implemented in life immediately. You have just 24 hours to implement any decision. 3. Set some deadlines to do the practical assignments. This would help you to put them to practice. Practical assignments. 1. What values you are guided by in making even the smallest decisions? Are they spiritual or material? Provide some examples from your career, family, or personal growth. 2. Make a list of your values. Describe what you pay the most attention to. This is your main value. 3. How do you understand Albert Camus' words, humans are the only ones who refuse to be who they are? Provide your arguments. 4. What new decisions have you made after reading this chapter? Write down at least 3 of them. Chapter 11. Money is not the ultimate goal of the transformed and civilized nation. In the previous chapter we have discussed shaping of the spiritual values in the community because they restore human hearts and define their thoughts and actions. False values are based on financial gain. They produce indifference and lack of responsibility in the community. In this chapter we will talk about some interesting stuff, attitude towards money and charity. Let's start on it. Stand or fall. For wise people money is an instrument, while for the fool it is the goal. Adrien de Courcelles, French playwright. These words are true. People who live to gain money are foolish. Fools are those who use such phrases, if I only could be rich. People get lucky, and I don't. I had no rich parents. Such position is taken by losers who are unable to understand that money cannot make you rich. The goal makes you rich. On the way to attaining that goal you gain various qualities able to make you rich. What good it is to complain about your life. This cannot make you richer or increase your financial stability. Healthy community sign is the fact that people perceive money as an instrument to attain their goals. Money is no good on its own. In the unhealthy community, money is the utmost goal. No matter how much money you get, it brings you no happiness. On the contrary, the more money you get, the higher your demands become. Over time, people become afraid to lose money or to have less than enough to maintain their lives. Greed of gold has significantly affected our community. Let's take a look at an example from the 90s. We have a pyramid investment scheme. Everyone heard of this easy way to get rich back at that time. According to creator, this project involved over 35 million people. Sergey Mavrodi got very popular in 1990 SS. He has founded the largest investment pyramid scheme in Russia. Other data states that over 15 million people took part in it. 57. Investment pyramid scheme works so well because of certain psychological factors. Tatiana Belavina, higher senior officer of Ukraine Psychology and Sociology University, has announced this fact on one of the press conferences. Investment pyramid scheme phenomena is based on certain human psychological features. From old times, people believed in easy gain. We have gone through quick process of social, financial and political change, while during the USSR people lived in plain environment. Such rapid changes created high level of stress. In such conditions, people are more willing to believe in miracles. Humans behave like rats, they get rewards, but then the rewards get taken away. 58. Easy money attracts millions of people. Investment pyramid scheme is one of such attractions. Let's talk of the labor attitude based on the following principle. Fast footwork is the key to success in life, or, let's pretend we are working hard. This is another way to get easy money. How about work quality? People aimed for quantity instead of quality. Even the apartments people got were free, they took no part in getting them. Everything seemed to be free, easy money, easy gain. The community had no personal responsibility to carry. People had nothing to worry about. Pursuit of profits is the only way to satisfy the needs of those they do not know. Friedrich Hayek, Austrian economist and sophist. The ones who chase easy money only fulfill the plans of those who use their resources to pursue their goals. Greed for gain creates such social disease as pigitude. People expect heavenly manna, they expect someone else to come and do the work for them. It is very similar to theft, when people steal all they can to avoid the load of work. Such situation creates shortage of qualified workers, some of them getting paid too little to care for their work. People dream of winning in lottery, and such a desire may seem like a pretty innocent thing. However, it leads to many social troubles. There is the way out. One has to define goal in life, discover the resources and abilities, and get to work. Charity is the way of life for the members of healthy community. Healthy community. Unhealthy community. In the healthy community, people understand that giving away and doing charity is their natural part of life, it's their way of life. We have no such principle as giving or charity. There is no such thing as patronship. People give expecting to gain. They pursue receiving profit through donation. People believe that only rich people can donate money. Once when Gandhi was getting on the train, a shoe fell off his foot on the ruts. He could not pick up as the train started moving. Everyone around him was surprised to see how he took off another shoe and threw it down on the rut close to the first one. When asked why he did so, Gandhi answered, "A poor man would find a shoe on the rut and have the second one to wear, too." How would you react if you have lost a shoe, your purse or your cell phone? I think you would go crazy over the situation. You might blame your bad luck or your destiny. You would pity yourself and would be upset about the situation for a week. However, Gandhi's reaction was different. First of all, he thought of another person, the one that might find the shoe and have a pair of them. Let's take a personal example. Vicky arrived to work boiling with anger. She did not say a word and just started crying. Vicky said she has lost her money. She just got her salary few days ago and cannot find the money. Most likely it dropped out of her pocket somewhere. People comforted her and said that it's just money, no big deal. She can earn more. Vicky got a bit comforted, but then she started to think things through. What if someone found that money? What if it was an alcoholic? He would just spend it on vodka. She would not have been so sorry if the money went to someone she liked. And she started weeping again. One of her workmates told Vicky to cheer up and offered her to give tithe from her next salary. This money would be spent on helping needy people. If you easily give away 10% of your income, then the rest of it, the 90%, would be protected. Vicky consented and cheered up a bit. Her coworkers were amazed when just in couple days Vicky ran into the office so happy. She has found her money. She has no desire to help someone. She has clean forgotten about the tithe. She was happy to meet her own needs. When we have no trouble in our lives, we just enjoy ourselves. However, when things happen, we think, how would that happen to me? Why did not I help others? Or people make a decision to help others and share their goods and blessings, but if things go well, they forget that decision. Such decisions mostly depend on inner emotions, rather than on clear life stand. In the healthy community, people understand that charity is the natural part of life. In the animal farm community, there are no such things as giving, charity, or patronship. People give expecting to receive. They look to get gains through their donations. Lots of people believe that charity is for rich people only. When I studied the lives of great and successful people, I noticed that they all were great givers. Sowing and harvesting law works in all ages. For example, you might have heard the phrase, you reap what you have sown. It is true. What you sow today you will reap tomorrow. However, that fruit may come in different ways. For instance, you have taken part in some charity event and bought food for poor families of your town. You may not reap back the food. You may reap good health or healthy family. So, when you do good things, you may expect the good to come back to you and to get manifested through the things you need in your situations. Speaking of rich people, let's get a couple of examples. Michael Jackson got a reward for great contribution into the world's cultural heritage. He has spent hundreds of millions of dollars into 39 charity funds and in his own charity organization called Healthy World. Bill Gates is the Microsoft founder. Also, he is the founder of the largest in the world charity organization of Bill and Melinda Gates. It funds various education and healthcare projects, as well as provides support for AIDS research and other sicknesses research. Bill announced that all the Gates money would be spent on charity during the next 50 years after their death. In 2014, Forbes estimated Gates' estate to be worth over $80 billion. American entrepreneur Warren Buffett is one of the largest investors in the world. April 30, 2014, his estate amounted to $66 billion. In 2010, together with Bill Gates from Microsoft, they created a startup. The goal of this company is to persuade richest people in USA to spend half of their money on charity. This donation can be made by these people while they are still alive or after their death. According to Warren Buffett, after his death his family would get only a small portion of his capital. 90% of Warren's riches would go to Bill and Melinda Gates Charity Fund. 59. Yes, the richest people follow the sow and reap law. Their lives are not focused on meeting their needs only, and their money helps other people to succeed in life. How often have you heard the words, tit for tat, scratch my back and I will scratch yours, what do I get out of it? Only people enslaved in their minds and living in the animal farm community are guided by such principles. As a rule, when trouble comes, people think, good thing it wasn't me. And it's true. Wiseman Ecclesiastes said, cast thy bread upon the waters, for thou shalt find it after many days. If you keep on looking for your success in life, for good health or for riches, start giving things away to the needy people. In reality, your closets are full of stuff you could give away to the needy ones. Some food gets spoilt in your fridges. You would not go broke if you give away a couple of bucks. Of course, this little money cannot help to solve global problems. However, if 100 people give away $1, few people could make it through the day. Global Charity Index is the combined number that indexes countries by how their population perceives charity. In 2013, there were 135 countries in that index. The number of their population amounts to 94% of the global population, around 4.9 billion people. Gallup has gathered the data for this index, being guided by the World Poll Company, which works in the 160 countries of the world. This research is the largest of all the charity researches, and it provides clear understanding of the situation in the world. This year Charity Index leader is the USA, which challenged Australia. The top 10 countries are Canada, Myanmar, New Zealand, Ireland, UK, Australia, Netherlands, Qatar and Sri Lanka. The last 3 countries are China, Croatia and Greece. Russia has got up from 127 to 123.60. Giving away regardless of the level of income is the healthy community principle. This principle is used to change and uproot social problems. Speaking of community, some of them already reap the principles they have sown. The lack of donation and charity leads to hardness of heart, indifference and complete isolation from the things that take place around a person. If you do not see the problems of others, you cannot count on them to help you. What if the trouble comes to your home? Indifference leads to high level of death in the community. There is the way out. Find a way to take part in some kind of charity, to help someone, even if your donation may seem very insignificant to you. We never know how many people would agree to make a small donation. It is so good and fun to give things out of your heart. Attitude towards money. Healthy community. Unhealthy community. Responsible attitude towards money. In a healthy community, rich people are economical because they value money. Every person tries to spend water or electricity sparingly. They pay all the bills, but they always save resources. In our community, people put on the Ritz if they do not have to pay the bill. The hugest obstacle on the way to wealth is the habit to spend like a millionaire way before you become one. Night Kipalinger, journalist. In the healthy community, people are responsible with money. They avoid vanity, loftiness in their looks, inexpensive accessories. They do not squander money. Besides, rich people do not put money to burn, they spend sparingly. What do we see in our community? People look like magazine models. That is true especially in cities. People are dressed just out of a bandbox, and that is regardless of the fact that we have war in our country and people have low level of income. American researcher Thomas Corley dedicated 5 years to studying habits, mentality and other peculiarities of rich people. He made an interesting conclusion: wealth has nothing to do with luck, it completely depends on habits. Corley analyzed daily habits of wealthy people and those living in poverty, 233 people from the first group and 128 from the second one. He discovered something he called wealthy habits. Many of these tightly tied to actions, rather than to human mentality. 61. What do you think about money? Let's analyze some of the unusual wealthy people habits. 1 in 4 USA millionaires buys shoes under $100. As to the suits, 1 in 10 wealthy people buy suits for around $200. Half of them do not wear watches that cost more than $250, and only 1 in 3 millionaires drive brand new cars. These people have millions to spend, but they got used to being sparing and do not miss a chance to save. Investor Warren Buffett, 81 years old. His estate is $44 billion. The ways he saves money: he lives in a small apartment, which costs only $30,000, and he got it almost 50 years ago. Buffett drives old Lincoln car with thrifty plate. Ingvar Kamprad, who owns IKEA Furniture Company. He is the richest man in Sweden. He owns $28 billion. The ways he saves money: he caters in cheap restaurants, he uses public transportation, he stays in cheap hotels. He bought his furniture 30 years ago. The cobbler always wears the worst shoes. First Lady of the USA Michelle Obama, 48 years old. Her family estate is estimated at $2.683 million. How she saves money: she shops in supermarkets, she buys clothes at retail stores like H&M, etc. Hilary Snook, actress, 37 years old. She owns $40 million. How she saves the money: she coupons. Investor David Sheridan invests money into company development including Google, 61 years old. He owns $1.3 billion. How he saves money: he eats in cheap restaurants, he takes home leftover food. Old Baron Thoman Bunpicken, 84 years old. He owns $1.4 billion. How he saves money: he buys new business suits once in 5 years. Sergey Brin, Google owner, he owns $15 billion. How he saves money. His apartment has only 3 rooms. He doesn't spend much on food. He drives Toyota electric cart. Sometimes he rides rollerblades. 62. As you may see from these examples, many rich people sparingly spend their money. In a healthy community, people understand that everything comes at a price. Money is an instrument they can use to serve others and to create future. Money allows you to be of use not only for your own good, but for the good of the community and people. As we may see, for healthy principled people, money is just an opportunity to become useful. Money allows you to have freedom, but you realize that wealth can be temporary and you may lose it all if you start overspending. Such people do not only spend their own money sparingly, but they respect the possessions of other people. Those who do not share this value and live in the animal farm community do not understand it. A family went to Europe for a vacation and booked all-inclusive hotel room. Later on, they share their impressions on other guests there. For example, they could clearly see other people from our country. During the breakfast, they had self-service buffet, where people could take anything they like and as much as they liked. Our people take everything in large portions. After the breakfast, they take food out in case they get hungry. One couple used up all the hotel shampoo, saying, "It's free stuff." They packed up all the things they could take into their suitcases. That is how animal farm community members spend their vacations. Moreover, in the nights when people would rest, our people would put on their fanciest clothes and jewelry and go for a walk to show off. All these are the signs of unhealthy community, where looks and show-off is more important than everything else. However, these things do not make personalities out of people. In order to understand how to transform and build a civilized nation, a side look, we need to gain a civilized mentality. Let's examine habits and lifestyle of wealthy people and of those who only imitate wealth. Wealthy person. Wealthy person. You cannot figure out the wealth of a person by their looks. They dress up in a simple style with no intent to show off. Always dressed up fashionably. At the same time, such people have to cut down their expenses in other areas to afford fashionable clothes. There is no need to buy the most modern phones, PCs, or cars. They use what they have. They get loans to buy latest iPhones. Saves earned money. Money makes more money. Once they get some money, they spend it to show others how rich they are. They value every cent they make. They can generously pay someone's bill at the restaurant or give expensive gifts they cannot really afford. They show wisely, looking for discounts. Their pride does not allow them to bargain and they pay the high price. They monitor their income and expenditures. They never know where the money goes. They spend fast. Money is the tool that allows them to become successful and to attain their goals. Money is the only goal in life. This is a bright example of attitude towards money from those who has them and those who only wish to have them. There is the way out. If you wish to be wealthy, start saving money, do not buy unnecessary things, and start enriching your personality. In the healthy community, no one defines person's wealth by people's looks or by the size of their wallet. It's clear why community wants its members to be rich rather than to look rich. When people develop their business, they develop the entire community, offer new services, and as the result create stability not only in their company, but in their towns, and families of those who work for them or consume their services. Summarizing this chapter, let us go over the main community principles. 1. Healthy community sign is using money as resource for attaining goals. It is not enough to possess the money. In the unhealthy community, money is the ultimate goal, but people do not become happy over possessing it. On the contrary, their demands grow and they get fear of losing money. 2. In the healthy community, people understand that charity is a natural part of life and a style of life. In the animal farm community, giving and charity or patronship are not popular. When people give, they always expect to receive something in return. 3. In the animal farm community, money offers the opportunity to live well today, but such well-being does not last long, because money cannot define the quality of life. Healthy community principles teach people to understand that everything has a price and money is a tool they can use to serve others. Oksana Golovko, books co-author. I had to work hard to change my heart and to get a chance in life. I kept on hoping that the change would come on its own. I stopped being intimidated and learned how to speak to people. I learned to be more active and accepted myself. Everything seemed to be okay. I told myself, I am ready for a change. But no change came. I started to analyze why nothing happens. I believe in the Lord and I have dedicated my life to Him. Why can't you change me? Why I see no change occurring on the inside of me by your grace. I had a hard time changing and setting myself free from the old habits, so why nothing changes inside? I realized that God has already given me everything I need. The rest is up to me. These inner changes do not come easy, as one has to uproot a great deal of things from inside. These roots have grown there for many years. They provided me with the external comfort. I worked on my heart, my mind, my habits and my reactions. I gained new knowledge and accepted it. However, I did not apply it because I had the old mentality and all my inner self resisted the change. I could not understand why I know that I do not live a good life and still cannot change anything in it. I cannot do it because I do not want to uproot those inner comfortable old ways and action patterns. At a certain point I realized that my self-image has changed, but deep down inside I remained the same. It's a fake. I was not there. I was still waiting for some kind of new teaching. Knowledge remained just a theory. I could not apply it in my daily life. Then I realized why I wasn't there, why I did not feel complete, just because knowledge is not action, one-time actions are not habits. Do not allow your life to become a library full of unread books, unperformed plays and unfulfilled goals. All you need is learn and live by that knowledge. This is what you need to change for and train yourself gaining new habits. Here are my conclusions. 1. Willingness to change with no actions taken is useless. It is good to trust in God, but you need to get active too. For 7 years I dreamed and planned, but only once I started acting it out things started changing. 2. For many years unhealthy community shaped my self-image. It created a certain comfort zone. I accepted the fact that nothing really is up to me. Going through the change I had to adjust my new habits daily, starting with the home life and ending up with my work and social life. Till this day I keep on analyzing every inner experience I get and defining how the animal farm affects my reactions and what fears it shapes. I have to work on myself daily. 3. When I started accepting the knowledge, I gained certain skills and created self-image. However, it was mainly based on illusion. Over time I realized how hard it is to live with the fake image inside. You store things up and you become smarter, but you still do not exist. There is the ox on it, but on the inside I was so empty, producing no action. In the next chapter we will define how a person brought up in the unhealthy community can attain a transformed and civilized quality of life. 1. A goal can make you rich. Pursuing this goal you can gain certain skills and qualities which may make you rich. 2. In the healthy community money is the tool used to attain goals and possessing money is not enough. 3. In the animal farm community people do not understand giving or charity. 4. Sow and reap law exists in all ages. 5. Rich people do not waste their money, they spend it sparingly. 6. Healthy community principles teach people that everything has a price. 7. In order to understand how to become a transformed and civilized nation we need more than a new look, we need to learn how to think as transformed and civilized nation. What defines my wealth? Psychological test. 1. When you see poor people begging for money, what do you feel? 1. I feel pity, but I cannot help them all. 2. I need help. 2. 3. I do not even notice them. 4. I try to understand them, because I do not know their life story. 2. Your wealth is evaluated by 1. The money you save. 2. Your savings. 3. Your salary. 4. Your ability to multiply your money. 3. When you hear of a charity project, what do you do? 1. I try to find out more and take part in it. 2. I think, do they really spend that money as they claim to do? 1. 3. I pass by. I am not interested. 4. I participate and think of the ways I can help. 3. 4. Do you have enough to pay your monthly bills? 1. Yes, if I wisely spend my money. 2. I do not always make it. 1. 3. No, I have to loan money. 4. Of course. I always plan my expenditures. 3. 5. Could you make a charity donation, giving away half of your monthly income or savings? 1. Yes, but I would be sorry afterwards. 2. No, I cannot. 1. 3. No, what am I going to do then? 4. Money is the opportunity to help people and I could do it. 3. Test results and evaluation. 0 to 5 points. You live fulfilling your current needs and desires. You buy food and clothes and that is all you care about. You believe that everything is about money. It is not true. Everything is about opportunities and some people use them even not having the funds to start. Others neglect them and complain about their destiny. Stop complaining and start giving. This would provide you with a goal. 6 to 10 points. You view money as opportunity. However, your focus is not set on increasing it but rather on saving it. However, if you are unable to grow your income, you would not be able to attain your life goal. Do not build your life around money. Build it around people and opportunities. Stop and think who you can help even today. 11 to 15 points. Money is not the goal of your life. Your main value is to be sensitive to people and their problems. You see the active law in charity, and when you give you increase and get 100-fold back. Teach others how to become wealthy through this simple law. Recommendations for your practical assignments. 1. Take your time to meditate upon each point of this book after reading it. Think over the things that touched you the most, the things you have highlighted. Remember your thoughts and write down your future actions. 2. All the decisions you make have to be implemented in life immediately. You have just 24 hours to implement any decision. 3. Set some deadlines to do the practical assignments. This would help you to put them to practice. Practical assignments. 1. Why charity is good for people? Do you make a decision to take part in charity? If you do, what kind of charity would that be? 2. What stops you from being economical? Write down your week's budget. 3. What principle do you learn from the great people's habits? 4. What new decisions have you made after reading this chapter? Write down at least 3 of them. Chapter 12. How to prepare yourself for the transformation and civilization of your nation. If things could speak, they would answer, "Who are you?" Question in the following manner. The typewriter would answer, "I am a typewriter." Car would answer, "I am a car," or "I am Ford or Buick or Caddy." However, if you were to ask a person who they are, they would answer, "I am a manufacturer, I am a minister, I am a doctor, I am a married man," or "I am a father of 2 kids. These answers are very similar to those of things, if they only could speak. Eric Fromm, Sociologist's Office, Social Psychologist. In this chapter I would like to talk about the importance of success on a person in the healthy community. As we create a transformed and civilized person on the inside of us, we do not want the life bypass us. You do not want to be another Mary among millions of Marys. You do not want to be just a husband among millions of husbands out there. In this book we have discovered some healthy community principles, and I tried hard to teach you the importance of seeing your possibilities in life and the opportunity to become who you really are. I taught you that our life and what we have is only the consequence of our upbringing, principles installed upon us during the lifetime. However, our achievements are only up to us. Would you become transformed and civilized, or would you consent to be who you are now and not to take the trouble of changing your personality? Personal reformatting. In the long run, we shape our lives, and we shape ourselves. The process never ends until we die. Anne Eleanor Roosevelt, American public person. Never ever make an excuse that you have no time to change something in your life. At least we have today, and it is much better than having no time at all. You may not think much of it. Those who value every moment of their life would tell you that this moment is enough to become successful, it is enough to minister to someone else, or it is even enough to become a hero. We always have a choice to remain who we are, or to make a decision and to start building up our lives the way we want them to be, or to pursue our goals and create healthy community around us. As we have already said, location or new agreements cannot make us transformed and civilized. Only we in our Reformation can install a transformed and civilized healthy community values in our nation. The character is the ability to change. It is a chance to gain inner pin and to become a person regardless of where you live, be it Ukraine or France, Italy or Argentina. Wherever you are, you can be who you are. Country of our origin cannot define our personality. Our strive for self-development creates that inner pin. Use every chance in your life and every opportunity it gives you. Even reading this book, you get new opportunities to create healthy community around you through the implementation of all the principles you read about. Do you see those opportunities? Or do you break down and accept your present destiny? Let's take a detailed look at what the reformatting is and how this quality is applicable to the healthy community. Reformatting is synonymous with the following words: ruling or fixing. Dear friend, if today you understand the impact of the unhealthy community upon your life and your future, you need to realize that these things can be fixed. Every one of us can change ourselves, our habits, and our ways of life. For example, you may know people who used to be rich and had certain social positions, but their obsession with alcohol made them addicted and they ended up their lives homeless and poor, or the other way around. Remember the story of the Edison Miranda boxer? All he had was strong desire to change his life and to reformat him. He improved and believed he could fulfill his dream. This process has not only made him wealthy, but also helped him to become a famous boxer. Even where you are, you can find similar life stories. Some people make decisions to quit smoking and do it easily. They reprogram their mind and recognize the consequences of such habits. Thus, my dear reader, you can also reformat yourself by scanning your actions and desires. Start by studying your own habits. This way you can stumble on things that limit you and steal your time. If you think I am your problem, you would have to change me. However, if you realize that you are your own problem, you can change. Get educated and wise. Most people expect the world to change, but they remain the same. Robert Kiyosaki, American entrepreneur and investor. According to Kiyosaki, our main task is to understand that the problem was not created by someone else. First of all, we need to change, and that would allow us to learn, to get wiser, and to master the change. Study yourself and be honest. This way you would clearly see why nothing really changes in your life. Friends, throughout the book we have led you to a single conclusion. What kind of community do we live in? Healthy one or the animal farm one? Why do we need to consider it? We need it to see ourselves and to realize that we are the ones that have to change and be guided by new principles. For instance, you take superficially new knowledge and do not really care to put up your opinion about things. You live in the information stream without really processing the new data. Such quality is inherent to unhealthy community people. This means you can reformat yourself. You can stop being that way. You can change it by studying the information, understanding it, and digesting the facts. Then you shape your opinion, speak it out, and stand up for it if you need to. Healthy community principle is about deep analysis of any information you get and correlating it with facts. Your opinion should not be based on your neighbor's thoughts or on false information. You need to dig into the facts and analyze them. Speaking of reformatting, I would like to give you an example. If a smartphone catches virus and its OS becomes infected, it has to be reformatted to get it back to normal functioning. During this process, one has to erase all the information on the device and install new apps and OS on it. That is how you reformat your mind. You renew your knowledge, you forget what was in the past, and you start functioning using new healthy community principles. There is the way out. It all is only up to me and my change. I can change myself, my community, and my country. Lifestyle change. Habit is an anchor, which gets hardwired into our lives. Elena Sarenka, aphorism writer. Have you ever asked yourself why things go in circle in your life? You had no idea that your habits, which got turned into the lifestyle, were shaped by certain principles and affect all you do in life and your community. People seldom study and analyze their habits, they rarely view them as being important. However, they really matter. A habit is your action, your way of life, which regularly reoccurs over and over again. Habits shape by doing the same things many times, and finally you do not have to think of it anymore or make a decision to do it. At this, results become of no importance, and we focus on the action that makes us happy. Any habit can be replaced with another one. All you need is to do the thing daily and systematically. For example, you got a habit to have a cup of coffee in the morning. Over time your stomach starts troubling you and your doctor recommends to give up the morning coffee. In the first morn of your new life you go and boil some water or start making your coffee. Then you stop yourself and make some porridge instead of coffee. You are all upset during the breakfast. You keep dreaming of coffee and your emotions rage. You believe you could make it through the day only because of that first cup of coffee. Presently you feel bad and you have a hard time starting your day. Your emotions and your habit have become the part of your conviction. In the healthy community, people are willing to try new things and to gain new habits, which help them to succeed in the development and self-discipline. If your habits work like an anchor and pull you down, you should get rid of them or replace them with other habits to foster the change. For instance, you got a habit to be late for work and this could lead to job loss or at least to some money loss. You set bad example for your coworkers and demonstrate your disrespect for your boss. Moreover, you neglect your work and its quality. Finally, you put yourself above your colleagues because you work less for the same pay. These all are the consequences of such seemingly harmless habit. You become disrespectful, negligent, and you lose your work quality. People say, one fool makes many. People around you may start following your example and behavior pattern using Animal Farm principles. Then you ask why we have such a poor life? There is the way out. You should not try to change others, instead you should change yourself and set a good example for them.